Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hotel Orloff. It's been a busy morning here, but now at 12:15, it's time for us to begin another live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be looking at comic books, at toys. We'll be doing many things. We'll be also watching Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. So, with no further ado, let us begin. Um, yeah. Let's see if there's any. Oh, let me tell you here. I was looking for something interesting to show you. This is the address of a GoFundMe if you'd like to help my wife, and this one is the address to click on, and the link it will take you onto this show. I was talking about this book in the previous stream, Origins of Marvel Comics. Oh boy, so many great books here. It's a bound set of Vampirella issues 1 through 20. Well, say, folks, have you tried Red Devil's lighter fluid? No. The Centaur was on earlier this morning and said it's very important to have a way to make fire. Boy, my hand's really shaking, man, because we might need to purify water and stuff like that, man. So, what do I need to do? Look at this, man. Gardner F. Fox, you know him? It's Kyrick, Warlock Warrior. It's in the tradition of Conan, the mightiest swordsman who ever walked the earth. Boy, my hand is really shaking. What is going on? Oh, my wife is here. I didn't know you were going live. Wow, you were talking to the Centaur this morning? Yeah, he really was like a 107 this morning. Yeah. Um, yeah, I was gonna go on. Cleo's my wife, and talk to Meyer. I was just talking to Meyer a minute ago on the phone. I said, well, let's just continue this on a stream, and I'm gonna watch him unpack at his house, and um, it's fun to watch other people unpack. It's fun to unpack. It's not easy on the back, though. Yeah, I have to admit that's a problem. Uh, okay, so Leo, I got your green juice. It's in the refrigerator. Everything's in the refrigerator. All is well. Um, this is cool lighting. Yeah, and I'm discovering new lighting effects. Look at this lamp here. It's pretty cool. Okay. Okay. Should I move this into the Batman room? What do you guys think? Did she give you butter? Yeah, she said to wait on it, like let it get colder because she had just made it this morning. Anyway, let's put this Batman, highly collectible Batman figure in the Batman room while we wait for people to come on the show. Let's see, where would this go? It really doesn't look good in here, does it? Let's see. Where should this go? Ah, man. I'm just going to set him down here. Is that okay? It better be, man. 'Cause I'm okay. So earlier on a previous live stream, we talked about Mego figures. Oh, Kevin is here. Gotham City Comics. It is. I wonder if his store is open yet. And she says hello. My wife must be on a break. She's working. Um, I'm trying to stay quiet downstairs. Actually, I need to get out of this area of the house because I'm right underneath where she's working. Uh, but oh, she says she's got to go. I've closed these partitions here, so in the living room area we won't be disturbing her. And I don't know where I put my iced tea, man. That's a problem. Kevin just sent me a link to an article that they're going to be doing these. I haven't looked at the article yet. They're going to be doing these facsimiles of pre-code horror comics, but they're not going to be letting comic stores sell them. They're going to be selling them direct to the customer. So they're trying to crowd the comic stores out or run them out of business. And boy, I'm all greasy, aren't I? I've been out on the road, man. I've been doing errands all morning. I had to take Drew the dog to the vet to get 2 shots. Then I had to take her to the groomer. Then I had to go get milk from a farmer lady out in the country, and my car was over. It was like, oh man, it's going in the red, overheating. And I realized, oh well, there's no coolant in the car. That's that's one that's on me. That's my fault, man. Because I never go more than a couple of blocks from my house in that car. So as soon as I got up to 55 miles an hour, I realized, oh shoot, there's a problem. So anyway, I think I fixed that problem. Then I had to go back, get some more stuff for my wife. Anyway, I've been busy all morning. It is now 12:20 p.m. There's a comic claim. I'm waiting on Donald Trump to come on, but there's a comic claim sale. Last Saturday, I watched the comic claim sale, and I got some $2 comics from it. But man, yeah, they were supposed to be here today, but things got held up there at the Orlando post office. I'm not sure why. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we know why. So it'll be a little, a few days before. That's understandable. So what does he call? Oh, cheap comic collector. Yeah, that's good. Let's see what he's doing here. This may not be the right. Yeah, it's the right guy. All right, let's see what they're doing over there. Oh, he's playing a cartoon. It must be intermission. It's a private snafu cartoon. I didn't know he had cartoon intermissions on this channel. Is this even the right show? Yeah, it's the right show. Manhattan, number 2, JLA 17. Yeah, it's just most of it's stuff that you would pass by in dollar bins and yeah, horrible stuff like this. But occasionally something will pop up really neat, like a Richie Rich or uh, like what got me to stop about a week and a half ago was a Metamorpho comic from the '60s, and so you get every comic that they show for $2, and you just have to pay. You don't pay postage, but you have to get 10 comics, so you have to spend $20 and you get free postage anyway. I don't. Is it sale over? I don't know. Maybe it's still. I don't know. Um, yeah. Oh well. How are you guys doing out there? You wonderful and benevolent and kind and generous members of the comic book community. You salt of the earth fellows out there and ladies. How are you guys doing? It's another wonderful Saturday afternoon here. We're going to drink our unsweetened iced tea and watch Donald Trump on the cathode ray tube. Let me plug you guys in, man. Turned on, tuned in, and dropped out. Yeah. So Yes, indeed. I don't like these claim sales because even though you get books cheap, it's real nerve wracking because you gotta keep your finger ready, and you already have to have the word claim typed in because if you don't have the word claim, then it doesn't count. You got to type in claim and then the name of the comic, and then if you do it before the other people in the chat, you get the comic. And you know, that looks like a Darwin Cook cover on that thing there. Ooh, Wendy Witch World. I wish I was bit. Nah, man, I can't do it, man. Missing Mars will get it. Yeah, I like Wendy Witch World, man. What can I tell you? Well, let's look at some comic books here. You didn't come here to watch another comic book show through my eyes. All right, let's see. I was looking at Atlas Seaboard comics earlier, but there's some other comics in this box that might entertain you. Oh, horrible. We also have these Skywald comics in here. Look at that. It's Blazing Six Guns featuring the Sundance Kid. Beautiful artwork. They have all these important characters from history: Wyatt Earp, Geronimo, Doc Holliday, and of course you remember from your Time Life history books, the Red Mask. It's kind of like when they would in Star Trek when they would talk about history. They talk about Shakespeare. No, they talk about let's say world leaders, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Volcock, or something like that. They'd mention two things we know, and then something that hasn't happened yet in our history. They would, but here, all the important, real guys from history, except the Red Mask, obviously. Very nice artwork. It's yeah. Is that Herb Trimpe? It's really great. Look at the saloon girl in the back. Really nice. In Fort Worth, you see Sundance all over the place, because Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and their Fort Worth connections, and there's a nice area of downtown Fort Worth called Sundance Square. Anyway, the Sundance Kid, nice. Here's a charming war comic. You were there, and we find the enemy, fix the enemy, fight the enemy. That was really cool, man. There's a new discovery in hypnotism, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. You can get a life-size pinup of David McCallum. You can get a gigantic Polaris nuclear sub for $6.98. Man, that's all you got to do is just send Zelensky a bunch of these cardboard subs and tanks. They're only $6.98. Instead of giving him billions. Wonderful war comics. John Gores. Psy-up the enemy. This Psy-up, I guess we are our own enemy. We're getting Psy-upped ourselves. This is what what's her name? Kamala Harris should plan. You should promise. Look at that. The fabulous Get Things plan. I have a new idea. The Get Things plan. You vote for me and you'll get things like a fascinating zodiac ring. Or indeed. Well, look at the treatment of these POWs. Ah, gentlemen, come in. I have been waiting patiently for you. This is important historical material here. This is from Tower Comics, August of 1966, the height of the Vietnam War. All vote forget things. Yeah. Yep. We're more likely to get things from the other side, from the Trump side, because they'll lower. Sorry, they'll lower the tax. This cover just it very much amuses me. Look at this, man. They're firing. It's just, I think that's funny. It's Fight the Enemy #3. What was the other one? Fight the Enemy #1. I'm missing Fight the Enemy #2. Watch him show it on the claim sale. And that's all garbage that they're showing. It's not his fault. He buys a bunch of piles of comics for cheap and then sells them for $2. But sometimes there's gems in there. And but can I really devote 3 hours every Saturday to that? I don't know, man. And then I have to explain to my wife why I've spent $20. Um, oh man, I don't like that. Look, it's dog ears inside the bag. I'm gonna have to open this up, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's good to see you there, John Goris. The cool thing about coming on a live stream on Saturday is I get to see some people that don't normally show up. John Goris is usually busy 24 hours a day creating art, creating fantastic drawings and sketchbooks, and creating animation. He is incredible. You know what I'll use to straighten out this little dog ear is this Gotham City Comics card. The best comic store in the United States is in Mesa, Arizona, and its number is 480-649-3065. This place is has all your comic book needs, but also all your monster needs. And if you collect monster masks and things like that, um, he's your guy, man. Yeah. How about that? Okay. Fight the enemy. Yeah, this company was also putting out these great Wally Wood comics, Dynamo, all their Thunder Agent stuff. They're over there creating a whole universe, characters that interlink to why they weren't successful. I don't know. Well, I think I do know actually, even though the artwork was beautiful and everything. They were thicker comics that cost a quarter. That seems like the whole Tower line was like that. And 25 cents seems like nothing to us now, but that was a lot of money for a kid in 1966 or 67. Look at that bullet just went right through his head. Um, oh yeah, here's that same hypnotized ad, but now it has a little bit of color to it. Yeah. They were beautiful looking comics, just like this book is beautiful. I don't know, man. Is it immoral to glamorize war for 8, 9, 10-year-old boys? You can make that argument all day, but you got to admit it's just fun to read. Yes, I know the Vietnam War was going on and all of that, and you know, just don't get your panties in a wad over it, and then just enjoy fighting the enemy and a 48-inch talking monster from outer space. I'd send some of those over to Zelensky too, so that might maybe he could use those to scare the Russians away. You don't want to probably elect me president because I would do things like that, and I'm not even joking. All right. Not you. Don't ever call Detective Comics don't do that. That's what the let the Hun do that. Say the full term, Detective Comics. Okay, look, now it's in there without being dog-eared. Whoop, this side. All right, see? Amazing. All fixed. Well, anyone want to come on? Oh, someone just typed in something there. Who could that be? Who could it be now? I saw a cool vintage Dukes of Hazzard puzzle at Goodwill the other day. It was of the still shot of the General Lee making that iconic jump over the swamp. Tempted, but left it there. Was it a frame tray puzzle with the big giant pieces for like 6-year-olds, or was it one with a million pieces? Because that would be a problem. Yeah, I mean, sometimes those boxes are just cool with the image, and you don't have to ever really put the puzzle together. Um, yeah, that sounds great. That's something that will never be made again because they'll never, when they make new toys of that General Lee car, they don't put the flag on the cover. Like 100 piecer, I think. I don't know. It's a tough call. How much was it? It was. It was. It would be depending on how much it cost. Yeah. Okay. Also from Tower is Go Go and Animal. Are you ready for dating? Take the dating quiz and find out. Do you guys want to take the quiz? Let's take the quiz. Well, I'm not ready for dating because I'm married, but perhaps you guys out there are lonely. And oh, look, on the back is a photo of Harper's Bazaar. Slow down. You move too fast. You got to make the morning last. Feeling groovy. That was Harper's Bazaar. Am I correct? Where's Paulo to correct us? Well, he's not going to correct us on music, more than likely. He's more of an expert in electronic. What is he into? Some other kind of music. Okay. Well, it might be that they're trying to imitate Archie comics. What do you think? It could be. But it's a wonderful imitation of Archie. I mean, it's probably the same artist, honestly. Same artist worked for multiple companies. Oh, I just love seeing. Look at that, man. How dare you? Okay, where are you? Yeah, where's the picture? Where's the picture? Oh, this way. Everything's backwards on this stupid. Okay, I just like seeing the. There we go. Look at her putting a record in that vintage stereo console there. Probably a couple bucks, but there's always something there, and I have to be disciplined. Yes, indeed. The only thing that shows up at my local, well, I don't call it a thrift store, is cool vintage pictures of Jesus. And I've gotten some of those. Here's Animal repairing a vintage stereo console. But look, all the records get, because you see, Animal is not very smart, as you could see. Oh, here it is. Are you ready for dating quiz? See, this is great because they didn't have to hire an artist for these 2 pages. So this text, they could type this out in a few minutes. You're not ready to date until you know how to talk to a boy. Take this quiz, score yourself, you'll know whether the time is right for you. So, number one, you and some other girls are talking to a boy you really like. You want him to notice you above all the other girls. Would you A, join in the conversation when somebody asks you something? B, try to start a new topic of conversation on a subject you think would interest them, like comic books, possibly. Two, you're going to make a girl, I'm sorry, you're going to make a girl, didn't sound right. You're going to make a girl dash ask boy party. When you invite the boy you especially want for yourself, would you say, "Hey, I'm having a party. I'd really like you to come as my date"? Or B, "Everyone in the crowd will be at my party. Do you want to come?" Hmm. Three, he's walked you home from school several times, but not lately. You like him very much. You bump into him on the street. Would you say, "Hey, hi, it's great to see you again. I'm so happy we ran into each other"? Or B, "What's new? I've been so busy I forgot how long it was since I saw you." Four, there's a big school dance coming up. You're not dying for him to ask you. Where, when you see him in school, would you say, "Hey, hear about the dance? The committee," they misspelled committee, just let you know. "The committee is working like crazy. Sounds like it's going to be great. Are you planning to go?" Or B, "Nothing at all. Just wait and pray he'll ask you." Five, three boys and three girls have gotten together at someone's house for a group blind date. A group blind date. There's one boy you like. Conversation isn't going along too easily. Would you A, sit and wait for the boys to make conversation with the girls, or B, ask questions about what you think boys like, directing your questions to the special boy? Okay, I think I'm done with this. I'm done having fun here. Let me see what the next comics he puts out are. Okay, six. He's always been nice to you, but never shown any real interest. Is this entertaining you? It really, nah, only five people watch it. Maybe I need to go on to the next incredible book. Sometimes these little quizzes are funnier than others. That's too late period. You need early period Dennis the Menace. Archie's Pals and Gals. That looks mid seven, maybe mid 70s, but before the UPC code. Eh, man. You guys, I don't know if you watched the earlier stream that started at 6 in the morning, probably not. But I was laughing about the new Kamala Harris ad. Have you seen that? It's classic. Um, that was here's some other good stuff. Why is this in the middle of my Thunder Agents? There's this. This is from Super Comics. They were reprints. This is this was in there and shouldn't be. It's misplaced. That's why I'm thinking I'm going to find my Milton the Monster comic if I go through enough of these boxes. Um, the hurricane created a problem where I kept thinking because it was called Hurricane Milton, and that just made me think of Milton the Monster. And then I started thinking, where is my Milton the Monster comic book from Gold Key? And yeah, that's the problem. Why this line didn't last is they were a quarter, and that was just too much for a kid. This is the Heap is the original Swamp Monster. He was from I think the 40s, late 40s. So Swamp Thing, Man Thing, all the other the Bog Beast from Atlas Seaboard, and who else? There were other. There was another swamp creature that was in an issue of Eerie from Warren. One with a yellow cover. I got that in second grade. But he's the original guy, the Heap, and even he was even there was a parody of the Heap in the EC Harvey Kurtzman Mad comic in the early 50s. Oh, he's got an issue of Plop up. I have all the issues of Plop. Hopefully, someone will claim that. This is from September of 71. So these Tower comics kept going into the early 70s, but the Thunder Agent stuff didn't make it. Oh, look at that. some of these companies that aren't Marvel and DC will have some of the coolest ads. 100 movie monsters, stick on stamps, karate, judo, boxing, sabate, jujitsu. Notice you don't see the word kung fu. That wasn't a word that people knew. Um, they really didn't know that word. I mean, Bruce Lee tried to bring that word in, and when he was on the Green Hornet, I think they were calling it gung fu, spelling it with a G or something. But karate's something, you know, that'd been around. That's a Japanese fighting style. Kung fu is Chinese. Look at this amazing device that lets you see through walls. Amazing device turns walls to glass. Look at Star Wars number 36. This is neat. Feature number 55. Iron Man. Look at this, man. A heap tale of the unusual. Do you see that there? Little blue circle there. This is a science fiction story with EC looking lettering, and it looks very, oh my God, very much like the artist is inspired by Alex Raymond. This could be Al Williamson, who was very Alex Raymond influenced. Well, they all were. Everybody drew from Alex Raymond. Every comic artist in the golden age, they all admired Alex Raymond and Hal Foster, the guys that were doing it for the newspapers. I see Heath getting Star Wars first. It looks like these are reprints from the 50s that Tower is doing here. Very much these are 50s reprints. See, there's another karate ad. There's a lot of ads in these old. There's another 50s reprint. This is where the new material ends. This is a modern 1971 Heap story. And the Heap also appeared. See, this is Skywald Comics. Skywald also had a magazine line, and the Heap was in that and issues of Psycho, I think. Pretty sure. So, but it was the same thing with Marvel. They had Man Thing and the comics, and he'd also appear in Monsters Unleashed. But those stories would be a little bit more, could we say, adult as far as just violence? Man. Anyone want to come on, man? If you want to come on, here's the link. Swamp Thing number 32. Not many shows just put the link out there and allow you to come on. Again, in the chat, if you go back, it's this GoFundMe. My wife has been very ill. She's a little better now. She's enough that she can work today, but it takes a lot out of her, and we're behind on bills and everything. You want to help out a little bit, you know, it'll be great. This is, I have this in here. I have a bunch of issues of Psycho. This is a reprint of Psycho from PS Art Books. And PS Art Books is Roy Thomas's company. And so, see, they reprint all the original ads, just like what we saw. Now, this cost, how much? I don't know. It's kind of pricey, probably. This is probably at least $16, maybe $25. I don't know. What are people saying here? Oh, someone's actually commented. Library 88. I still need that dang Heap comic. P.S. Looking sharp today, Gratu. What's looking sharp? The background? It couldn't be me. Maybe it's because I'm showing comic books. Yeah, this is really good reproduction of these books. This is Psycho number. It's from May 71. It might be Psycho number 1. Could be. Oh, I wish I had got the best of Dennis the Menace. Shoot. I can't even tell you how much I was into Dennis the Menace when I was a little kid. Oh, someone's trying to come in. Who could that be? Why, it's Kevin Johnson of Gotham City Comics. What is up, Kevin?
How you doing?
Good. So what? I didn't get a chance to read the article you sent me, but it looks like they're not allowing comic stores to buy these new facsimiles. What's the story on that?
It said it's a Kickstarter, and they made a point to say that we are pretty much shutting comic book shops out where you can't get it there.
What's their rationale?
I wish they just wouldn't have said anything. Just say you can get it on Kickstarter.
Yeah, that's nasty. I mean, I know that there are a lot of comic stores that don't. There are a lot of stores that aren't going to order that stuff because a lot of comic stores don't cater to people that like old monster stuff. They only want superhero stuff, and so, unfortunately, I mean, you're an exception. You're a monster store too. But what are the books they're reprinting?
All the heavy, all the heavy hitters, the Chamber of Chills.
Oh, okay, that's stuff that's already been reprinted in the bound books from,
Yeah.
but probably the Chamber of Chills with the girl where you're looking through the glass and she's the skull. It's
Yeah.
probably that one.
Yep.
Yeah, when a comic gets to be something worth, you know, five digits value,
How you
then
doing?
people are going to reprint up customers.
You got this stuff for you?
Well, is that Library 88? Is that just a one issue heap or is there more than one issue of the heap? You sound like you know something about it. The stuff I show, I'm not showing you like this is my new haul. This is stuff I've had since the late 70s, early 80s that I got at what is now mycomicshop.com when it was a brick and mortar store. My local store was Lone Star Comics. I lived in that town, so I don't know what is the heap expensive now. I don't know. What do I know? Oh, oh my God! I got to get this off. This is driving me crazy watching comics displayed. Luckily, most of them are horrible. Okay, we get this off. Is let's Where am I going? I think I blew a blood vessel in my brain or something about 2 months ago, and my vision got worse like almost overnight. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I need those progressive glasses.
Hmm.
I guess they call them because I'm wearing my glasses, my reading glasses, on the tip of my nose.
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
tried
wear 'em
getting
on
bifocals once, and I didn't like it because it was.
because I can see from across the room. I can see the TV perfectly. It's just the up close I can't read the words.
Okay, so
So I wear
that's called being farsighted. Yeah. Oops, someone else is trying to come in. Who could it be? Oh, it's Jambo at the stage. Hello, Jambo. What's up?
Hey guys,
Hey
Hey,
Jumbo.
how y'all doing?
Good.
pretty good. What's been up?
Oh, not much. I looked at your, I guess it was your program you put up yesterday. And it had the commercial, and then I thought that was hilarious.
Oh,
The
that was
Kamala
actually this
commercial.
morning at 6 in the morning.
Was that this morning?
Yeah, yeah, that was unbelievable.
That's
Do you know,
crazy.
Kevin? Do you know what he's talking about? The Kamala
No,
Harris
because
commercial.
I
You
didn't get
can
on
tell
till
how out
much
of touch
later.
they are, you know?
It's Kamala Harris. Her campaign decided to dress up some soy boys like real men, and they say, I'm a real man, and I'm voting for a woman." And but they're all just there's a guy sitting on the back of a pickup truck and he's posed like some woman from the Victorian era. The way they held their legs just perfectly, and these uh,
It was
it just
crazy.
it's seriously unbelievable. Uh, it's like a parody. Everything that they do is it's like they're trying to be funny.
I think they're trying to do it on purpose. It seems like.
Yeah, which
I
is why
don't know if
some.
they were being serious or they were just trying to insult people in a backhanded way,
I think
or
they're trying to
No,
destroy their campaign because they're going to put somebody else in last minute or something.
yeah.
I think they were 100% trying to be serious. That's what they think men are like. I think, but I'll play it again. Let me find it here. So what's been up, Jimbo?
Oh, not a lot. It's just working, doing the thing. It's kind of slowed down a bit because the weather's gotten a little bit cooler around
Yeah,
my area anyway. So
yeah,
so
You
things
came out to
things are calming
Arizona, you could work on ACs year round.
down.
yeah. You
Right.
ever think of that? um,
Yeah, it's still very warm out there, right, Kevin?
Like 104 or 108 today, I think.
Oh my God, man.
shit,
I don't know how you
really?
guys do it.
In October? What was the hottest it got over the summer?
Hey, library, how you doing?
Um,
Oh yeah. Hey
I think
Jumbo, it's
I thought we beat our record, which was 122.
Wow.
Maybe it was 123, 124.
It,
that's insane.
I like
Library.
warm weather, man, but I don't think I could do that. I really don't think I could stand 120 plus degrees. It just I wilter.
Library 88 says, I haven't tried the CCC claim sale yet. I feel I would get overexcited hovering over the keyboard trying to nab all the cool 70s books. I wouldn't, I tried it last Saturday. I wouldn't call it being excited. It's just, it's horrible. It's a horrible experience. It's the horrible experience of being on eBay at the last second trying to outbid someone on something you want, except imagine that, but stretched out over 3 hours and it never ends. It's like, and there's several people that want all the same stuff as you, and they're usually like people that are on your that are always in your chat, so they're not enemies, and and they're going after the same books, and it's horrible.
See which one it was.
So I was I couldn't take it, man.
You won some a few weeks ago, right? A couple weeks ago.
Well, yeah, I won. Yeah, I have some coming, but they kind of got held up in Orlando
Uh,
because of the hurricane.
yeah, the
So,
weather.
but yeah, what happened is I went on, and then there's two guys doing the show, and then if you get one from one guy, then you have to send the money to different places, and they come from different places, and then each one of them you've got to get 10 books. It says free shipping, $2 a
Yeah,
book,
yeah.
but you got to read the fine print. You got to get 10 books for them to be able to afford to send you free shipping. And then it's like, how am I going to find 10 books? Most of this stuff I wouldn't. It's just horrible dollar stuff,
Just as
modern
Batman.
stuff. But then scattered in, it's like all of a sudden, oh man, that's the second issue of Metamorpho from the 60s, and it's
Wow.
going for $2 and stuff like that, But anyway, that's coming to me. 10.
Mm.
Yeah, it's mostly just, stuff that a few years ago no one would have cared about but me and Captain Strange Life, like issues of Wendy the Good Little Witch and hot stuff. And now people can't afford that. Now everybody's descending on the stuff that no one used to care
Went
about.
crazy last night.
Yeah, you're right.
And
I
it's
noticed
like,
that all the Western stuff, the Golden Age Western stuff, you could buy that stuff for $5 all day, just a couple of years ago. And now
yeah.
you get on eBay or something like that, and it's going about the same as regular Golden Age stuff. And I'm like,
But are
wow.
you looking at the completed sales? Is it really selling for that, or are people asking that?
Uh, it's selling for that because
Yeah.
I mean I put bids in on stuff, and I put the way I
Sorry,
do it is I put how much I'm willing to waste on
sorry,
this
customer.
particular comic book. And
Uh-huh.
if it goes for more than that, then I don't feel bad because I wasn't going to pay that much anyways, But
Take pictures and send
there's
out.
people that will pay more than that, and pay a
Well, I don't. It's
Start
just
here and then work that way.
I don't.
Start with
I
the
mean, the people that bought that love that stuff as kids are pretty much gone,
Yeah.
and no one cared for a long time. And now there's people that are the grandkids of those guys that are buying it, and they're like 60 years old. And I don't know that when those guys wind up in heaven, if I don't think
difference.
anyone's going to care. I don't know that it's going to maintain its value. I think
I think
that's the
you're
case
right.
with a lot of these comics. I
Yeah.
mean, unless their cover is just spectacular, I think Jungle Girl comics that you collect, I
Left
think
to
even kids that inherit those books will say, This is amazing."
At least the little boys,
Unless
right?
they're all politically correct, and it's like, oh,
Right.
we got to get rid of Granddad's books because look, this is just not right the way these natives are depicted or whatever, or look how they're objectifying this woman. But I don't know. I don't. I
Yeah,
just don't
it's
like when the stuff that I bought as a kid, the stuff that I cherished, that I cut my teeth with as a little kid, Ghosts and House of Mystery, and now all these people are descending on it. They could care. They could have cared less about it. They wanted their Deadpool and Venom, and
yeah.
now, oh, there's this stuff, and you don't care about it. You're never even going to open the book. You're just
Right.
showing
They
the
don't care that
covers.
it's in a hunk of plastic and
And
they're never
yeah,
going to
and
open it up and read it. They don't care. They just got it and they want to look at it.
and I
And
hear people saying, "Oh, the stuff's going up in value. It's I can't
mm,
buy it anymore. I'm priced out of the market." I looked on mycomicshop.com at House of Mysteries, and they seem to be from the era I like about $30. And it's like, well, is that real? Well, that's pretty expensive, but is that what they're talking about? Because when people say, "Oh, it's unbelievably expensive now," I thought they meant over $100, but
mm,
maybe it's just unbelievably expensive to someone that doesn't really care about the books. It's just, oh, I better go on to something else no one cares about and I don't care about just so I can show it on YouTube and look cool.
mm.
Um, but I don't know. It's weird watching someone that's 30 years younger than you. All they've got this stuff that you bought when you were in second grade, and you wish you could get that missing issue in between two that you got, but no, it's the 25-30 year olds are all slabbing it and you can't get it. uh, Let me show you this, those of you that are watching that didn't see this earlier. This is the new Kamala Harris ad.
Oh man.
Oh,
Not afraid of women. They want to control their bodies. That's what
Oh,
they're
really?
for. They want.
They got about five
yeah.
guys that are not
You're right.
afraid
The
of
guy in
women.
the pickup truck was hilarious. So, I mean,
Yeah, the way he's holding himself, it's just so. All of these guys are complete opposite of masculine.
in the
Okay,
comments that people posted after, in the little comment section,
I've got
hilarious.
to record this before it gets yanked down off the internet. But
How much
after
do
they
you
see
think
that,
these guys got paid? Like, because I wouldn't do that for a lot of money.
well, there's someone did research in who these guys were, and there's a guy that says I can lift 1,000 pounds without even that guy's in like adult films apparently, and then
Oh
but
no.
the LGBT kind of adult films, and then this guy is like an Antifa guy. Like he's all into. I mean, these are all obviously ultra liberals, and they've dressed him up like the way they think masculine guys act.
Right.
So
They
so
have him
just
say the S word and stuff like
they
that to
said,
make it
yeah,
more
I
appealing.
I can I can braid the shit out of my daughter's hair. It's like, that's the way guys, real men talk. Like I could treat the shit out of my wife well, or something like that. It's just all completely like they're space aliens trying to figure out how humans talk. Look at this.
I'm a man. I'm a man, man. And I'm man enough. I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon. Man enough to cook my steak rare. Man enough to deadlift 500 and braid the shit out of my daughter's hair. You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast. I ain't afraid of bears. That's what bear hugs are for. I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of.
$6?
Women.
Oh, you know
I'm not
why?
afraid of women. I'm not afraid of women. They want to
$5.
control their bodies.
Yeah.
I
I
think
am a woman.
they want to use ideas to start a family. I'm not
Yeah.
afraid of families.
Big
You want to
kid,
do
so-
childless cat ladies? Have all the cats you want. Woman wants to be president? Well, I
That
hope
was
she has
the
the
right
guts
over.
to look me right in the eye and accept my full-throated endorsement. Because I'm man enough to support women. Man enough to know what kind of donuts I want. Man enough to admit I'm lost, even when I refuse to ask for directions. Man enough to not ban young women from reading Little Women or one of those pants books that his sisters like. I'm man enough to raw dog a flight. It sucks.
Two
Not
whole
worth
books.
it. I'm man enough to be emotional in front of my wife, in front of my kids, in front of my horse. I'm man enough to tell you that I cried at Love Actually, Good Will Hunting, West Side Story, that, and Brother. I'm sick of so-called men domineering, belittling, and controlling women just so they can feel more powerful. That's not how my mom raised me. I love women. I love women who support their families. Women who decide not to have families. Women who take charge. And I'm man enough to help them win.
God, that's one of the most ridiculous political ads I've ever seen in my life.
That's crazy.
I eat carburetors for breakfast. When does the 500-pound guy become the ultimate masculine guy, man? Oh man. Well, so much for that. What else? What else has been up?
Do you have this?
Let me see. So
I like
wait.
that book. I don't have it
Yes,
though.
I do. I do have
Okay.
that. It's
Okay. Yeah, I
great.
picked up a copy for $2 the other day, so
Oh shit.
I thought I'd send it to you if you didn't have it.
Well, what have you? Do you have stuff that you're going to sell at conventions, or do you keep a box of stuff you're getting? You
No,
don't.
there's a convention coming up in the first week of November, and yeah, I didn't really have anything, worth setting up with, so I don't think I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to it and probably buy some books there, but I'm not
Yeah.
going to set up there.
Well,
The last show, I think I sold most of the good stuff I had, so
yeah.
I haven't restocked yet.
Well, Dave Stevens is. I was aware of him when those books were coming out, and I was
Mhm.
buying them at the time. It was just so obvious then. I'm sure you were too.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I
and so
remember
I was a
seeing
first generation Dave Stevens fan. So I bought everything that came. There were a few
the Betty
covers that
Page stuff is
slipped.
what caught my eye of his first, when he was doing those and the Betty Pages, I think, and then
Oh yeah.
those single comics he did, and then the Jungle Comics cover he
Oh yeah.
did, and the Sheena 3D thing.
Oh
So
yeah. I mean, I would drive. I mean, Dallas Fort Worth is a. I lived in Arlington in the middle of they call it the Metroplex. It's a bunch of cities and towns all kind of in a cluster. I drive all the miles, 20 miles to get the Betty Pages. I'd have to go to
mm.
some other comic because it wasn't a store. It wasn't a magazine every comic store carried because that was
how
in the
many uh,
early. Yeah.
how many stores were in your area that you went to most of the time?
Why you
I know
want
you
Well,
one?
there
had,
were a lot of them, but I never went to all of them.
you
But the
had this
main,
one, right? The Duncanville.
yes,
I got
that's the
something the other day from them, and I don't remember what it was now, but they included this with it
okay.
and opened it up, and I
That's the best comic store that I'm aware of the in that area.
mm,
And as far as back issue, I mean, I think Kevin has the best store in the United States that I've ever seen.
yeah,
Duncanville
yeah,
Books
definitely.
has a better old selection of old stuff.
Okay,
I mean, because
the back issues, yeah.
yeah, and they have it divided. I'll show you. It's a really good store. I mean, I don't know if you ever are going to get into that area, if you're going to be in Texas. Uh,
Well, who knows? I mean, the company I work for is all the time buying restaurants in different
okay.
places, so
Like, see, this book came from. I can tell immediately it came from Duncanville Books. It doesn't have a price tag. It has a dot, and the
okay.
colored dots have a meaning. And I think this blue dot. I think that meant it was a $2 book. But then they have a $5 bin, and they all have a different color dot. And then they have the more expensive books, and they actually have the price and grades on them,
Hmm.
and on the sticker. And then they have Silver Age, and even they have a half price section of those books, and it just It's real easy to drop $50, $60 just within a few minutes there, and get a giant stack of books. I one time I think I had this many books. I think I just got a cardboard box and put them in to take them
Right.
home. Uh, it's a great store. And you'll find golden age books in the $2 bin. They don't have a
Wow.
dollar bin. $2 their bottom. I mean, they're not in great shape, but they're
Yeah.
pretty much all there and everything. Uh, Library 88 says, yeah, Harveys are getting really popular. Westerns, romance too. Yep. Yeah, I think in some cases because these trendy artists. I mean, it's not that Matt Baker is trendy. He's always been great, but lately
Mhm.
he's been like the one that all these newbies talk only
Right.
about
They're
Matt
just
Baker because it
discovering him.
makes you feel good because, well, he's an African American artist and I'm into him. So look, it's like voting for Barack Obama or something. But Matt Baker was one of the great artists, but it's like, oh, everyone, oh, Matt Baker. And you can't afford the Matt Baker covers that are people have loved for generations. So people are starting to move into, well, Matt Baker drew this, and it's like nothing. It's good illustration, but it's not one of the spectacular ones. But you can say, well, I've got a Matt Baker comic. Library 88. Yeah, I bought a book on eBay eBay one, and it turned out to be from Duncanville Books. And I thought, oh, that's Gratu's old local shop. Cool. Yeah, it's a great store. It was a great store. It still, I'm sure, is a great store, but you sure could find great stuff in it. Um, so, um, what else have you found lately? Have you? Are you going to get? Oh, oh,
I
yeah, I
found
have
that.
that. Yeah, I have that too.
I didn't have any of these, and I seen it, and I thought, oh wow. See, it was $2 also,
Oh, yeah.
but I didn't have any, and I thought, oh, this was one of the ones maybe that Disney had them discontinue, but I don't think it is, right?
No.
The other character looked more like Mickey, right?
Well, the other character was Mickey.
Right.
That
The
was
one that
uh
was running
that
the
was uh
dope and
that was
stuff.
Dan O'Neill's comic. It was I think it was
Hmm.
just Mickey Mouse and the Air Pirates. I think they
That's
used
right.
Mickey Mouse's name, and it
Yeah.
looked just like the 30s illustrations, except he was carrying dope around and doing dirty things. Yeah,
That's
there's
pretty
a
funny.
first issue of that comic that's got an even more spectacular cover with a Mickey in a circle. It's fantastic. Um,
I got this the other day because I
okay,
didn't have it, and
I'm not. I don't think I have that issue. Is there a particular significance of that issue, or is it just
it
one you
has
needed?
the first Gamora,
Oh,
which
okay,
used to not be a big thing, until the Guardians movies came along. But
yeah.
uh, yeah, it jumped up in price, but I think it's kind of came back down
What is
after
it,
the.
about $70? What would?
I think I gave 35, 37, something like that for that one. So it
That's
was
not
not.
bad.
It was probably a mid grade book.
Oh, that's a great one. I got that during the pandemic, really cheap.
Oh yeah. See, now
Uh,
this has gone up again too. Uh,
huh.
I don't know if it's just because people are after the horror titles or what, but
Yeah, I don't know. He appeared in that Werewolf by Night TV show that everyone loved.
this was in
So,
a $2 bin, so I
oh,
grabbed.
really? Why was that in a $2 bin? Is it in
I
good
don't
shape?
know. I really don't know. Other than it's got the writing up there in the corner,
Oh,
618, but that could be
that,
a store, something the store wrote up there.
yeah, that wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't mind that stuff.
Yeah. So I opened it up and there was nothing going on with it.
I like stores that
That was a
get
dollar.
upset by a little bit of writing and give you discounts. That's good.
Right.
Library 88 says, I still need to get some Mickey Rats again. Had some in my teenage years. And he says, Adventure into Fear Man Thing books are some go my faves, as is Modoc. Two Marvel essentials. Oh
That
yeah.
was $5. So
Oh cool. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get some issues of that. Um,
What else? Yeah, I just was buying some cheap books, and this was $1.
oh, $1. That's hilarious when you think about what that stuff was going for just about 3 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, other than being in a crappy bag, it's not really that bad, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eternals, you can't give that book away anymore.
That was $1, and of course, this just reprints some of the old Warlock stuff that they
Yeah. But it's
redid when Thanos was getting popular.
right.
Yeah, I haven't got too much this week. I've not been too active buying.
Yeah. Um,
I got this for $20. I think I showed you this maybe.
no, I don't
I saw
think
your video
so.
with that. The guy thought it was a reprint.
Yeah, it's got some bug chew right there, and it's got this place missing up here. But
I think
other
I
than that,
have.
the back cover and everything's really nice, and the
Uh,
insides are really nice. And when you look at it on eBay and stuff to buy it,
uh,
and in this condition like this, they're wanting like $600 for it, like this,
and you paid what? Are you
20
allowed to say?
bucks.
Oh, well, that's insanity, man.
Well, he said it was a reprint because I think he had seen this one.
That's the one I have. Yeah.
Yeah. And he thought, oh, this one's like magazine size, is what he said, and it's a reprint. But if he opened it up and looked at it, he could have seen that it said Avon on the inside in 1949. But I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. And it made me double think myself there for a while. I was like, was there another reprint that I'm not aware of? You know, I only knew about the one, but I took the chance, and yeah, it was a
Do
real
you
thing. So
do you think that there are about 80 to 100 collectors worldwide into what we're into that are creating the illusion that there's a huge wave of people wanting these
mm,
books? Maybe less than that.
I think so. Yeah, there's probably that is really into it, honestly into the comics and stuff like that. There's a bunch of people that buy the stuff just to resell it and sell it again, you know, and make some money off of it. But I think that's probably a realistic kind of view. Probably around probably 80 people,
And
maybe that
the
are
bunch of
really
people
into it.
buying and
And
reselling are reselling it to us, the 80 to
yeah,
100 people.
right.
Nobody's ever,
And
It's
nobody's ever coming here
I
after
don't
that.
know, man. Um,
And
the
you know, there is, like I said, very few people that really do appreciate it and read them and enjoy them and stuff like that. And you know, there's other people that just buy them, and I don't know what they leave them sitting in plastic. I don't know if that's how they enjoy them. They
well,
never read them. They don't, you know, look at the story or get anything out of it that way. But
we were talking about hunting this morning on a live stream this morning, or maybe about 7 in the morning. I was talking to the Centaur, and to me, as someone that buys these comics in slabs and puts them on a wall, it's like someone that shoots a deer just for the antlers and doesn't eat. I mean, if you
mhm,
eat it, or this equivalent of reading the comic, and
yeah,
you actually do something and not just kill it just to have a trophy. And a lot of this is all, as long as I hear people talk about key issues, I automatically know, okay, that's not my kind of collector. That's not,
yeah,
I know that's the current term. I just don't like it because that means it's like, oh, those are the only issues that matter, is the key issues. And these people that are like half my age, like the sticky goose guy, I hear him talk about, uh, well, I would tell new collectors not to buy these single issues, to buy the omnibus, and that's the way to do it. And it's like, I think, well, then you don't get the experience of the comic. You don't have the ads. You don't have the smell of it. You don't.
right.
But and yeah, they don't get it because they're younger and they don't have any nostalgia for that time period. They're just
It
uh,
must be something like that, and a lot of them just don't care to read the stories, you know, because they're dated and they don't get a lot of the stuff that they're referencing, and
Yeah, and that's the other thing that I heard him say is that he doesn't. He's like They said when I got in, everyone told me on YouTube that these are the books I should buy, and he holds up these '60s Fantastic Four comics and says, But do you guys really like these? The stories. They're almost like they're written for children." It's like, oh yeah, that's because they're comic books more.
they were written for
Yeah,
children. Really.
it's like, but he's someone that's into all that, Preacher and the new Moon Knight, where it's mentally insane, and they want all this dark
The
stuff.
Watchmen and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, if you want that, read a real book, read a
Right.
novel. If you want to, these are comic books. They're meant for 9-year-olds. Uh, but I don't know.
It must
I
be a
mean,
generational thing because I
it's a
can still
generational
read
thing.
books from like the
I can't get angry at him for not
That's what I mean.
understanding the nostalgic.
Yeah.
But I can, even though I was born, I can look at a comic from 1945, 20
Yeah.
years before I was born, and feel, I don't know, maybe it's from a past life, but I can feel what like my father would have felt. Not that he was into comics that much. Seeing that, because I know about history and what life was like. I mean,
How much
Yeah.
anime I have to make?
Yeah, I'm the same way. I can appreciate them, and I actually like those comics from that era better than even
Yeah.
the 60s and 70s and stuff.
Well, I honestly do too, but I can't afford them and stay married or to stay alive.
So all new stuff that the kids are into.
How's
Yeah.
Greta doing? Is she doing better?
It comes and goes. She seems to get a little better from having like a flu kind of symptoms, and then she gets worse again, and then she's kind of depressed because she doesn't, she never gets out, and
Yeah.
it's just a lot of yeah, it comes and goes, and then she I spend too much time doing that. Right now she's working, but
Yeah.
like I don't know, I spend much time on this YouTube and stuff, and it's like and then last night I had a temper tantrum during a live stream that I took down because I just get pissed about shit and how I've been treated. And then it's like she watches me melt down, and it's like it makes her feel bad, that she's married to such a loser. Oh, no notifications. Yeah, maybe that's what YouTube's doing to me. Friar Tuck says, I'm back from LCS, picked up mostly 90s stuff, but will come on if you want me to show them. Sure, we'll bring them on. We'll make fun of them. No, just kidding. No, there was good stuff in the 90s. I can't think of what it was, but I think there was. Myra says, no notification. That's another thing. She says, you go on the show and you're just such an asshole. But that's
They had some independent, stuff that was.
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah. Of course there was, and there was
me,
good
I liked
stuff.
Cave Woman and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, there was tons of stuff
With
actually in the
Bud Reed,
'90s. It was all the independent. They were reprinting
There
all
wasn't
this
a
stuff.
lot. I will
There
say
was a
there wasn't a
regular
lot
Black
that I
Cat
really liked.
comic coming from. There was Harvey Recollections comics that were reprints of their old stuff. It looked like from the original art. Meyer, no notifications. Any progress on Greta getting closer to being able to have surgery? Well, she's lost weight. Just that bites. F YouTube. Yeah, because Meyer is unpacking, and I wanted him to unpack some stuff live on
Oh, that'd
air,
be
and he
cool.
didn't. I was talking to him. I said, "Oh, I'm about to do a live stream," and then they don't notify him. I guess I could have notified him, but
Yeah.
let me put the link here again. Okay. Post comment. Kevin was just telling me that people are reprinting pre-code horror comics and facsimiles, but they're doing them as a Kickstarter, and they're bragging that they're not going to make them available to comic stores. They're trying to make comic stores obsolete, so that doesn't make a store owner feel good.
No.
Stuff like Chamber of Chills and stuff. Let's see. So that's
That one
Kevin.
company that he was getting the books from, that was, I think they were about $15, and they were sealed with a little seal on the back of the plastic bag. Other than that, they look pretty original.
Yeah, that was
That was
PS
a
Art
really
Books.
good. That was a really good company. So I
It
hope it's not
still
them.
is. it's not. They're not gone. They're
I
still
hope
making.
not.
No,
Yeah.
they're still putting out stuff. I just got a reprint of a Charlton Monster magazine called
Oh,
Horror
okay.
Monsters. Yeah, they're still doing it. That's um, so.
See, my local shops don't get anything like that. I mean, they're just
Yeah,
going for mostly the mainstream stuff. And I mean, if you do find something like that, it's was probably a mistake that they ordered or something
right.
like that.
That's why Kevin is so important. Friar Tuck
Yeah.
says, I was a DC guy around the 90s, which is the stuff I liked, which was rebooted 40s and 50s heroes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Belgob Buttafuoco, I think I know who he is, says, quick note, Trump just called the USA occupied America and said November 5th is Liberation Day. It's heating up, or he says it's hotting up. Okay, I bet that's the Centaur. I think it is. Library 88, 90s brought us a lot. Oh, 90s brought us a lot of indie, alternative, and art gems. Yes, Fantagraphics, etc. Eight Ball Hate. Yeah, okay, I completely forgot. Yes, that was a wonderful era for that stuff.
Yeah.
When I knocked the 90s, I'm talking Marvel, DC. Yeah, Eight Ball Hate. Oh man, that was great stuff. And then that resulted in one of my favorite movies of all time, Ghost World, which is okay. Trump is actually on now. He's it just started.
Yeah. He's got a lot of speaking engagements this weekend. I think he's
Yeah,
got several places.
he's doing one or two appearances every day
Mm.
between now and election day. Do you see a lot of Trump signs around where you're at, or a lot of Harris signs, or what?
It's almost. I mean, you get like an occasional Harris sign, but I mean, it's almost all red around where I'm at. So
Okay.
I mean,
Uh,
when you get into like the bigger town, like Lexington, Kentucky, I mean, you
yeah.
see a few Harris signs over there and stuff. It's more liberal. So
Yeah. So, Kevin,
Kevin
are you
must be.
there?
I'm here.
Do you have? Is there anything new you could show Jimbo that you gotten
He
in?
had
Or
that what was that magazine that was reprinting some of the Fiction House stuff?
Yeah,
Alter
that's over
Ego,
here.
was that an Alter Ego?
Yeah, it's set aside over here for you.
Okay, okay.
what is
I
that
might give you a
magazine?
call later if that's okay, and
Yeah.
get a few things. What She-Hulks do you have there? Do you have any of the John Byrne She-Hulks?
I don't have any She-Hulks. Maybe a few of the new ones that just came out.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah, not.
what's this Fiction House magazine, Jimbo?
It was Alter Ego. I think they were just talking
Oh,
about
the
some of
one
the.
with the Jungle Girl cover. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Did you see my show where I was saying that the Jambo needs to be contacted about this?
I must
Did
have
he?
missed that one, but I
Oh,
seen it somewhere. I think Kevin was showing it. I don't remember where I seen it.
I
Maybe
sent
I
you a
did see it
picture.
on that.
I sent you a picture of it.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. Yeah, yeah, it
just
was on
yeah. It's
Instagram.
like the whole magazine, almost the whole thing is about the history of Jungle comics. It's fantastic. You won't believe it. Do
That'd be awesome.
you have that handy where you can show it to him, Kevin?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's busy.
I'll go grab it.
Okay.
Did
Um,
Kevin sell a lot of books when he was showing them in his back room there? I know he got on your
I don't know. I
stream a
don't.
couple of times and was going through some boxes and pulling out things, and he sold a bunch of X-Men and things like that, I think.
Oh yes, he did actually.
Mhm.
I got one of those X-Men books,
Oh, awesome.
but Spinner Rack got it.
Did he?
He's more wealthy than I am.
Right. Well, Dave, yeah, he does. He gets the best quality stuff, it seems like. So
Oh yeah, he got the Captain. I'm sorry, the Ms. Marvel with first appearance, the two with the first appearance of
Mystique.
Mystique, yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't know. He sold that X-Men 14 to someone I think for $500. It was in great condition,
Wow.
and he's
That's cool.
okay. Here we go. Let's get that.
Kanga.
Did you get anything from Last Frontier Comics?
No, I never got anything from you.
Yeah.
I think most of the ones that I was interested in, he was wanting to keep in his collection, so I don't blame him for that. I
Well,
would.
there was a Charlton with a caveman cover, and he's holding that
Oh,
for
okay.
me. And that Jet Aces, even though that doesn't have it, it's a fiction house. It doesn't have a girl on the cover,
Oh,
but
look at
it's
that.
still
They have.
so cool with the jets and the logo. I want to get. See, it's just like it's it doesn't stop. It's just
That's the
pages.
first ruler there, that Zoot down there at the bottom.
How many of these books that we're seeing here do you have in your collection?
I've got both of those at the bottom. I'm
Wow.
not sure what that is at the top.
Looks like maybe a panel or an inside page. I can't
Yeah, it
tell.
could be a splash page or something.
Crusoe Island.
Oh, it might be a Classics Illustrated.
Yeah, that looked like a
I
classic.
probably got that Fight Comics there, that Tiger. I have those. I don't have that one. I just have a reprint of it. I just got that one.
One at the top. What is that?
Yeah, that was the Slave Girl. I just showed you. That's the splash
Oh,
page.
yeah. Well, didn't you get a reprint of that one from Kevin? But that one, which White Princess Doctor versus the Jungle the Doctor, that was
Yeah, that's an Avon book, and those are pretty funny. It actually has Slave Girl strip in it too. Also,
oh, wow.
that's thrilling over there. I think I have that one. And Nyoka, I've got several of those. I don't think I have that one on the bottom right.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first one up there on the top right. I don't have that one either.
Fantastic.
Looks like a movie poster or one of the serial posters up there on the top left of that page.
Yeah.
Because it was like a movie. I guess they showed it at the theaters back in the day.
Well, Jungle Girl, wasn't that Edgar Rice Burroughs?
Did he do?
Guys, I got to jump off for a second and pay for a mask, and then I'll come back.
Oh, okay, sure.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zork says, sorry, go ahead.
I was trying to think. Edgar Rice Burroughs did. Was it Rima? Was he the one that did Rima to begin with? Was that Burroughs?
I don't think so. I think, I thought it was Jungle Girl. I could be wrong.
Could be. Could be.
Rima, I don't know. Zork says, and we will put these, he's got it in quotation marks. Oh, it's from Trump, a quote from Trump. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. My wife says, buy more tea while you're out, please. Okay. All right. I will do that. Library 88 says, I think Spinner Rack made a video for his X-Men's from Gotham City. Haven't watched it. Yes, he did.
I need to look at that too. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, the collection was, some guy brought in some X-Men's and they were in really good shape.
That's one title that I've not tried to collect, and it's not because I don't enjoy them or I don't think they're great books, because they are, but they just went up in price, and I just don't want to pay that money for them and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
It's like Spider-Man. I don't collect Spider-Man for that same reason. Everybody's looking for them, and they're just so expensive,
Yeah, that's what sucks. I mean, I never was able to do that with Spider-Man, even in the late '70s when I was in Lone Star Comics. The Spider-Mans were stuff I couldn't afford.
I had a Spider-Man 1 at one time, but
really?
I sold it because I never did finish the run up or anything, so.
Well, I wish I had more from the '60s. I just never, I guess I just determined, okay, these are too expensive, and they probably weren't that much, really. But I see dog vomit here. Anyway, they were. I just Fantastic Four I could afford, not the real early ones, and I could
Yeah.
afford. I just figured, okay, all the early stuff, all Marvel Tales. I would get it through Marvel Tales, those giant size '60s Marvel Tales and the Marvel's Greatest Comics. That's how I got my earliest Fantastic Fours, and it was all there and everything. This is a reprint of Horror Monsters, of Charlton magazine, and it's PS Art books, and it's got all the original ads and the original covers and everything. It's smaller. This is actually the size of a comic book, so
Oh, okay.
you can't tear the cardboard off and make it look like the original magazine. Um, this is what I got. Um, Donald Trump paid for this one. He called up Kevin about a week and a half ago and paid for some books because because look, I don't know if I showed this on a video. He sent me this letter. Where is it, man? Where's my letter from Trump? I don't see it here, man. Anyway, he's thanking me. Gosh, it's here around here somewhere. It said that he was. Yeah, anyway, doesn't matter. It's somewhere around here somewhere. This is oh my God, X-Men 105. You
Yeah,
know,
that's a great one.
so
Fire Lord, yeah.
because I have two copies of 103, and then I have I think 109 or something, and I didn't have the ones in between. And he's got two others saved in my whole pile from in between. So I'll get those when I can. But
That's a good
um,
one. I mean, it's got like a first appearance. If you listen to everybody talk about, uh, first appearances and everything, it has somebody in it, Starjammers or something like that in it.
yeah,
Can't remember.
this is a magazine I recommend, Cryptology. It's from the well, it's from the the same people, the Roy Tom. It's the same people that put out all the alter ego and all that. And this covers monster stuff, horror comics, um,
Wow.
movies, you know, comics based on Edgar Allan Poe. It's just a monster magazine that covers all aspects of monsters. It's kind of like the way the Monster Times newspaper and Castle of Frankenstein magazine were. As anything monsters they cover, from breakfast cereal to comic books, not just movies like Famous Monsters would do. So Kevin probably still has copies of that also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Need to call him today.
Um, let's see what people are saying here. Library 88. I think Spinnerack made a video. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Library 88. I never realized how amazingly beautiful the cover for X-Men 105 is. It really is beautiful. It almost looks like Bernie Wrightson drew it or something. It's
Yeah.
great. Cryptology looks glorious. Got to grab one. Yeah, I think I don't know if it was that one or some other book that he ordered 10 copies of, and
Hmm.
uh, but yeah, it's
I was wondering if Kevin had been watching much uh, Me TV because they have a show on there called Collector's Call,
oh
and
yeah.
it has a girl from one of the old sitcoms from back in the 70s, and she's the hostess. And they have a guy on there this weekend, I think, that's going to be showing Monster Mask stuff
Oh
from,
no, no, he needs to know. We need to find out
yeah,
when that's going to be on.
yeah.
And
Collector's Call is what it's called, and
is it on the weekend?
I think it is. I think it's on Saturday night, so tonight or tomorrow night, I
Yeah,
think.
well, Saturday night
Maybe
during
Sunday night.
October, the Svengoolie has a double feature. So
It's got to be tomorrow night or Sunday night
okay.
then.
All right.
Yeah.
If anyone's watching that I can't access my internet on the phone because I'm doing this, but if you could look at MeTV's schedule, it's called Collector's Corner. Yeah, I'll
Collector's
record that. I
Call.
can record that with these DVRs, I can record just like I'm recording off
Yeah.
TV with a VCR, and I
Okay.
can record that and make sure he gets a copy. Um, yeah,
It's,
he's into masks big time.
oh, it was the girl from the Facts of Life. The blonde-headed girl, Blair, I think was her name. Is the character's name in the Facts of Life. I never did watch the
Okay.
show, but
Yeah, I don't
she's
know.
actually pretty cool, and she goes to comic collectors' houses and stuff like that, and they show their collection, and she usually has somebody with her, and they're supposedly like a collector specialist in that area or something like that, and they will have something they're trying to trade that person for something out of their collection, and most of the
Oh,
time they don't trade.
yeah, it sounds like a American Pickers kind of situation.
Yeah, but
Um,
they show their collection and everything and give them an idea, a ballpark of what they think it's worth and stuff like that. But yeah,
huh.
if they're really collecting, I don't think they probably care. They're just collecting for the
Yeah,
collecting.
I don't. I wish that comics didn't have value, that they were
Yeah,
basically worthless, that the expensive ones were $10.
yeah, I said that myself. In one of my videos a while back, I was saying, I wish they were only worth pennies, and then are virtually worthless, and then you could get what you really wanted. I would still collect them and get them,
Yeah,
but
I
all
just,
these people out here are spending this ungodly money, letting them sitting around in plastic and sticking them on
well,
safes or whatever, just
I love them as an art form,
yeah,
the early stuff, not more recent stuff. I'd like to read them but these inflated values, I don't know. Um, There's that again, that sticky goose guy that was all, I don't know. I haven't seen any notifications. Maybe he's disappeared off the internet, but he uh, he was saying he made some video that was designed to provoke, where he said that everyone's just in it for money. Let's face it, all comic collectors really all they care about is money. And some guy from England said, "This is absolutely ridiculous what he's saying." Well, although 50% I do like, and then it turns out he sells all kinds of comics on the line. I don't care. I just want to read the books. I wish
right.
it was like, you could get everything for $2 each. I,
His
I
video
don't.
had the desired effect. He was just trying to stir everybody up and get a response and
Yeah,
a
partly,
lot of
but
views and notoriety, and it did that for him, so
I think he was also kind of angry and lashing out because
yeah,
he felt like he was steered wrong, and because he's someone that was has to be told how to collect,
yeah,
and he listened to people online say this is the way to collect. These are the valuable comics. This is what you do when you get them. You send them off, get them slabbed, and then he started to realize, hey, I've spent all these thousands of dollars and I've lost all this money. This stuff isn't as valuable as it was during the pandemic, and
well,
these people
see.
steered me wrong, or they're just he and
He
then he
was
tried to
collecting
get
all wrong, man.
revenge.
Because see, you collect what you enjoy and what you like, and then if it's worthless, you still enjoy it, you still like it,
Yeah,
so it still means something to you. So
yeah.
somebody
So
told him wrong, I guess.
yeah. So let's see. Oh, someone has commented here. Library
They're,
cryptology looks glorious. Got to grab one. Friar Tuck
they're
UTV has
annoying.
collector's call at 6:30 on Sunday p.m. Blair from Facts of Life. I find her annoying. I never watched Facts of Life. That's
I
something.
never either. I remember the show, but I never watched it. And
I remember the theme song. I think. Uh,
yeah, so
uh,
she may have been annoying. I don't know, but she seems okay as I don't know, person. But I mean, she might be playing a character on the show she does when she goes to
yeah.
people's collections and stuff too. So she's an actor.
Well, so masks, huh? That's interesting. So What else? Do you have anything else that's amazing?
Let's see. I had this one a while back. I don't know. I may have showed this one to you before.
No, well, no, I think I'd remember that one. Boy, that looks great. The condition looks
Yeah,
great.
Damon Good, and it's surprising. I guess Dr. Wortham had a point there. I mean, they were kind of pushing the boundaries there a little bit.
Yeah, he had a lot of good points. In some
Victor
cases, it
Fox,
was.
he was notoriously sleazy, and he would publish on super cheap paper. I mean, if you look at these Fox books, if you open up the cover there on the inside is the first page of the story because he didn't want anything to go to waste, I guess.
Oh, on the inside of the front cover,
Yeah.
in black and white.
Yeah, well, sometimes it was red or blue or something like that,
Okay.
and the colors would bleed through the cover most of the time. This one didn't for some reason. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, the colors on the inside would bleed through to the front cover, and uh, yeah, he was just really cheap and didn't pay his people too good. And I mean, he had a lot of big artists working for him, Jack Kamen and Matt Baker, you know, and this guy Damon Good.
Yeah.
So you know, it was just something they did back in the day, and to make as much money as they could.
Yeah.
I think I showed you this one, right?
Um,
This is number 22
I don't
from
remember it offhand, but you might have. That's great.
1940. That's supposed to be a gorilla.
I figured it was a gorilla, like a King Kong kind of thing.
Yeah, he looks more like a Sasquatch or something,
Yeah, he
Bigfoot,
looks like Werewolf by Night a little bit.
right?
Library 88 says, happy now that plenty of book prices are coming back to earth. Though sometimes the uptrends are actually helpful. People focus on the hot list and you can quietly find your own gems cheap. I'm just looking for stuff that means nothing to anyone else, like the Three Mouseketeers, uh, issues of Melvin Monster, just stuff that no, I don't think anyone cares about.
I mean, you used to
But
think that, right? But now you go into comic shops, at least around my area, and you used to could find like the Bugs Bunny and, Donald Duck and stuff like that, but
yeah,
not anymore. People are buying that up too, anything that's, old, I guess people are buying it and hanging on to it or grabbing it up, thinking it's going to
well,
be increasing in value or something.
do you think the lack of Bugs Bunny in the stores is because people are buying it, or because they're not even putting it out on the store floor? I mean, if you saw it there and you came back and it wasn't there, then maybe it's
Well, I
selling.
mean, I asked a guy one time because he had a few like westerns and stuff that I ended up getting, and I was like, "Well, what came in this collection?" And he said it was a bunch of cartoon like stuff like that,
Uh,
and somebody came in and bought up almost everything except for just a few of the westerns. He
yeah,
bought
that's
all of them. So,
man, that's what happened with Kevin when he got that
mhm.
giant collection. I guess that was summer before last. We were picking through it,
Right,
then a guy came in and bought it all.
yeah,
And I had some stuff pulled, and then the guy, I remember the guy was like seeing some of the stuff I had pulled that were waiting for me, and he was really wanting the John Wayne comics, but he didn't. Um, I'd like to get more John Wayne comics.
those are great. Yeah, Toby Press. Yeah,
Yeah,
good
I
stuff.
just don't. Man,
Some of
there
those
was
have
some
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 Frank
some
Frazetta
book.
in them also.
Yeah, and Night Tiger was showing some Tim Holt books that looked
Hmm.
really great
Yeah,
about a week or so ago. Um,
yeah.
Zork says millennials and Gen Z people think anything that is old, heavy, or made of metal is worth $1 gazillion. That's probably true. Um, the Bugs Bunny comics from the 60s and 70s, I hate to say it, that Gold Key was putting out really weren't that entertaining. But if you go back to the 40s and 50s, they were drawn, it looked almost like the guys that worked in the animation studio were drawing them. and they
Yeah, the
were
Dale stuff,
beautiful.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
And they look like they just came from Warner Brothers or something, So
yeah, and so I mean, I don't know. I still wonder if it's just because if you look at Kevin, the Western stuff never would sell for him until we came along. So
right.
I'm just
And
still
he's
wondering,
in
is it
Arizona.
just?
You think that Arizona like that would be a hot spot for some stuff like that with the old retirees that live out there in Arizona and
But would those guys go into a comic store? I mean,
right.
guys that are into Western comics probably would never set foot in the store. They figure wouldn't have anything for them. Um, I don't know. I just look at it in a cynical way that I just I don't know these people that have suddenly a recent interest in something. It's like, well, this stuff's always been around, but now you're suddenly wanting this, and it's mainly because I wanted it and they're getting it before me.
Well, and that might be part of it, I mean, they see us on here talking about the stuff and
Yeah, that's the thing.
some of them
You can create the illusion if you just get two or three people really interested in these books, and then they start calling different stores around, and then it spreads.
mhm.
Hey, people have really been asking for these kind of books lately. Really, someone called about that too, and it's the same guy, and then it creates the illusion that I don't
Well,
know.
like the Dave Stevens phenomenon, we were just talking about it, I mean, up to about a couple of years ago, and they put this documentary about him on YouTube and stuff, and everybody's seen it. And then all of a sudden, all the Dave Stevens books are going through the roof. And
Yeah, I'm just lucky on that one that I bought them all up.
mhm,
And I think that there's a comics journal that interviews him that's real expensive now too, and I
yeah,
have that one where he's painting a dancing girl on the cover.
yeah, I don't have that one, but I have another one where he did a Sheena cover on.
Yeah,
I don't know if it
yeah,
was
I
alter
have both.
ego
I
or
think.
something. Yeah.
Did or how what kind of price are they going for?
Uh, that one that you were talking about it's about a $300 book now, I think.
The
Yeah,
comics journal, really? Well,
yeah.
that's interesting. The comics journal, I always wondered when are those going to go up in value because that was always that's an
Uh,
interesting magazine. It really is to go back and
it had
read
good
through that.
stuff in it, it was interesting to read. Um, yeah, some of the other ones are pretty pricey too, like that was DNA Agents and the Planet uh, comics reprint that he did the
Yeah,
cover for. I think they're about the same. They're about 200 to $300, and really good condition. And then if they're in plastic, yeah, you're going to be spending 300 plus.
is DNA agents where the guy's finding a Marilyn Monroe in the bed?
That's Crossfire, I think. I think the
Crossfire.
DNA Agents is the girl with the rainbow colored hair laying on her back with her legs up in the air, kind of. Uh,
Uh,
I don't
I
remember what number it was.
I'm not
Somebody
I'm
might
not
know in the comment, but
I can't picture that right now.
I
But
think I had that one and I gave it to Bub from Bub's Comics because he's all into Dave Stevens and everything. So I gave it to him as a gift, and I'm like, man, I kicked myself now.
uh, oh, look at that!
This is a sticker that the guy in my local shop gave me. He sees
Oh, he's
comic
got the
shop
name of the
for
store. Oh, I see
Heroes
his stores in
Realm.
the background. That's clever.
Yeah, so it's just a sticker, I guess. Kevin could do some stuff like that. So
Library 88 says, love the 40s Dell Bugs Bunny books. Yes, they are
yes, they're
affordable
very good.
in low to mid grade still. What I think is funny is that Bugs Bunny on the back cover would often sell rabbit's feet that you could wear. It's like
I think I have one or two of those. Yeah, they're selling
Zork.
Lucky Rabbit's feet.
Yeah, Zork says they can't create anything imaginative that isn't off putting or socially inept. It sprouts from the fact that they've been brainwashed in public schools with communism.
Yeah.
It's crazy, says Library 88, what still shows up at garage sales and on curbs. Even here in New York, collections are found in the trash And not long ago, someone found a Detective 27 at a garage sale. Really?
Wow.
I didn't know about that. Zork says, I think it's also due to the fact that they feel welcome anywhere and to do anything because they've never been punched in the face repeatedly. Library 8 says Comics Journal has epic interviews, sometimes 100-page long. Yes, they had very good interviews. It was kind of what 60 Minutes used to be like before they went commie too. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, what else you got?
I think I
How
showed this.
many boxes of Jungle comics do you have? Just all of that kind of that genre.
How many do I have
Yeah, what would be the approximate number? I mean,
from
how
the
many?
Golden Age?
Just Jungle period.
Oh, okay. Probably about. Let's see. Probably about 600, something like that.
600.
700.
How many comics fit in a short box? About 150
Yeah, I keep my Golden Age in magazine size
magazine.
boxes,
Yeah, that would make sense. Of course.
and yeah, about 150. So, let's see, how many boxes do those do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got about 10 boxes of good Golden Age stuff, magazine size boxes.
Oh, look at this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Zork says, when I say punched, I mean like in the Three Stooges, where the ring ropes keep bouncing them back into someone's fists. Oh man.
Zork, that's pretty funny. Look at that guy there. Kind of
Yeah.
like Buck Rogers outfit or something.
Right.
Girl in a tube.
This what is this book called?
I think Kevin had it, or
Yeah, I think I remember you getting that. Or did I not? What happened here?
I mean, you'd never see nothing like this today.
I'm trying to put Friar Tuck is trying to come in, and when I click on him, it it's almost like what's going on here, man? Oh, he's trying to come in. I see.
Okay.
Something's up with his. Oh, okay. Well, no, you keep showing he's
No,
not appearing yet. He's
oh,
he's a spinning dot. It might be his Wi-Fi or something. He
they
was
got
going
her
to
in like
show
a
us what he got at
cool.
some bin, some sale.
They got her in a weight reduction thing down there, sweating her out.
Yeah. Library 88 says, "Man, that Red Eagle logo is a classic."
It was
Wow,
great.
never seen Miracle Comics. Amazing book of Golden Age covers, Jimbo. I may have to grab that too.
This is why the Golden Age is my favorite, because I mean there was so much variety. I mean, not
Yeah.
just heroes, but jungle stuff, western stuff, sci-fi stuff. I mean,
It's just something I never thought I could ever afford though. I was always
yeah, and some of it is super pricey, and I'll never own it. But I mean, when I can find stuff like Kevin has, when they reprint things like this,
yeah.
it's a blessing. Oh, look at this. He's all tied up and gagged and about to get blown up.
Uh,
And the Jack Kirby cover there, Red Raven.
huh.
I mean, some of it's just well done. I mean, it's not crazy monster or anything, but just a well done cover.
Yeah.
exactly what they are. So again, this is not about every Democrat across the country. I'd love to see, and I know you'd love to see our country come together and a win for President Trump. Let's just get back to the greatness of this country. And then even better, now that we know so many things about how to drain the swamp and the sense of voting people out of office and that kind of thing. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. I was wondering about the 20 GOP promises that the RNC has put out. They're all 100%.
So Friar Tuck tried coming on again. I don't know what was up. It may have just been a bad connection. I don't know.
Might be having internet problems.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you have extra windows open on your computer, it slows it down, I think, maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the first Green Hornet.
Is it the first Green Hornet period outside of radio?
Yeah. This was originally designed to be a pulp. You can tell by the way the cover looks.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they made it into a comic. I don't know if they thought it would just sell better. And actually had this at one time, but it was missing like about a third of the cover. Was missing down there at the bottom. And I ended up getting rid of it. I should have kept it anyway.
Friar Tuck is here.
All right. Hey, sir.
Oh,
we lost him.
Went away.
Of course, we obviously like the products that are.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you're back. Can you hear us?
We see you.
I'm not sure if his sound is working.
Okay.
Can you hear us? We're not hearing you. Something going on with the sound.
We can see you fine, but yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh,
we lost him
now we
again.
can't see you.
Oh. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. I always like seeing what people get and collect, even if it is stuff like from the 90s and things I don't collect myself. But,
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes you hear stories like maybe it was like the first book they bought when they were a kid or something like that. You know.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Videos where people tell stories about books or open them up and talk about. I remember going to this amusement park, Palisades Park. I don't just here's a cover, here's another cover, here's another cover. You know, I want to hear. Okay, well, how did you get that book? Maybe you didn't get it as a kid, but how did you acquire it later in life? What's the story? I like stories. That's why it's great when there's names written in a comic or things written in a comic that provides a potential story. Like, what's the history of this comic? Who used to own it? You know, where did they live? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, this computer behind me thought I was talking to her. She says, "I don't know, but I found these results on search." I must have said something that sounded like Siri, and I didn't mean to. Okay, let's get Friar Tuck on. Add to stage. Are you there now?
Yeah, and I can hear you guys good too.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
we can hear you too.
All right.
Good.
What does OBX stand for?
Outer Banks.
Okay. All right.
Beautiful
So
place.
So tell us the story of what you just did.
Well, I went and had blood work done.
Okay.
And there's an Ollie's near where I had to go have this done, so I picked up a couple things at Ollie's. And I hit the it was buy one get one free at the comic book store. So I spent like $25 at the comic store.
Okay.
Not including the short box and the bags and the boards I bought.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
So I got this guy at Ollie's.
Okay. I don't know that book.
Yeah, I read a couple from I think I don't remember when this came out, 2000 something. It's not too old.
So it's okay, Ollie's. Are the Ollie stickers hard to remove or?
Oh, very hard. They're a pain in the ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they really stick the things on there. I got a razor blade trying to get this one off, but
Try heat gun, maybe.
anyways, I got that's book 4. So I've got a few of the first few issues. So I read it. It was pretty good. It was pretty interesting. The story, anyways. The artwork's a little sketchy, but I got these blind bags that show a couple things in them from Ollie's. These were $6 for, I think you get 5 books in these.
Okay.
I got 2 of these. This one here, I'm doing all the Impact books now, and I needed that one. So
Okay.
I came with a Supreme in it too. I do collect. I've got that.
Yeah, I don't know much about Supreme. I know it was made into it. Oh, look at
there
that.
you go. That's
I got
cool.
that book by my mother-in-law for Christmas. That was that was like $6. Originally, these were 25 in the bookstore. Like $6.
Your mother-in-law's into John Wayne. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's her favorite actor. From a long time ago. I don't have any kind of order, but this is all 90s stuff. I got a bunch of Manhunter from the 90s.
Okay.
It wasn't the original Manhunter, but they rebooted him from an original character. But that was like 0 through 0.
Is this still Ollie's or no? This is the store.
This is the comic book store now. Yeah,
Okay.
I mostly got food and those are a few things. Like I got a couple books from my wife for Christmas too that were Harry Potter books. They were cheap. They were like $3 a piece, hardcover books.
Oh,
This probably is the best time to shop for Christmas because there's no telling what's going to happen as we move into the next few weeks.
Yeah,
maybe
right.
we do need to stock up on Christmas gifts now because
that could shut everything down. That virus again too. So.
Oh, there's a new virus there pretending.
I haven't heard anything new, but you never know.
Yeah.
That was 0. I don't know. You want me to show all these? You want me to just say?
Well, you can if you think they're cool. What about that mystery bag? That would be fun to open, unless you want to keep it sealed.
No. Yeah,
For collector's purposes.
I got a ROM here at the comic book store, number 38.
Okay.
For 50 cents. Got Shang-Chi on it.
Okay.
Later in the run of ROM, there's Steve Ditko art. I don't know when he started.
Yeah, somebody famous did the first like 10 or 11 or 12 issues too of it, I think. Somebody that's known anyways, an artist. I can't think of who it is. I'll see who did this one. This is a later one. This one's 38, but
yeah,
not too late. Who did this one? Bill Mantlo did the scripting, and Sal Buscema did the penciling.
Okay.
Oh, it's got that smell too. Like it's been sitting in somebody's basement. I got a bunch of Sectars, which was a toy line.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I got I don't know, 1 through 8 or 2 through 8. 50 cents. I figured I couldn't go wrong with those. I got a bunch of Dark Stars from the 90s.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that comic.
I got a handful of those. I was an adult collecting those, not so much from my childhood memories, but like in my 20s. I got Jack Kirby one from Topps.
Okay. Yeah.
Some Image.
Okay.
Justice League with Wonder Woman on it from 02. Here's the Impact ones from Jaguar. We got a couple of those that I needed.
The old Archie heroes, yeah.
Yeah. Black Hood, I got a couple of those. Legends of the Shield here, or a couple anyways. I got 3 and 4 of that. I don't know who was doing the artwork in these, but I'd have to open them up and see. You got the Comet.
That one you don't see much of.
Yeah, that and the Fly. I didn't care for the Fly. That was more like geared more towards little kids, which comic books are meant to be anyway.
Right.
Or teenagers anyways on it. Got a couple Secret Origins that I needed.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's good.
from 87. Not quite 90s yet, but 33. Got some young all-stars from 88 that I didn't have. One,
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network.
2,
I have that one.
At RSBN,
11,
the truth when mainstream media falls short.
and 10. Like I said, I don't have them in order here.
Broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies.
How do you store your comics? Do you have a special room, or where do you keep them all?
Yeah, this is my basement. I got a huge stack of boxes right there.
See, that's what I always want to see is people's environment and turn the cameras around.
Yeah, right. How do I turn this around?
Well, I don't know what you're filming on. Is it a camera attached to a computer?
Nah, it's on my iPhone.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to do it. I got some boxes underneath the table. There's my computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I want. I always on YouTube. I want the cameras to spin around. I want to see. That was. I don't know if you were watching when Last Frontier Comics was on last week, and I said, "Can we see the other walls?" And he turned to the other. In front of him was just a wall of comic boxes. It was really impressive.
I'm getting older. I'm preferring the short boxes now. These long boxes are killing me.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Easy videos over here. Most of the stuff for my kids.
New short boxes are so thin, though, they do not hold any weight. You can't stack them more than like 2 high.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I got mine stacked really high, but I've got them.
Okay, yeah. You wove them in kind of, right?
Well, I don't do that. I'm probably doing something wrong. I have them all stacked high, all the same direction.
Well, you probably have older boxes, Gratis. You're probably okay. It's just the new boxes are so thin, they just crush under the weight of other boxes on top of them.
Oh, that BCW stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the design of those. I don't know.
They used to have hard plastic boxes, too, that how they held up.
I think I'm going to look for something like that.
They had drawer boxes I thought were pretty cool, but I don't think they really work too well either.
No, I've got a couple of those. They kind of drag and hard to get in and out. So
start getting crushed after a while.
Yeah.
So I don't like the boxes that have a slit on the bottom. I think it's the bottom left side on the way that they get put together. I don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about all I got. I mean, like I said, I got some other 90s stuff here, but I won't bore everybody. Oh, you want me to open those bags? I'll see what's in these bags.
Yeah.
What is the big 90s book? Is that like the New Mutants 98 or something like that? Maybe you got one of those in there.
Yeah, money wise. Yeah. I don't collect Marvel stuff, so I wouldn't even know. I'd have to look it up or something. I don't know. Here's the first one. We already saw this guy in the one.
Yeah.
That was shiny.
Savage Dragon number 7. Yeah, that was shiny. Swag did like that one. Exo Manowar. I got a full run of this. So.
Oh, is that good?
I liked it. I liked it in the 90s. I got a Robotech.
Okay.
And I got the first big 64-page big one from Impact that I needed. I didn't have this one. That's mostly what I picked up because that one was in there.
Oh.
And we thank God for his protection for President Trump, and we the people.
There's another one.
We the people
Like they did.
President Trump has
Can't get into this.
24 days out. So, Carla, can you tell us finally?
Yeah, I don't know much about most of this stuff. It's just I just always assumed I wouldn't like it, but who knows? Maybe I should give it a try.
Yeah, there's not much to read in them. It takes you like 5 minutes if that to get through them. Unlike stuff from 60s, 70s, and 80s. A little bit more writing in them, which I liked. But
Justin says that Impact special makes the bag worth it to me.
Yeah, that's why I picked it up mostly. I really didn't. The other stuff that came in it, I don't really collect, but I do collect Image stuff. But I've got everything that was in that one.
Okay.
I can't even get into this other one here. God, this is a.
I wonder what the story is on these bags that Ollie's has. Who puts them together for the chain?
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I don't know the whole. What the hell did they do to this? But they ran tape all the way around. All right, keep going. If I this Transformer one, there. Yeah, there's a Transformer one and this one, which I don't. That all kind of want.
Yeah. Well,
There's a guy advertising the drawer boxes on the back of that comic.
Oh yeah. You're right on that.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, they don't work too good, huh, Jambo?
Not as smooth as you would think, but
yeah, you didn't have much luck with them. Anyways. I put this one in there. I don't want it. I don't know what this one's supposed to be.
Oh wow!
Underground tonight, the creepy. Not my cup of tea artwork.
Yeah.
Cody and the Creepies. I don't know, some variant cover. It's probably worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You can never tell.
I remember collecting these at one time. I traded them all off. These were pretty decent. It was a cohesive universe. They had a pretty decent website at the time. It was like a web comic almost. It was like kind of a little stop animation or whatever with it.
Okay.
They've since gone away, the Dodo too. They folded in that. But you can get these relatively cheap. I would recommend getting these in that 50-cent box or whatever.
Last Frontier says that the metal shelving I have holds 30 short boxes or 24 golden / magazine boxes. They run about $100.
Where's he get them? Home Depot or something?
I don't know. I'm sure he'll tell us.
Then I got this Lobo one, which is why I picked this.
I remember that one. Yeah.
It's got weird artwork in it. I didn't know about the artwork. Keith Giffen, he's a weirdo. Pretty good run. I think it was on, wasn't it Justice League or something at one point?
I don't know.
Remember
National or Europe or something. We could get Holler Mouse on here. He let me. I think he did a Legion of the Superheroes at one time too.
Yeah, he knows more about 90s stuff. Holler Mouse.
That's kind of why I like his stuff too. But like I said, I was born in the early 70s and
yeah,
got a little kid and then stopped collecting as a teenager, and then as I was ruined in my 20s, I started buying comics.
I think most of us did that. Stopped during our teenage years. We had other things going on and stuff, and kind of get away from it. And then if you really liked it, you come back to it. So
I don't think I think Meyer just kept. He said he kept collecting. I don't know.
Well, I kept collecting from like age 4 or 5 through. Well, it was when I was in college. Things became less interesting to me, and it wasn't me changing. I think the comics changed, and I.
Yeah, it could have been a combination though. You were growing older too, and disenchanted.
Well, no, because I still would go into comic stores and buy the old comics. It was in the mid 80s, the black costume on Spider-Man and the Secret Wars and the Superpowers, which were commercials for toy lines. And I enjoyed the stuff, The Dark Knight, and I enjoyed Watchmen, but I didn't realize it was going to just destroy everything. And then Crisis on Infinite Earths wiped out everything I loved, even though it was real pretty to look at and everything. And then everything started over, and it wasn't as interesting to me. And I had other things to do in college, but I continued to go into the comic stores and monitor things to see if things changed, and I would try things here and there. Or during the 90s, I would buy a lot of the reprint books that were reprinting Golden Age stuff, or the or some of there were, I don't know if that was the 80s when they had those books like Twisted Tales, and Alien Worlds. That was good. That was probably 80s.
Yeah, I think that was.
And all the Hate 8 Ball and all of those kind of comics
Mhm.
that weren't underground. They were more ground level.
Yeah,
I
independent.
think. Yeah, the independent. A lot of that stuff was great. But I was always trying to get the old books, when I could find them. But I was always checking out comic stores, thinking that maybe things would get better.
They got worse.
Yeah,
They just
probably.
keep they just keep rebooting stuff. I mean, at least DC was
Right.
kind of cohesive up through the 90s. They were kind of still harkening back. I understand Crisis rebooted everything, but they would still like reference back to old issues and stuff and characters and that. And
Well,
now,
Kevin got me interested. I thought it was just junk, but he was talking about this new Absolute Batman. He got me interested enough to say, "Oh, well, maybe you should put one of those in my closet he has of stuff for me."
yeah, prices on new stuff have just gotten out of control too. I can't
Yeah.
warrant paying for something that's going to take me 5 or 10 minutes to read and
Right. That's
$6, $7, $8 or more for this. I mean,
well,
When they
if they
got to be
just
$1, I stopped buying them the first time. I just kind of
yeah,
stopped for a few years. I thought that was way too much to pay for a comic was $1.
yeah,
Unless it was like an older issue or a back issue or something like that.
you're talking about when all comics went to
Yeah,
a
the cover
dollar, or
price
the
was $1. I
DC.
just like stopped. I was like,
DC
yeah,
did that dollar comic experiment, and then what did they drop back down to 60 or 75 cents after the dollar
yeah. I think they were
thing?
60 cents or something
Yeah.
maybe at the time.
Well, they were giving you, lots more pages
Yeah,
and said no ads, so but it
I'm,
was
I'm talking
still,
about the regular sized books were $1.
yeah, that was all ridiculous. Um, John Gores, has there been a Lobo movie and animation at least? Was never into the character, but I'm sure he's been in animation in some way. Did they put him in Brave and the Bold, that animated Saturday morning thing? I don't
he,
know.
he was on that Justice League for a while, a couple episodes, I think.
The one that was the Bruce Timm looking
Yeah.
Justice League.
Had the guy from Raymond voicing him.
Oh,
The,
okay.
the
Last
brother,
Frontier.
brother. Yeah, the brother from
Yeah.
Raymond.
Last Frontier says Ocean State Job Lot. I don't know if they have stores in your area.
Yeah, they do. In my area, they do. I go there all the time.
It's a store called Ocean State.
Yeah, Ocean State Job Lot.
I'm not
Oh, that's the whole
familiar
name
with
of the
that.
store?
Yeah, that's where he picked those shelves up, huh?
Oh, that's what he's saying. I was
Yeah.
trying to figure out. I couldn't understand. I thought Ocean State was an amusement park.
Yeah, we buy a.
588 says, love Keith Giffen. His artistic progression from 70s to 90s is crazy. He had some great styles. Justin, I was priced out. Not sure I would have stopped it not for that, if not for that. John Goris, one of my local Ocean State job lots went down for the count. Thankfully, my local one's still going. I just got more into cinema during my college years. Okay.
Where's
And
John Gorse? John Gorse located? What state? Do you know?
uh it's hold on.
Got to go somewhere.
Ow, my back. Ouch. It's
Gratu's down.
Connecticut. That's what I thought. Connecticut.
Oh, he is. He's in my neck of the woods. Then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they closed. He must be down because they just closed one in Groton, Connecticut area. Maybe
Yeah,
he's
I've
down
never
there now.
heard of this store until just now. Why do they call it Ocean State Job Lot? What does
I
that
don't know.
even mean?
The company originated out of Rhode Island, which they refer to as the Ocean State.
Oh, but what does job lot mean?
They're like Big Lots. They're similar to what Big Lots were. I don't know if you have
Okay.
Big Lots anywhere near you or not.
Yeah, it's a weird job. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, they do markdowns or they buy lots, kind of like an Ollie's, I guess.
Okay. Library 8 says, I'm sure James Gunn will bring Lobo into the movies. Oh, yeah, he will for sure. And he says Connecticut. Yes, indeed.
Guys, I'm gonna have to get off. I gotta
All right.
go do some stuff for the wife. But
Sounds good. Yeah.
great talking to everybody. Fryer, good.
Yeah,
Good
thank
meeting
you.
you, man.
Yeah, good
Nice
seeing
to
you,
see
Jambo.
you guys take care. Have a great show.
Yeah.
Hey, take care. And I Love Disney and Comics says, "Hey fellas, hello there."
Does John Gores have a does he have a YouTube channel that he puts stuff on?
He he has the best YouTube channel on YouTube. It's not him talking about comic books or movies. He's an animator,
Oh yeah.
and
Okay.
I
You
thought
have
I
him.
was talking. I may have. I was one morning this week. I was recommending his channel, and I was trying to show, look how great this animation is. And every time I fast forwarded and freeze framed on something, it was the most horrifying thing. People's intestines spilling, or some baby on the ground, or it's like I couldn't. It was like, my God.
Yeah,
Um,
he's probably close to me somewhere where I live. I'm thinking he might
yeah.
be. And Higgy may be an hour from me. So
Oh, does he? Have you met
yeah,
him?
he's in Connecticut. He's down near New Haven,
Okay. Yeah.
which
I
like I
guess
said,
that.
he's like an hour from me, an hour and a half maybe, not quite an hour and a half.
Well, there must be some good comic stores around your area, because he winds up with some pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Get up into Massachusetts and that too. Up where my daughter's going to school up in New Hampshire. There it looks like I didn't get a chance to look through any of them, but there's a couple good sized ones up in New Hampshire I noticed too.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he buys new comics too, but he'll wind up with some pretty obscure old stuff.
Yeah, Higgy's got some good stuff. New Haven's pretty good size, so it's the size of Hartford or maybe Arlington. No, I don't think it's quite the size Arlington was. Arlington's pretty spread out.
What is the weather like in Connecticut? Is it humid?
No, right now it's cooled right off. It got cold last night. It was down to 30s.
So keeping stuff in a garage is okay there in Connecticut. It doesn't get ridiculously extremely different temperatures.
Yeah, it gets pretty humid in the summertime. Like June through September, it can get pretty humid.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
it gets humid. It gets humid sometimes in the wintertime too, depending on I mean, it could snow, but it'll be real humid. So
I'm sure.
I wouldn't want to keep anything in a basement that doesn't have a dehumidifier, or a garage might be all right, but just the humidity and ends up destroying stuff.
Yeah.
It's those guys in Florida, like Night Tiger and that. They've got to be running a dehumidifier in their comic book room.
I guess. I mean, he's not in a basement or a garage, but
Probably has
I'm
central
sure
air.
he's got that. I'm
Yeah.
sure he knows to do that.
Yeah, central air is nice. When we moved into this house a couple of years ago, we finally had central air. That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Those window units paying right in the back to put those things on every time.
Yeah. So is the whole basement yours, or one section of the basement?
It's kind of family room.
Yeah. So
TV and that. So
how the hell did you find that IOTV? Did someone tell you about it? How? Because
yeah. On the Facebook, people were trying to get Me TV tunes for free.
oh,
like I
and
said,
were they bootlegging Me TV
they
tunes on that IOTV for a while?
Yeah, they did. They made it for like a week. This other stuff is stuck around though. Did you check out some of the other ones? There's a couple like old. They play old like game shows and stuff on one of them.
No, I haven't. Well, all I've done is, since that time you came on, is I've gotten up early on well, I always get up early on Saturday and Sunday, and I'll record that. Well, it's less than a 2 hour block. I mean, it's a 2 hour block of superhero stuff, but I don't need the Spider-Man ones, because I've got a whole set of them.
Yeah, you don't need.
I'll record the Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Hulk, whatever, Captain America, and I'm pretty sure I have all the Space Ghost and all the Birdman cartoons also, but I'm recording them. I don't even know why. It's insanity.
You got all the Batmans on DVD?
Do they show Batman cartoon? Oh, you mean the Batman from the 90s?
Yeah.
Oh, of course I have that. But what I want is the original 60s versions of the Filmation Batman and Aquaman. I've got that.
So you
I've
got stuff.
got Superman. Some of that stuff is not like the Superboy episodes from Superman are not. Well, when you can find them, they have this 90s intro that's been grafted onto it.
Yeah.
I like all the original Filmation music.
How about the Submariner ones that are like the Hulk and
The Submariner stuff, I've got the. I mean, the Submariner, for some reason, Disney allows that to be shown on YouTube.
yeah, that I
But,
was going to say you can record those off YouTube if you wanted to.
but I had just the sound playing of the Iron Man cartoon, and it caused a
Yeah,
big time copyright problem. Not
get it
one of
here.
the not a copyright strike, but a copyright claim that makes it where you cannot no one can view your episode. So I had to YouTube will edit out music um
That's weird.
and keep your voice.
The music isn't any different in that than it is like in the Hulk and that, and Captain America and
No, I know it's library music, but I mean what Disney has done is it can recognize the soundtrack of those cartoons, the voices, the
maybe Robert Downey wants his cut or something, being in the movie.
well, it's John Vernon. I mean, he's not even around. John Vernon is Iron Man, and the Dean Vernon Wormer from Animal House is the
Yeah.
voice of Iron Man and the narrator in those
I didn't know
cartoons.
that. I didn't know he was the narrator.
Yeah, you listen, you'll recognize.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Dean Wormer.
I'm gonna have to listen to that now.
But yeah, because he's got one of those very distinctive voices like James Earl Jones. Unfortunately, Internet Archive has been down for a week. Someone tried hacking it.
Oh,
And on
wonderful.
Internet Archive, you can get all those cartoons. I've recorded them, and that's one of the things I'm going to. Luckily, I recorded it all, and because I'm making copies of that for Jambo.
Nice.
But
Can't find them anywhere on DVD. Did they ever release them on DVD?
not in the United States, only like in England.
Yeah.
So people have the people that, or maybe Canada too. You can get bootlegs on eBay from those prints. Oh, someone's trying to come in. Oh, Meyer. Hey there. Not much. As you can see, Meyer's surrounded by boxes. He's unboxing. What have you discovered in your unboxing today? He just recently moved, if you don't know.
Just a combination of all kinds of stuff. Just a bunch of stuff. I've been putting together shelves and
John Gora says, I'm not a regular poster. Animation takes forever, but when he posts, man, it's the greatest. And Library 88 says, John Gora's stop motion animations are great. He says, thanks. Yeah, that's more what I'm leaning into these days. And John Gora says, beautiful out now. Going to go play with the cat, I think. I just discovered a John Gora's video that got out, that was somehow got put up, and I didn't ever notice it, where he's animated a Dukes of Hazzard General Lee car, and it was insane. I just noticed that the other day.
yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah.
Gonna go play with a cat, he says, I think. Okay. I don't know. Have we met John Goris's cat? I don't even know if we have. Let's see what you got, Meyer. What's amazing that you've unboxed today?
I don't know. I'll have to, I guess we'll walk around and look. There's just a little bit more and more every day. Nothing's really in its final resting spot. I'm just organizing still. Oh, here's some kind of cool stuff that was just unboxed today. Let me turn the light on. Some Britain's Limited mounted figures and a dragon.
Oh, I've got some of those guys.
These are the I think they're the Turks. I think is what they call these.
Oh yeah.
They might be called Persians. I can't remember what they're called, but
Yeah, they were cool. You could take their weapons out and interchange their
that's
weapons.
right. All the weapons come out on all these figures, and it's all beautifully done. These are what does it say on the bottom here?
England. I think they're made in England somewhere.
Yeah, right. Britain's Limited 1971 detail, made in England.
Wow.
I had a few of those as a kid. Probably not as many as you have, but or had. Or that dragon is wild. That thing's cool.
Yeah, look at this dragon. So he's got wheels on the bottom. Let's see. He's 1988. He's 1988 Britons.
Oh, that's neat.
Got one of the American flags right here in the studio.
You got a bunch of cowboys in that too of that line.
Yeah, I have a lot of cowboys and Indians too.
Yeah, I had a couple of those as a kid. I had a guy holding a rifle. Like I said, I told you one time I had the Mexican guy with the 2 guns and the sombrero.
Yeah, I think I have that guy. So this is a pullback. Check it out.
By bringing it to new and record levels of success. All right.
Yeah.
20 promises.
That's pretty good.
Nice. And these the wings are like kind of rubbery.
Yeah.
Check out this vintage like souvenir salt and pepper shaker from the 70s.
What is that? A French?
My mom bought this at a souvenir shop.
Looks like a French flag.
No, it's an American flag. This is from about 1976. It's supposed to be red, white. It's red, white, and blue. And you
Oh.
got this at like maybe a
Lindell's great,
like a Cindy's or a Kathy's. It would have been like a California Denny's type ripoff type of place where they would have or maybe the Nut Tree where there's a gift shop at the entrance to the cafe or to the dining room,
Right.
the restaurant. That's where she bought that. Okay,
Yeah,
so we looked at the dragon, and then here's some knights that were in the same box. And one of these is just my favorite one. Let's look at this. These are kind of cool. These mounted jousting knights, but look at this guy right here.
He's got a mace.
Yeah. Double wielding a mace on horseback.
I'm sure that was an easy task with all that armor on and that.
Yeah, look at that. He's doing it for the church too.
Right. He's got the big red on his chest.
Yeah, Britain's Last Frontier says Britons are great figures. Library 88 goes, oh wow, those knights on horses figures are major nostalgia for me. My mom used to buy those for me every now and then. Now and again, I coveted them like sacred objects. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. These were like delicacies because they were imports and they were more expensive. So for the cost of one of these, you could get a bag of like 30 army men, right? For the same price. So there was like this was a special version of an army man that sometimes was worth as much as 30 army men.
Coachella, California. I want to see.
Yeah,
not just monetarily, you know. But look at, he still has the sticker. So these are hard to like find when you know the secondary market. This toy from 1971 or this is 72 with the sticker still on it, still on the shield. See.
Yeah, that means it was bought by an older person or an adult collector back then.
Yeah. Okay. We looked at the Britons.
Friar Tuck's coming. He must have left. He's back.
My internet keeps dropping. I don't know what
That's okay. Who are the characters in the giant characters in the back, or what are they from?
Where's that?
Like the giant, like the big blonde with her hands on her hips with the pink dress. Who's that?
And this is just a Barbie. So this was a
that's a Barbie. Okay.
Yeah, this was, I forget what it's called. I think it's called like Barbie Stay Fit or something. Like this Barbie came like dressed in like some sort of yoga outfit because she's fully articulated. Like she has every single joint and point of articulation is on this Barbie, and it was $9.99. And so I was like, okay, I can do something with that. So I took the yoga outfit off, and then I bought another Barbie that had this dress that looked like something. I only bought it. It was like $4.99 just for this dress that looked like something that Marsha Brady would wear.
Yeah.
And then I wanted this Barbie to look like a slutty stripper Marsha Brady sort of situation. And she's kind of a main character. right?
Well, I
Kind of
didn't
got
know
that.
that Barbies had knee joints.
What's
I
that?
thought they had. I thought Barbie had stiff legs. I didn't know that Barbie had knee
They all
joints.
do. They all do, and so that's why I bought that, because it.
Oh,
Now there are the new Barbies are actually articulated. Some of them, like see that Ken back there, he has knees and elbows. But this would be like a standard Barbie, which is like $4 or $5. No knees, no elbows. But anyway, that's
okay.
all it is. It's just a Barbie, and that's the Hardy Boys, and these are mostly like modern day incarnations of different types of Barbies. And this is, I think, Monster High or something. I can't remember for sure.
Okay.
Here's the Grape Ape up here behind this R2 unit.
Oh, cool. I have that Mighty Mouse.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw that you had it also. Here's the trick-or-treaters, who I like the idea of these trick-or-treaters actually being a kill squad. And then these Barbie, these teenagers that are having a party, them being the victims for this kill squad of 7-year-olds.
Yeah, mine are still in my hold pile at Gotham City.
This was just pulled out last night. I think I'll show you the reason why I got this. So this is America's finest. This is a SWAT commander figure. This was put out by what's it called? The Ultimate Soldier. They used to sell these at Toys R Us back in the 90s, and they were really affordable and stuff. I didn't really buy them too much at that time because my kids were younger and I was buying other toys that my kids were into. But so I bought this later on down the road, like probably 10 years ago when I started collecting 60 scale figures. So the reason why I got this figure though was because he looks like Commissioner Gordon, so he could go great with my Batman display.
Yeah.
Only reason I got him because he looks like a good Commissioner Gordon that would go good with my 6-scale Batman.
Yeah, I think the
And
SWAT guys would mix well in with the Barbie and Kens, like.
yeah, he could be arresting people or shooting people accidentally. Oh, this needs to be dusted. This is a Warhammer 40K figure. It's really thick. Look at this thing. McFarlane makes these. They're really nice.
When Kevin comes back, I'd like him to show that Adam West Batman figure again. It's that McFarlane Toys put out.
Earlier, we spoke with Father Frank Pavone. It was great to hear from him. We spoke with Carlos Stan recently, the former ambassador.
Here's the link if anyone wants to come on, Kevin, or anyone else. Oh wow, I have that Western Town. I didn't realize the buildings came individually.
I guess they did. So I got the Western Town for Christmas, probably the same way that you did. It was called the Big Western Town, and it came in the box, and it was from Germany, I think. My mom ordered it from the Sears catalog.
Yeah.
I wish she would have gotten that castle that you got, but I got the Western Town instead. But then I found this on Mercari about 5 years ago, that they also sold it piece by piece.
Yeah, it's different colors though. Like
it is
weird to have that green.
Yes, and it comes with one figure that's inside there.
Oh.
So many people think about various parts of the country. I've seen cowboy hats, cowgirl hats, say MAGA.
Collect all of these in authentic buildings.
Mm-hmm.
All sorts of people out there that just love President Trump. Whether you wear a suit, a polo shirt, a t-shirt, a baseball hat, doesn't matter. Because we want our country to be made fairly bad. So it's seeing that momentum across the nation right now. So it's quite awesome.
Some Fantastic Four figures that came out. These are the Marvel Legends versions. This is I think I sent you one of these. I think he sent you the Cycleman. Here's the Sue Storm. She's pretty good. Not bad. These are all good figures. I like them. Here's the Demon Torch.
Volunteers and a lot of candidacy. They're not really just being respectful.
Here's the one that I sent you, Psycho Man.
Yeah. And these are new, but made to look like they were made in the 90s for the animated series that came out then.
That's right. That's right. And they're part of what's called Marvel Legends, which is this line that I collect down here. This is what the standard packaging looks like. But they do that.
Oh, okay.
They do that throwback packaging often for different lines and everything.
Well, they look nice. They're
Different
displayed
styles.
like books with that spine with the character on them. That's neat.
Yeah, I save the ones. I don't save all the packaging. I save the ones that have art that I like. And I don't know if I'm going to continue doing that, but that's what I do. I have a lot of loose toys, and that's the stuff that I keep on display permanently. Is the stuff that's loose without packaging. I want to keep it out, and then the things that are in packages still, and I can take in and out of packages, like these figures right here. Like I do that thing that I've shown you guys so much, where I cut the bottom so that I'm able to pull the toy in and out. If I want to save the packaging, I can hang these on the
Didn't you do a video about how you made that Hawkman appear to hover? That's not the way it comes, right? You did some custom thing about with that, or am I wrong?
Well, I did some other. That's not one of the flight stands that I've used before that makes it go up higher, which is just a clear plastic Barbie stand that I found on Amazon. But that's one of the current McFarlane flight stands. But this is an older figure. This is one of those figures that Kevin and I were talking about last night that was produced like about 20 years ago by the Four Horsemen for Mattel. This was before McFarlane had the DC license, and the license was held by Mattel, and these were really good figures.
Oh, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty nice. I like how he just appears to be hovering there above the rack.
Yeah, it's nice if you have figures that are meant, that are flying figures. It's nice to have flight stand. Okay, let's go look in the collection room real quick. I put the Cthulhu up right here. Kind of got this little altar of touch lights going.
Oh yeah.
I got Keck, and when it's dark in here, I got the torch lights, those going, and then the Cthulhu, and then Keck right there.
Yeah, that's great.
The Elder Gods. Okay, so here's what's been going on in the collection room. So this really also is just a staging area because I want to have as much comics and toys in here as possible, as opposed to out in the living room where normal people that just happen to come maybe to like check the smoke detectors won't immediately think that I'm some sort of a weirdo, even though it's obvious right off the bat. But anyway, this will be where all the really deep, weird toy collecting and comic collecting and art production is going to be happening right here. This is going to be my work table and everything, and this is what I'm working on right now. I did that. That's the first shelf that I've completely overhauled and cleaned and put everything back together on it. These two are next. It's a hassle because there's a bunch of loose nuts and bolts and all the shelves are here, and I have them just cleaning them. I'm making everything tight and then anchoring it to the wall. So that one is the only one that's anchored so far, and then they move in a row and they're all anchored together eventually. Let's see. Let's look at stuff real handy that's right here. Here's the Captain Scarlet SPV that's complete and in its original packaging.
Yeah.
Hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, amoxicillin, Z-Pack. Learn more about those prescriptions if you're unfamiliar with them. And
there's the Ideal Super City Construction Skyscraper Construction set.
Oh wow, I've never seen that.
You can build this high-rise apartment complex.
What?
Yeah, it has all the pieces in here. It's actually really a difficult set. So my brother had this set. This is not the one my brother had because it's all long gone. But I bought this almost complete off of Mercari like about 5 years ago. And so just because I remembered the pieces and everything. And so this is like an upgrade to like Legos. So Legos are like baby toys compared to this. Like this is hard to snap together. It takes like dexterity and hand strength to put this thing together. It really does. So this is part of the ideal motorific line. So you know the motorific cars that had the little motors that you would drop inside and the boats and the robots and everything brought to?
Yeah.
This building set is scaled to go with those cars. So the Super City, you're supposed to be able to make like this city and put the tracks all around it.
Oh wow.
It seems like every day is going to be a double header moving forward because there's so many events going on.
But you can make these modern design like 60s office buildings.
We have one in Pennsylvania on Monday, and then you can continue on.
Wow.
We see President Trump and the campaign share with media, not only conservative media but mainstream media. What
the light set wasn't included, so there's no light.
So that's why you see him talk about the fake news a lot of these events. Pretty fun to see him make fun of.
Here's a Johnny West Buffalo.
What they are. Hey,
Oh.
From about 1972 or 1971, I think.
How to pretend? Well, they are pretending. They're the pretenders. They pretend on camera. They pretend to act like, oh, this is the truth, but it's not the truth. It's not the truth. MAGA is a beautiful movement. President Trump did great
Yeah, I had a Johnny West as a kid. I have no idea where I got it from.
Great that President Trump has called them out, and now we call them.
Yeah, I never had any Johnny West figures.
I thought I got it from my older brother, Missing Mars, but he says now, he goes, we couldn't afford stuff like that. I said, well, I must have got it from a neighbor or garage sale or something.
What I had was that I missed were Zeroids, but I think they broke, and I think they must have gotten thrown away.
Those Zeroids were interchangeable with that motorific thing that I was just showing you.
Oh, okay.
Ideal, and the little motors that were inside it were the same motor. This is just stuff that's on the shelf right now.
Yeah.
That has been unpacked, and this particular shelf has been all cleaned and dusted and ready to go and everything. And so right now it's just a staging area for random things. There's a Chief Cherokee. He's part of the Johnny West line.
Yeah, my neighbor had him.
The Gold Knights. The Gold Knight was also, same scale. It's part of the Johnny West line. Here's some Marks, Cowboys and Indians. The 6-inch ones.
All right, so
horses.
President Trump
Johnny West horses on the bottom there, aren't they?
Jaguar. Yeah, those are Johnny West horses.
For whatever reason, President Trump said we stand.
Here's a TCR Total Control Racing set. It's the Jeeps.
Yeah.
Complete.
So we know it's going to either go one way really good, or it can go really, really bad.
Everything is there, but the
some of you out there,
the transformer thing just starts buzzing and it gets real hot, like it's going to explode and catch on fire.
Keep the narrative going and to as many people as
so mostly it's like a cosmetic thing. You set it up.
To be able to talk about,
was there a bad guy that went with the Johnny West?
Yeah.
Black Bart or something?
His name was Sam Cobra.
Oh, there you go.
Corporate media that has not our.
Is that a stack?
Yeah, that's a flea stack.
Nice.
It's just sometimes I still have to pinch myself and realize I'm actually saying these words on camera right now.
How does that mean?
Things like Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. It's just awesome to be able to freely say that.
That's probably good for now, right?
That's a different conversation.
Do you have the bad guy from Johnny West somewhere?
Yeah, I've got him. I have Sam Cobra.
Nice.
He's in a box. He hasn't been unpacked yet.
There was two little kids too, wasn't there? A girl and a boy.
Yeah, there's actually 4 total. Hold on, I've got one right here. This was kind of an interesting story. I'm going to come and bring this and sit down. Hold on. This is, I think this was Mercari also about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So I ended up liking Mercari more than I did eBay when it came to purchasing certain vintage toys in certain ways, right? And so Mercari has this. Not only is there like the ability to message with people in a different way than there is on eBay, but because it has this reputation of being smaller or something, maybe this was 5 years ago, it might not be different. It might be different now because I haven't used it in a long time. But anyway, you would get to know people or talking to people, and people would send you extra pictures of the things that you were interested in because you're not really bidding. You're like, it's different. You're offering money, and then they might counter offer you or something. Anyway, I met this lady who was liquidating her mother's doll collection on the East Coast, like Connecticut, New Hampshire, things like that. Anyway, she sent me pictures of the closet, like to my email. And because all I was interested in were these Johnny West figures, and there were 2 of them. And I saw them on the shelf like this. So I could see these dolls like all around, and I could see the end of this, right? And so I was like, I would be interested in those right there. It was this one, and then this other figure, which was a regular large size figure called Princess Wildflower, which is the Indian princess, right? Both of them brand new, complete in box, never been opened since 1972 with the price tag still on them from a store called Bradley's from Bradley's.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I remember. They were around when I was a little bit.
But yeah, everything is here. So this was the first time, and I think this is the only time. So the only figures that I've been able to purchase in present day that were brand new, like unopened, had been treated and kept together as if they were brand new, still sealed in the bag on the inside and everything, were these 2 Johnny West female figures with the girl toys.
Josie
West, yes.
That's cool. Do you have any of
There's
those?
Josie, and then there's a brunette one. I think her name is Janice.
Okay.
What was that?
Did you have any of those as a child?
I had a lot of these as a child. I didn't have any of these. My cousin had these. My cousin Cynthia had these, and she had the covered wagon and the buckboard. I didn't have either of those. I had horses. I had Johnny West. I had Geronimo. I had General Custer. I had what's his name? Colonel Maddox, I think the one that looks like James West and Wild Wild West.
What toys?
The only ones that are unboxed are the ones that I just showed you. None of them. I haven't got to them yet. I haven't unpacked them yet.
Are any of the toys we've seen today stuff you had as a kid?
I don't think so.
What happened to all those? They all just got lost in the growing up in that?
They were all sold in garage sales. I got rid of all my toys. I kept some things, like the things that I've kept. I've showed you guys and talked to you about it. Like I kept my James Bond car. I kept my Batmobile. I kept select certain little things, but not much. It was all either given away by me to my little cousins, as well as all my funny animal comic books. Like I wished I would have kept all my Richie Riches and all my Caspers and stuff like that. I got rid of all of those. My mom would come through my room about twice a year, right? And she, otherwise she pretty much stayed away from my room. But she would come over and about twice a year and come through and like just kind of cull my room, right? And so every year it would be like she would just remember that toy box that would be in your closet that would be broken toys or just stuff thrown in there. she would just pour all that into something else and either take it and throw it away or take it to the church for a garage sale or something like that.
Now,
But when I got to be about 13 or 14 or 15, I just started giving all my stuff away, like to my little cousins and also to her for like she'd come in, she'd say, "Do you what do you? I'm getting rid of stuff. I'm doing a garage sale. I'm getting rid of stuff. What do you want? What do you have?" And I just got rid of all of it because in the end, when I left and joined the Army, all I kept was I had 4 long boxes and I think 2 or 3 boxes of just miscellaneous stuff. And that's everything that was kept at my mom's house for the whole time that I was in the Army until I came home and I got it all out.
Now, is there anything from your childhood you're still looking to acquire that's kind of pricey, or do you recall? There's a lot.
There's a huge list. There's a huge list. I haven't really purposefully targeted like trying to replace things as much as I've let the universe present stuff to me. So like there's things that I bought that I never knew existed that are vintage and that predate me. And then there's stuff that I didn't own that existed when I was a little kid. And there's a few things that have crossed my path that fit that were things I used to have and now I bought again, like a couple Migos. Like I got my Migo Hulk back and I got a Migo Spider-Man back. A few particular figures that I really wanted that I definitely like looked for, like this red gorilla. I really wanted this red gorilla back. And so I purposefully like searched to get this, to find it, and just because I wanted this particular toy.
Yeah.
But then most of the stuff I get, like there's things I really want, but a lot of it's expensive. And so I just wait. And like I got the game of Jaws. I bought that because I wanted it again, because I owned it as a kid. And I found out that in really good condition, it's not that expensive. So I went ahead and found one that was in good shape.
What I saw that you had that I've never had was that Mystic Skull game. Is that a really expensive game?
No, I don't think so. If it's expensive, I found it when it was inexpensive.
Okay.
So I think let's look at it real quick. The art is beautiful. Can you see that? And the art on the inside of the game itself is great. There's a whole video of the game on my channel. If you just search Meyer Green Black Mystic Skull, it will just come up and you'll be able to see a video of me showing the entire game and the setup on the inside and everything. I don't want to open it up right now, but
well, they should reissue that game with all the recent migrants into the country.
Is great.
Now, Gratu, you were going to do some live board game playing, weren't you, on your channel at one time?
Well, yeah, I was talking about it. I did set up the Green Ghost game one night just to see if it glowed, and yeah, that just never has panned out because my wife's been doing that job. And did you see earlier when I showed the pictures of what the Migo Grim Ghost from Atlas Seaboard Comics looks like?
No, I didn't see it.
It's gonna look like this. And then there's going to be a comic book included, a Grim Ghost comic book, so that people know what the character even is. So a replica of the first issue of the comic behind him.
That looks okay, right?
Yeah, I don't know what other characters they're going to do. I think they're going to be doing Devilina. That's what I heard, and I don't know who the other 2 characters are. It's just a very strange idea of what they're doing.
Name that's making those?
Huh?
What's the company's name that's going to?
It's actually Migo. Migo's been revived by the original owner, creator guy. Marty Abrams has started it up a few years back, and I guess they're making stuff for the collector's market. I think those are going to be sold through Walmart. I just don't know who is going to be getting that stuff. I mean, I'd like to get a Devilina figure. I mean, the Grim Ghost. I mean,
they're pretty obscure. Those 2 characters.
Oh yes, they're obscure. Yeah, no, that's I guess why they're going to have to include the comics with them.
Yeah.
Now the Devilina, what was a magazine? It was like a Vampirella, black and white magazine. If they include that with it, a replica of that, that's kind of it kind of had a racy cover. So I don't know what they're going to do. It's all very strange. The toys from my childhood I'd like to get more of are completely unaffordable, and that's a Hasbro line of finger puppets called Kooky Spookies, and they were little glow in the dark finger puppet ghosts. And I have two of them from when I was a kid. One is missing his this clock with chains that he wore around his neck, and the other one had a guitar like a banjo, and those are missing. But those things, I don't know what they're made out of, but they glow insanely. Um, I'd like to maybe get a Geiger counter and see what they're putting out.
I have a
But
short list. I want to get the Green Ghost that you have. I want to get
mhm,
Hugo, Man of a Thousand Faces. I would
okay,
like to get the Adventure Team, the GI Joe Adventure Team set that was that like 8-wheeled like Egyptian thing with Discovery set with the bubble over the front, the 2-seater, and the back opened up, and there was like a boop, 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 over the top of that. I'd like to get the diver, the original like deep diver. I would like to get the Apollo uh ship, right? With
yeah,
right? I'd like to get
capsule.
all that. All of that is really expensive, and most of the materials that were used on the cloth and even the Joes themselves have degraded over time. So not only do you have to like put in the effort to buy like reproduction stuff because the old stuff all dried up and doesn't work anymore and doesn't look good, and the Joes themselves were held together with elastic bands that over time get all floppy and everything. So
When
I'm
when
just
did
not.
they do, when did they do
What's
the
that?
adventure team? When did they do the adventure team? Was that the early to mid '70s that they came out?
I think about 73 or 74. I think
Okay.
70, maybe Christmas of 73. Does
And
that sound about,
did they
about you?
replace the military line with those or? Yeah,
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
it was more to pacify parents, because the Vietnam War was very unpopular.
What now? What was the original one based on? World War II or Korea or Vietnam or the one the first when did the first one come out?
Well, the original was World War II that came
Okay.
out in '64. I mean, that's kind of, but yeah, but I mean, the army uniform didn't change in the World War II Korea.
When did
It's
he get a
still the
beard?
same.
When did he get a beard? Was the original one with a beard, or was that like in the '60s and?
No, no, the beard came along with the adventure team because they
Oh,
were
72,
they were
73.
making him not military anymore. That's why they put the beard on him, and he's now a man of adventure.
I had a hand me down one that had a beard, but he had a military. He had the camouflage, the jungle camouflage and stuff on him. And then there was the eagle eye one. You could move his eyes with a switch in the back of his head.
Well, it might have still been a kind of military uniform, but I think they put the little symbol of his.
Okay,
I don't know.
whatever. Yeah,
They were trying to make him less military, you know.
yeah, yeah. And the $6 million man, I had him. When you crank
Yeah,
lifted the engine block, you push that crank in the back, and you could look through the back of his head. It was supposed to be his bionic vision.
right. I
Yeah,
still have him, but
I
I've
would want to
lost the
get.
engine
I'd like to
block.
get the Bigfoot. I'd like to get the $6 million man Bigfoot figure that Kevin has. I'd like that,
Did you
and I'd
did you
like
did you have
that
either one of those,
Gregory
Meyer?
bat. That big Gregory bat toy would be good too.
Did you have $6 million man as a kid, or?
I did. I
Yeah,
didn't have Bigfoot though, but I had
yeah.
$6 million man, and I had Maskatron. I had that one Maskatron.
I
And then
never had
Oscar,
Maskatron. That would be good.
there was an Oscar Goldman too, I guess. I just had six
Yeah,
million
I
dollars.
didn't have it.
I
Yeah.
don't think many kids got the Oscar Goldman. I've
I
got
What
in a box was it the Femazon or what was the villain from Bionic Woman? I've still got her with a
Yeah,
robot face. I mean, I got that when I was an adult.
did
It
they have a
was
bionic woman too?
yeah.
yeah.
They had Amy Summers too, yeah.
Yeah, but little boys didn't buy that. Didn't get
No,
that for Christmas.
there was a dog in the show. I wonder if did they make a bionic dog too?
Was the dog bionic?
Yeah,
Man, I've forgotten that.
yeah. Go back and watch it. They got those on Roku. You can watch all those on the Roku.
That was on Bionic Woman or $6 Million Man.
Man, the dog, I think. And then
Oh, that's cool.
there was another $6 Million Man. Maybe I'm thinking of Maskatron. I don't know. There was another bionic guy that Steve Austin had to help one time because his bionics were screwing up his mind or something. Did I recall?
I don't. Yeah, man, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I'd have to go back. I'd have to go back and rewatch those. They used to be
Yeah,
on
that's
a ton of TV on Saturday nights, but I think they took them up. I think they're on Roku now. You can watch them all. I watch all those.
yeah. Hot TV doesn't exist anymore, right? There were a couple of other channels like Me TV. I think they went away.
Yeah, I've never seen Hot TV. I don't even remember that one. Like I said, I get
It,
antenna TV through the
okay,
cable, Me TV, Catchy
well,
Comedy,
yeah,
Heroes and Icons is another one. It's got like westerns and some Western '90s stuff in that on there, like Walker Texas Ranger and all that stuff.
yeah.
And I'm trying to think of what any of the other. Oh, there's a Rewind TV. That stuff's like 80s and '90s sitcoms and that.
Okay, yeah, that wouldn't interest me.
Drew Carey and what was it? There was a couple others. Just Shoot Me was another one that had David Spade in it. That's on there often.
Yeah,
Good comedies, but even that stuff is kind of dated now. It would never get played now with the way they talk about it. Same with Seinfeld. Half of the stuff that was on Seinfeld wouldn't pass nowadays.
yeah, probably so. Yeah,
What?
boy, let's see.
Did you get anything from Kevin in a while or no?
Um,
Any packages come from him or? I saw your
I
T-shirt.
got,
Your
I
T-shirts were
got,
pretty cool. You got from I think your in-laws or something sent you T-shirts or something.
yeah, my mother-in-law sent some Trump shirts and some little Trump things from that Chinese company,
Timu
Temu.
or Temu or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, and she sent a Tomb of Terror shirt with the cover of a pre-code horror comic, which
Yeah,
apparently they make.
they're pretty cool. I don't know if they're going to shrink on you. Be careful washing them and drying them and that.
Yeah, well,
Are they 2X?
they're 3X and one is
Okay,
4X, but the
go ahead.
3X actually they're very small because the 3X actually kind of fit me I think I'm actually 2X. I don't know. Yeah, they're weird shirts. They're made of this weird material. Um, I don't know.
Laced with fentanyl, you said maybe.
Probably, yeah. I don't know.
Or heroin or something.
There's no telling. I'll keep going through this box while I've got it out. This is I'm sure that Jambo has all of these Skywall Jungle Adventures. He's got to have all these. I don't think these are super valuable, but they may be now for all I know.
Hey, that one comic book store that you went to when you moved out where you currently live in now, how far away is that from you? Is that like an hour?
Describe the store.
I think you said you went to one that had some decent back issues in it one time when you first moved to.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was called something. I don't remember. High Five Comics, and
That's a
it
good.
didn't have any. Was it a store that had no new comics
Yeah.
and baseball cards or sports cards? That is about maybe a little less than an hour away.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good drive though.
Yeah. And then the other store I went to that had good comics was more a record store, but they had a nice comic selection too. It was overwhelming because the store, some old building and more records than I've ever seen in my life. And
Go through their albums at all? Their records?
yeah, that was when I first moved here. That was a couple hours away, and yeah, because I'd seen they had a whole wall of famous monsters and stuff on the internet, and I said I've got to check the store out. And there was this guy on YouTube, this musician said, "I've just been to the best record store on the planet Earth," and I said I wanted to go there, and I went there once, and I filmed inside there and everything, and
You didn't pick up anything when you were in there?
oh, I still hear about that because I spent a lot of money in there.
Oh, so
Yeah, it was
you,
insane how
did you
much I spent.
buy albums or comics?
I bought albums and I bought comics and maybe a few monster magazines. I think so.
You already put the album.
And then a bunch of old movie magazines because he had just gotten in a bunch of them with just movie the magazines they sell the women with Elvis and all that on the cover and bought a ton of those.
How were the prices on the albums? Decent prices?
Yeah, they were good prices. I mean,
Good.
especially now because I guess all these idiots are collecting vinyls.
Yeah, they're making them
Uh,
collectible now, so they're expensive.
it was a good store. It was a weird weird town. It's where is it? It's called what is the name of that place?
Is that the one Strange Life went to too, or did he go to a different one when he came out to visit you?
Strange Life. We never went to a store.
No, did he go
We
to that one? No, because from your recommendation or something, he went to some store. He found little big books there.
Oh no, no, I've never been to that town. He
Okay,
was he was wanting to move, and there was some town that he discovered on his own. I've never been there, and he went into some antique store and found some really cool big little books. But I've never been to that town. All I know is what I saw in the video. I don't.
is that a
It's
pretty good distance? That town far from you too?
I think it could be an hour and a half,
Yeah,
maybe 2 hours away. I mean, it's
yeah, that's a drive.
kind of we haven't really gone anywhere. Today I was gonna go 9 miles away, and to me it was like I'm going on a long voyage. And then I got a little bit onto the highway, and my car, the gauge went way up to the red and then above it, and it's like, oh man, there wasn't any steam coming out of my engines. I turned around as soon as it went up, and I made sure I had enough coolant in it and everything, oil, and then it seems to
Yeah,
be okay now. It's just I just live like Groundhog Day. I do the same thing every day. I get up at the same time. I do the same stuff. I
yeah. My daughter claims I got to break my routine. She says because then I said no, I don't know if I have to break my routine.
um
Well, those are great. That's a great cover. Look at the eyes on.
yeah. Yeah, this one, it looks a little sun faded. I think it should be brighter.
Look how many characters, the people he drew on the front cover of that thing. Is that Wally Wood did the cover on those?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
That's great.
Whether he did the inks or the pencils and the inks, yeah. This was his project. Um,
I
yeah,
got
I
a
don't have all of them.
I got a couple of the reprints or whatever that they did in the 90s or late 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Higher United Nations Defense Enforcement Reserves. Thunder. Yeah, there's a cool character that I've always wanted to do a painting of. The main villainess. Um,
Now I
this
wonder,
one's open.
are they public domain now? All those characters? I wonder,
Um,
or DC or
I
Marvel?
don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if who owns them or what. Whoever's owns them. I don't know. This is a Gil Kane cover. Let's see. Right there.
Who's
Now
fighting
you
them?
can finish high school at home. The ads always were how you can build your muscles so you can defend yourself against bullies, and then they assume that you're either a wimp or you're someone that's really stupid if you're reading comics. That's the way the ads always were.
Yeah.
Oh, Meyer, are you still here? I don't know if he's still. He
Mike,
might be.
yeah, it
He's,
looks like
he's somewhere.
anyways.
I was just. I took my camera off me so I could see who's still here. Yeah. See, learn karate. It's always um,
Sorry, dude. I'm
Thunder
still here.
Agent
I had to take a
Weed. His
call. I
name
had to
is
run
Weed.
downstairs. I'm still
Okay.
here.
It's just this. I forgot they had a character named Weed.
Hey, Meyer, did you get your TV yet? He left again.
Yeah, yeah.
He did.
I got my
He was
TV.
waiting on it.
Yeah, I got it the same night. I got it the night that I was waiting on it.
Was that Wednesday night? Where we were
Yeah,
on
it was
Wednesday
Wednesday.
night?
It was
Yeah, he
Wednesday
was
night.
waiting on it, and he got it delivered.
You gonna
Yeah,
mount
Um,
that?
he carried,
You gonna put that on
and
the
the
wall?
guy that delivered it carried it all the way up to the door, so I didn't even need help with it.
Nice.
you're on the first floor. You don't. Is that correct?
Yeah, that one's yeah.
One flight. One
So the
flight.
One,
Rockets Blast comic collector, which was a huge fanzine there in the '60s and into the '70s, apparently it was based in Miami, Florida. I didn't really know where it was from. They have an ad in here because this was these comics were bought by collectors and investors. Even then, I mean, people knew that Wally Wood. I mean, eh, he was a superstar then, and when he tried working for Marvel, he was very unhappy, and I don't think Stan Lee didn't like him and made fun of him in the editorial text of Daredevil, you know, because Wally Wood said, "Well, why am I not getting paid for writing the story? I'm writing the story, and you're just kind of like altering the dialogue slightly, and I should get paid for that." And he says, "Let me get a credit writing this Daredevil story." So Stanley let him, and then he put little things in there. Okay, gang, we're gonna let him try out writing. Let's see how it goes. And then he puts at the end, you know, it's like, what did you guys think of that? And it's like, yeah, well, we're sorry. We let him write last issue, but maybe we can pick up the pieces and shit like that. It's like so he oh, what is my wife saying? Apparently, the Democrats are angering Meghan McCain, and she's going to disclose the things he said about Kamala. Interesting. Okay. I think I just got censored. No, I saw it. Unless you said something else that's horrifyingly offensive. Here's no. Oh, yeah. I think I just. Yeah. Apparently, you know, the centaur put a very innocuous comment. He meaning her dad. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, that's good. Um, it's it's just these books are great. They just didn't sell, and I think it's just because they were a quarter. You know, where's the quarter? Yeah. Um,
Yeah, I heard Centaur's comment this morning about if the election didn't go.
yeah, I know. It's like, oh shit, man, you have to
He's
say
gonna have
that
to
on my
change.
show.
He's
And
gonna
it's
have
like,
to
oh
change
my god, the worst thing you could possibly say on YouTube.
he's
But
gonna have to
I haven't been removed from the platform yet. But
he's gonna have to change his identity and come back on as whatever the one was he was using before.
oh well. No, he's many things. He's been on his Zork since then.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Zor,
this
yeah,
character that she's the Iron Maiden. I want to do a painting of her. That and Princess Dragon Mom from Inframan. Yeah, this is just great stuff. But anyway, Wally Wood split from Marvel and he did his own thing and then he did Wits End magazine and then he tried doing a slightly more adult comic, Heroes Incorporated, to sell to servicemen and the PXs. And apparently, everybody's got that comic because someone was saying somewhere that there was a warehouse find of 700,000 of them. So it's one of those things like Warren magazines are not rare because when James Warren, I guess, went bankrupt or stopped publishing, all the Warren magazines from the back issue department they all flooded the market. I remember seeing stacks of them at conventions. So if you're paying a lot for Warren magazines, there's a lot of them out there. But, this is a great cover, but it's really flawed by this caption, this huge and very unattractive lettering. No ads, all action from cover to cover. And actually, backed by popular the lettering. It's just all crooked and not interesting, but it's nice drawing. If it just wasn't for that, but I like the ads. Whenever something says no ads, I'm like, oh man, I want to see the ads. The ads are the fun part of the fun for me. Um, I have two copies of this one. Uh, which one's in worse shape? Well, interesting to see. It's a square bound, right? So this one. It looks like the cover had come off at some point, and someone stapled it on. See that? So things are going to get more interesting. My wife's talking about. Yeah, they're all going to eat each other. That ad yesterday. That's one of the great ads of all time, of all right up there with uh what was the ad that where the little girl was picking the petals off the flower back in the 60s, and then she goes up in a mushroom cloud, and it was an ad, I think LBJ ad, and
Right.
that yeah, I mean that ad is so bad it's beyond words.
What,
Yeah, I think
what
this
ad are you
cover,
talking about? What ad is that?
there was an ad for it was an LB, it was for LBJ against maybe McGovern or something. It was basically saying, if you vote for the other guy, if you don't vote for me, we're going to have nuclear war. So it
Yeah,
shows
I mean,
this
what
cute
ad
little
are you
blonde.
referencing now?
Oh shoot, you didn't. It's the ad where for Kamala they put up yesterday. I showed it earlier. It's got a bunch of these no testosterone, Antifa, skinny or gigantically fat males, and they're posing as real men, and they've got them in
Yeah, I saw
farm
that.
clothes. Do you know what
I
I'm
saw
talking?
that. Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, that to me, I think is so bad. It's hilarious unintentionally, and it's just like I eat carburetors for breakfast. I can I can I can braid the shit out of my daughter's hair. I'm a real man, but I'm not scared of women, and I'm going to vote for women, and I'm not scared to wear panties or to be a cuck or whatever. It was horrible.
Right.
Oh
It's
my
pretty
gosh, look.
desperation, right? They were like all they were. It was a really strange portrayal of those are the American males that they have. Those are the American males that they already have on their side, and the ads should be trying to get
They think
American males that they don't have, right?
they
And so that's
think
what's weird.
But what
That's
they
what's weird
think
about it.
is that they were trying to appeal to males that vote for Trump. They
Right,
thought that they were
but
that
that's how
they were
out of touch they are.
simulating what American males are like. They really
That's
thought
how
they
out
were
of
doing.
touch they are. Yeah.
That's how out of touch they are. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. It's that's what they think that the other side is. Um, it's like this friend of mine always, because we always were like horrified by this. What is that? What was I feel like it is Groundhog's Day on my show. I tell the same stories over and over again, but not everyone always watches every episode. That show, the third, not Third Rock from the Sun, the Big Bang Geeks or whatever, Big
The
Bang
big
Theory
bang.
show. And it's this friend of mine said that's all the football jocks in high school writing that show, and that's what they think that comic book collectors are like. It's completely inauthentic, and as opposed to when someone that really knows what it's like to be one of us writes like Ghost World. That's just all. It's like you see his collection and you see that's a real collection of stuff. Some of the stuff is imaginary, like he collects memorabilia from a restaurant that never really existed, but it's it looks real. It looks authentic. You could tell that Terry Zwigoff was one of us. This is It's just this bad guy is supposed to be a Nazi. They've got look at this weird symbol he has there. It's like a recycling
It's like
symbol,
a photo negative swastika. See?
I guess. Let's see, what is he supposed to be exactly? I'm trying to remember. It's been so many years since I read this. Yeah, they're uh, they're like basically Nazis, but in the '60s. They're like yeah. These books are so much fun. Um, this one, oh yeah, the Return of the Iron Maiden. Yeah, they've never made an action. Have they ever made action figures out of these characters? That would be a fun character to have. This one
Yeah,
here.
I haven't seen that. If they have, I didn't see it.
Um, there's Vibraman. Um, here's a. I don't know if Kevin's watching, but uh, Grow Amazing Live Sea Monkeys. This is a sea monkey yet I've never seen.
I haven't
Uh,
seen it.
my wife says, "Hey, Grotz, how is it going to the farm today?" I actually filmed coming back. It's on YouTube. It's it was uh, it was an experience. I learned that when you're on a gravel road, that I guess your tires don't really grip it. I could feel my car fishtailing a little bit, and I'm thinking I need to go a little slower on this gravel road. I'm not I'm not used to driving on roads like I've never been the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's town we used to live in. They used to chip seal the roads, and they would put some tar down, and they'd put gravel down. And they'd say you have to go like 15 miles an hour on it, and you
uh,
could slide around pretty good on the gravel.
this is white gravel with it, and it kicks up white dust. I hate to live out there and have your windows open. It's a nice day, and then I don't think you get more than one or two cars going by you in a day. But it kicks up all this white dust. It's like whenever we get a package from Amazon, it's covered in white dust, and then it gets all over my clothes trying to open the package, and it's because these trucks go out to these farmers, and then white dust covers everything in the van, and then
Is there houses on these roads, or they all just is all pretty much just farm?
yeah, there's houses. I
House?
went to someone's house. Yeah, it's every so often there's a farmer's house. This is there's hills, and it's just like Norman Rockwell country. It's because where I lived in Texas, it was flat and it was nothing but strip centers and buildings, and when we drove from Dallas to Houston, it was boring and flat. Where I live now is more like the way Texas is supposed to be. I mean, John Wayne was born 50 miles from here. I'm going to go film in his childhood house and see the room where he was born, and I just have to go do that sometime. And there's a John Wayne museum there, and he only lived there till he was like 5 or 6. Then they moved somewhere else. The family approved by the Wayne family museum is actually in Fort Worth, although he never lived in Fort Worth, but Fort Worth's more associated with cowboys than here. Uh, but here it's like I don't know. I'm 6 foot tall. I was always one of the tallest people around, and now most women here tower over me. It's like everyone's like gigantic here. It's like
Now, what did you go do at the? What did you go do at the farm?
oh, my wife's been on a health kick, and I guess she wanted fresh milk, like from
Okay,
the farm.
yeah, not non.
It's not processed and stuff. So this lady was selling it, and it just happens to be a lady I actually work with too, just coincidentally. But she brought the milk to our house yesterday. My wife wasn't feeling well and was so horrified that she'd fallen asleep and didn't hear her at the door. So she says, "That's okay. I could bring it Monday." And my wife really wanted it now. So one of my errands I was going to do today was go get it. And then as soon as I got on the highway, my car's like, "Oh my God, it's overheating." And so I fixed it. It seems to be working okay. And I went out there and it was fun. Yeah, I was listening to this oldies country station, driving on this country roads. I got a couple of copyright claims for that video, but it's worth it. The video, at least you can view it. It'll never be monetized because of that. But Um, I never heard this country version of Afternoon Delight that they were playing on the radio. It was kind of neat. Anyway, um, I wonder what happened to Kevin, man. He was going to pay for a mask and he never returned.
Now, did he get pretty sick a couple weeks back?
Thick? Or, oh,
Yeah,
sick.
sick, yeah.
I was thinking you meant
No, no,
fat.
no, not sick. I'm not making fun of his weight.
Uh, did he get sick? Yes. He had, I think, food poisoning
Oh
or
yeah.
something. Yeah, he had food poisoning or something. That it only lasted a day, but it was during the weekend when his store's not open. My wife says, "Did you get to see the cow I'm getting my milk from?" No, I saw a bunch of the cool pet dogs that ran to my car to greet me. That's all. Hit that dang like button, everyone. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
So is Drew mad at you now? Do you smell like those dogs from that farm?
No, I don't even know where she is. She uh she must be upstairs with Cleo. She had to get a rabies and distemper shot.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
then I brought her back, and then I had to take her to the groomer, which she likes being there, but I couldn't get her out the door. She was pulling so hard against me. It's just her collar came off 3 times. It's like I can't get the dog out the door.
They
And
clip
I
her.
find,
They clip her nails
huh?
at the groomer too.
Huh?
Did they clip her nails at the groomer too?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And she doesn't mind that.
Well, I don't know. I'm not there when they do it. She must have some way of doing it. I've never been very successful at clipping a dog's nails, so that's why I'd rather have
Yeah,
someone else do it.
they have issues with you touching their paws. Some of them, some animals. I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. And paranoid android Greta, how does that cow milk taste like? Well, it's she likes it, but she got some that wasn't good the other day, and so the lady was coming to replace it for her. And anyway, and so she didn't want to wait till Monday for the lady to bring it back, and so she thought, well, I could go get it today. And milk, wait, what? Wait, milk? LOL. I don't get the Greta. How does that cow milk taste like? Milk? LOL. Okay. Then she says, thanks for the reminder to hit the like button, the library 88. Sorry, that was a stupid question. No, she says it tastes incredibly better, not bitter, fresh, creamy, and nourishing, even thirst quenching. Yummy. No, it wasn't a dumb question. Raw milk is the way. Raw milk is the way. She's here, she's sleeping. Yeah. So that's the way it is. I don't know. So hopefully my car is okay because I'll probably never be able to. I got to get another car for Cleo, but I don't know how I'm ever gonna unless things become better. Where Trump's talking about lowering the energy cost uh, by half. You know, if things like that happen, then maybe I can. It's just right now. It's really rough.
Last I
This
heard,
is.
last
Yeah.
last I heard, Trump was talking about doing away with taxes on overtime too.
Overtime, yeah, tips, all that stuff.
Retirement or not retirement, maybe Social Security or something that was non. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Social Security is not something that I'm not old enough for that, but that's not that many years away. Um,
Yeah, I'm
she
not sure.
comes
I'm
back
not.
very happy and she naps a lot after going to the groomer. Taxes on cars are going to be tax deductible.
That's the other
Par-
thing.
Paranoid says, Cleo, it's in the stars or something, but every time I hit the like button, I'm number 8. It's all in the numbers, as David Wilcock says, LOL. I wonder if David Wilcock is well enough to do a live show tomorrow. It's Teen In. I think this comic is what this character was what Atlas Seaboard renamed. I think her name is Debbie. Am I right? And then she was renamed Vicky. The Atlas Seaboard actually just did reprints for their Vicky comic, but I think they redrew the '60s fashions and made them into '70s. What are people saying? Ha ha! The number for infinity. But anyway, I love. Archie comics, and I love imitation Archie comics, and I love old rock and roll. And here's there's a lot of actual bands. Um, that back cover is Herman's Hermits.
How to protect against the Overbrook Blitz. They have brought it many a time.
The heck is that? There's a cool black and white story at the back. What's the story with these black and white? Okay. Will he see you in September? Summer 68 is now. Here are tips guaranteed to catch his eye. What's interesting in the back of this comic, it goes black and white. I don't know if they're wanting you to, I think maybe this is for you to color, but I've never seen a black and white story in a comic book. Uh, did they intend you to color this? It's very nice artwork. Who's the artist on this, man? It's not Archie. Oh, it's Chick Stone.
That's a thick comic book too.
Yeah, yeah. All these. This is also Tower, right? This is the same company that put out Thunder Agents. They seem to only put out 25-cent comics in the '60s, which is why I think.
Were those Thunder Agents have that square
Yeah,
bind?
they were all like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were all thick comics. Yeah. Here's Donovan.
Is that one magazine size or is that a comic book size?
No, this is comic
That,
size. It's
okay.
it's
There
but
you go.
it's what makes you think that is it's weird to see black and white in a comic. I don't think I've ever seen it
There's
ever.
no color in that whatsoever other than the cover, huh?
Oh no, there once I get past this page and go forward, it's all color.
That's
Like
weird.
it just looks like an Archie comic. But that I forgot that back part is in black and white, and I don't know. I think maybe they bought that black and white story and just didn't want to hire a colorist. I don't know. I mean, it looks really cool. It looks very moody. Secret family feuds of the Cowsills. The music explosion. Yeah, that's strange. Here's Sonny and Cher,
Now,
1968.
the album store you went to that you said was like an hour and a half away. Do you remember what albums you bought there? Or did you already put them
Yeah,
in?
it was. I got some, in the '70s when they would put out albums of old time radio shows like The Shadow, and I got some old time radio show episodes. I got some of those '60s easy listening kind of bachelor pad stereo records that had, you know, pinups on the cover. It seems like I honestly, I'd be able to spot them when I
Yeah, that's fine. I was just
I
curious.
I need to go back to that store. The store is pretty amazing. There's a secret way you get down into the basement of this, and the basement used to be a bar, and the bar got in trouble for serving alcohol to minors, and but it was a 1970s bar with amazing like shag carpet on the walls and weird mirrors coming down at different angles, and it's still all that in the on the walls, but the basement is where they have all their 78 RPM records. And it's because there's so, and then the main level, I mean, this is a building that's probably well over 100 years old. When you approach this town, it looks like the miniatures in a train layout. Those little buildings you'd get for a train, and like an HO train layout where they all look old timey but kind of run down. It looks just like you're looking at someone's train layout. It's a nice town, but it's got a little seedy edge to it where you got to have a little bit, you got to have your head on a swivel a little bit. It looks a little bit like a little sketchy there, even though it still has that Americana feel. I can't even remember the name of the store or the name of the town. It's But it'll come to me as soon as I click end on the episode. But anyway, I think this is the character that Atlas Seaboard renamed Vicky. Um, um, and then, actually, her name is Tippy Teen. I remember now. Tippy Teen. What was that? Yeah, the Herman's Hermits were huge back then. Um, issue number 10. It's got what 154 and SW mean here, written on there by some kid. I don't know. See if there's any more writing inside that will solve that mystery. You can have the English look, the desired appearance. Simple tricks that set apart the fabulous looking femmes are revealed by British stars Cilla Black, Marianne Faithfull, Patty Boyd, and Kathy McGowan, and Beauties and Popularity Secrets of the Stars. Don't delay. You will have that sought after English look the very day you receive your copy. Send just $1 to BPS, Yucca Street, in Hollywood, California, so you can learn how to look like a British girl, like a bird. Um, my God, this is this cover seems to be, this cover is not attached. This is interesting in that it almost looks like a mixture of Archie with Dennis the Menace. Yeah, this cover is completely unattached to the book. So where's my Scotch tape? I don't know. It used to be I was the only one that cared about this stuff. Somehow people are buying stuff like this. I don't know. Here's the Ilya Kuryakin life-size pinup again. I think someone's altered this. No, they haven't. I thought someone had drawn a beard on her, but it's just no, they haven't. It's the way it's supposed to be. It's in okay shape. It's just the staples have failed because it's such a thick book. What happened to Kevin, man? Wait, people are talking in the chat, which very rarely happens. What are people saying here? My wife says I better split. Library 88 says, still haven't tried raw milk, but I did get interested in oat milk when I found out local authorities were shutting down raw milk sellers near my hometown. It must be good for you. Yeah, if they're shutting it down, they don't want us to be healthy. My wife says it is very good for you. Library 88 says haven't tried raw milk yet, but did get intrigued by it. Wait, didn't I just read that? Okay, it must be really good for you if they don't want you to have it. I think that's the same. Okay. Did the bar have to go? Did the bar have go-go dancers in cages? No, it looked like it was from like 1976, not 1966. But I don't know. Yeah, I got a bunch of these tippy teens. Here, this cover is telling you to color the cover. Well, luckily, no one ever did that. Okay, so that's no. Here's a Nancy and Sluggo comic from St. John. Under the Biden administration, I was forced to take the COVID-19 vaccine. Get these prizes. And I was honorably discharged. One's at Dick Tracy Wrist Radio. And with that, So you can get a sense of when. Okay, you got the Davy Crockett rifle. I better not show that rifle on a stream. They'll get upset. Cut my stream. This phonograph is pretty cool looking. I've never seen one that shape. So I would say this is about 1955 early, because the comics code stamp is so big, and it's just reprints from the Sunday strip. So that's great. Oh, and there's other stuff in here too. Bingo, the Monkey Doodle Boy. Oh man, you know what? That that drawing that I was using earlier as a background is from this comic. I swear they're in a fun house. Where's the beginning of the story? Or it's well, it's similar. They're in a fun house, and see, they got these weird demons in a
Hey,
not a
I gotta
fun
go.
house.
I gotta go, guys. I might be able to be back, but I gotta take off. I'll
Okay,
talk to you
okay,
later.
cool.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Let's see. All right. Uh, yeah. Anyway, it's a good comic, but it is from. Let's find the actual time it's from. Um, oh, come on, man. There's a bunch of dates. Oh, there it is. November 1955. I'm right. There's 1879 and 1948. Those are the name. Those are when certain laws were passed that they're quoting in the issue. Books this old are a responsibility because they're so fragile. Um, oh no, you should have toy rifle. YouTube will have a field day with that. They supposedly just don't want you handling them on a live stream. And I was handling a toy squirt gun, and there's another Nancy and Sluggo. And then what else is in this box? Oh, I have my. Was this from the same company? This Captain Marvel? Was this from Tower? The Captain Marvel that could split. It was. They thought Captain Marvel was in public domain because he hadn't been published in 10 years at this point, and they put this comic out and quickly were stopped. But monster size monsters. Look at that. Are you still there? I don't know if anyone's still here.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
here.
Oh, you're here. Okay.
I'm probably gonna drop out and just watch it though.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I don't have anything else to add. I may comment here and there, do a live
Yeah,
comment.
cool. That's great.
But other than that,
yeah, I appreciate you coming on.
these are cool books. I like these books.
Yeah. Paranoid Android Gratu doesn't getting old suck. When I turned 50, I started to notice I have more hair in my nose than on top of my head.
My ears.
Yeah.
I got more hair in my ears too when I turned 50.
Oh. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, top of my head's still pretty hairy, but the rest of my body, I got hair coming out of other places. So
I thought he was wearing a cap, but that's actually his hair.
no,
Yeah, see, it's his
yeah,
hair. Look, see, he's got a whole giant,
he's
yeah,
got a helmet. He's got helmet hair.
a hair, yeah, hair helmet, whatever you call it. Well, anyway, this version of Captain Marvel can split. Oh, look at this great
So you were saying they got in trouble?
Frankenstein.
You were saying they got in trouble for using Captain Marvel or something?
Well, yeah, not only that, but they're using Plastic Man. Well,
Yeah.
they gotta, I'm sure they were told to stop. Well, let's see what Plastic Man, this version of Plastic Man looks like.
So I'm wondering what did they change? Did they change his name to something, or did they just stop making that comic?
Um, I think the comic wasn't selling, but there was one thing they do. Uh, wait, or is it? Well, one thing he in the next issue, you know, Batman was on TV, so they have him fight the Bat, and the Bat looks way too much like Batman, and so in the next issue, he looks less like Batman.
He looks like Robin now almost.
He doesn't have all the gray suit. Now it's different colors. Yeah, so that's
Green
one
and
thing.
green and red Robin.
And then, you know, and then there's Captain Marvel presents the Terrible Five. I think this was the last issue, but there's a lot of things that, like, there's a Doctor Fate character. There's Adam Jaw, so he's Adam Jaw.
That Mister Fan.
There's
That Mister Fantastic there
Yeah,
with
well, he looks like he's a ripoff. He's Elastic Man, and then there's Tiny Man, and then there's Doctor Doom. So they're stealing. They're stepping all over everybody's toes there. So I'm sure they got a few cease and desist letters.
yeah, they're going after
Um,
Marvel. They're going after DC. They're
um,
stealing from everybody.
yeah, no. The thing about it is, it says that this version of Captain Marvel is based on a character created by Carl Burgos, Human Torch guy. Script by Roger Elwood, art by Franco, or Francho. So I'd have to ask uh, um, Paulo. Have you heard of Francho? I'm sure you'd know all about him. I don't know. It's I've read about this comic somewhere, and I guess it wouldn't take much of a search on the internet to find out more information about this comic. But let's the next issue. Now, what is the name of this company? It's called
Still using Captain Marvel too.
yeah, well, they kept doing it for at least 4 issues. I don't know if, because at this point, well, when did Marvel start? Well, the Marvel Captain Marvel started in Marvel Superheroes, right? No. Yes, I don't remember what issue number was it. It might have been Marvel Superheroes #1, and that might predate September. That's late in '66, September '66. So it might be that not only was the Captain Marvel that was put out by Fawcett, and then DC sued them out of existence, and then DC somehow or National took control of the Captain Marvel character somehow in that, but didn't do anything with him until the early '70s. But meanwhile, Marvel put out their version of Captain Marvel and somehow got a copyright on that name. So when they started the Captain Marvel comic in '72, they had to call the comic Shazam. With one mighty word, Shazam, the original Captain Marvel. Now they just call him Shazam. They don't even bother with the Captain Marvel thing. It's and Marvel's had so many different Captain Marvels that it's all confusing. And so there's Colonel Cold, and oh my gosh, that's really kind of insane the way he's just split. His head goes flying one way. Um, this is a fun comic. It's just really just insane. Um, man. Anyway, it's this time the story and inking is by Carl Hubble. These are artists that I've never really heard. What are people saying? Paranoid says Fryer is just hairy. Fryer, sorry. Did Adam ever have jaw lock? Did Adam ever have jaw lock?
Yeah, I'm getting old too. I'm 52, so not only am I hairy, I'm getting old.
Okay, well, I've got you beat by a few years.
Yeah, closer to missing Mars's age, my brother's age. So,
how old is he?
59.
Oh, he's exactly my age. That makes sense why he's almost 100% like going after the stuff that I like, that claim sale. This
Yeah,
is November of 66. So, and see, there's the Batman TV series was huge at that point. But trying to figure out what the name of this company is. Oh, here we go. An actual indicia. They didn't have one on the last one. It's MF Enterprises. MF. I
Mother
wonder
F.
what that stands for.
Mother F.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. This is a nice. I've never. This ad is unusual. Batman poster. That's an uncommon ad. I've never seen that. And again, they're teaching you karate, or they want you to learn karate. And again, I think Bruce Lee brought the term kung fu to the country. It wasn't around. Giant talking clown, $1.
How about that sub?
Yeah, yeah. The clown is a whopping 42 inches tall. The Polaris nuclear sub, over 7 feet long, big enough for two kids, fires rockets and torpedoes. There's a book called, I forget what it's called, but it shows, and there's some YouTube videos that do the same thing that show these ads and then they show what the toy really looked like. And there's some surviving, I don't know if there's any surviving
Submarines.
submarines, but there's photographs of them, like in color photographs of kids that set it up in their backyard and everything. And
They wouldn't try to put that in the water, would they? In a pool or anything?
if they did, they're not alive now.
Right.
But this is from Honor House in Lynbrook, New York. Rockets that fire, real periscope, firing torpedoes, electrically lit instrument panel. Electrically lit, that's interesting. Must have had a battery in it.
Has it got the cost or no? You got to kind of write to.
Oh yeah, no, the cost is here. It's only $6.98, $7. So
Was it
$7, I think that would be like 30 or $40 now. Would you think in 1966 money, $7?
was it plastic? Was it made out of plastic or what was it made out of?
Oh, it's cardboard,
Just cardboard. Oh yeah, so yeah, you couldn't put that in the water.
No, that's why I was laughing.
Oh right,
I
right.
just thought you knew that. I'm
No,
sorry.
it was plastic.
No, no, they fold, the thing comes to you all flattened, in the mail, and then you have to build it. And same thing with the tank that they used to advertise. Yeah.
Now, how do you fire torpedoes? What is it, like a spring or something that fires it?
It's probably a spring and a
Yeah.
cardboard torpedo. Oh, someone's trying to come in. Who could this be now? Why it's Paulo. How about that? Ed to stage. He's probably here to tell us about Francho. Ed to stage.
What's up?
And how to
Hey,
pronounce
Paulo. Some of these artists, I was wondering if you knew. I was just mentioning your name. Oh, this cover is really slick. It feels brand new. Yeah, this Captain Marvel comic, some of these artists, I have no idea. It's like art by Francho, Francho. Like, what the hell is that?
I thought
This
it was
one's art by Carl Hubble. Didn't he invent a telescope?
but
Like a
Carl Hubble was a regular do it all in the late 50s and early 60s. You'll find
okay.
some of his inking in Sergeant Fury.
Oh, okay. Well, they're saying it based on a character created by Carl Burgos, so we know who that is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Burgos created Captain Marvel for
wait, I thought he was he wasn't he the creator of the Human Torch?
yeah, but he was pissed off at Stan Lee because Stan didn't let him do the Human Torch feature in Strange Tales.
Oh, okay. Well, so he just drew a new version of Captain Marvel for them, and
Mm-hmm.
they used
Yeah.
that. Oh, okay, and it's like, well, this is based on some real important guy in comic book history. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why didn't they let him draw the Human Torch in Strange? That's stupid.
At the time, I think they were worried uh, about about any possible issues regarding royalties. If they admitted that Carl Burgos was the creator of the Human Torch.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that okay. This one is not as in good a shape. This is from August of, oh, this is earlier actually, August of '66.
Mm-hmm.
But this is
Okay.
Captain Marvel. Let me give myself a bigger screen so you can see this
Also,
stuff.
I'm going to give you a reason to not like the artist in that thing, Bill Fraccio. He was friends with Tony Tallarico.
Oh, that makes sense. It's the same shitty star art style, but not quite as bad. Oh, you know what? You do know who he is?
I'd heard the name he was associated with other things that Myron Fast did.
Is he an American artist? What's
Yeah. He was born in Mount Vernon, New York.
Now
okay?
Tellerico was an artist too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy that I always
Yeah,
can't.
he's your Gil Kane.
Yeah, Missing Mars says your $7 in 1966 is $68 today. He must have a converter. I was guessing like 40, but yeah, that sounds right.
That's a good guess.
Paranoid Android plus tax missing. Paranoid. And then he's less. Then he says, question for Paulo: did any artist like or get along with Stan Lee? Um, um, I think that I don't know. I mean, I think that I saw an interview with John Buscema, and it seems like he was just like I didn't mind him, but he was just he was there to make money for his family.
Yep.
Even if he's not working there anymore, why badmouth your boss? What's that going to get you?
Yeah. And John Romito became a lifer at Marvel. He stayed there way beyond Stan Lee. But
Oh yeah,
the problem with Ditko and Kirby was that they were concept creators, and
yeah,
Stan appropriated those concepts,
yeah.
and Kirby and Ditko got nothing for it.
That's true. I mean, they did sign a contract that they. What
No,
happened? Why?
there was no. Yeah, I don't. There was no contract. There was never any contract.
As far as work for hire, there wasn't one
No,
at that
there
time.
wasn't one. They had some writing in the back of the company's checks, which
Oh,
they
if
had
you sign this
to.
check, that
Yeah,
means that this is our. Yeah.
but
Okay.
of course that was not legal. What nobody did was take the companies to court, especially because in the 60s they were going back to using features in every book, in most books at least, because the and that meant they could use them as trademarks,
Yeah.
which was what Kirby and Ditko wanted. Ditko left over promised money from the Spider-Man cartoon show,
Yeah.
And Kirby was everything because all of his artwork was in posters and T-shirts. And then when Marvel Mania came along, and that thing wasn't even owned by Marvel, it was a con man who was running the thing trying.
And
What
they
the? What was that?
I don't know. It
Oh, sorry.
wasn't on my end.
That was on my end. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. The yeah. Are you talking about Mary Marvel Marching Society or the one in the Marvel
The
Mania, the one in
Marvel.
between
a little bit.
and
Yeah,
later?
you remember there was a magazine, and they were going to do they were going to handle all the merchandising, but
Right.
then they didn't deliver, and they kept the money.
Yeah. Mary Marvel Marching Society was better. Marvel Mania, they had posters with like a couple of colors, and it seems like maybe no one remembers Marvel Mania. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. It seems like you know, Spider-Man was almost part of the Marvel Superheroes 1966 cartoon with that style of animation. It was the
Mm.
same animation company, and there's a clip that was put up from SMU in Dallas. They have this footage of Stan Lee doing a promo video for that cartoon for the Grand Trade Lawrence, and they show he's showing all the characters, Captain America, everything, and he shows Spider-Man was going to be part of that. So that means that they would have used Steve Ditko art, and traced over it
Mhm.
for that cartoon. But the way it eventually showed up the next year as a better animated, more animated series than the '66 series, it wasn't really based on. There were a few, like when Spider-Man swinging straight towards you, it looked kind of Ditko-ish, but it had its own thing, and actually they didn't even bother trying to finish drawing all the lines on his suit, and it was just too hard to do all those lines. This one is actually this is well, while Captain Marvel was being usurped by several different companies, CC Beck tried to put this out. This is the second issue. I don't have the first issue. Fat Man, the Human Flying Saucer. So this is actually the creator of Captain Marvel. And it says down here at the bottom, written and drawn by the creators of the original Captain Marvel. Oh, is it Binder or Bender? Binder?
Ben, it's Binder.
Bender and CC Beck. I always used to say Binder, but I think
Yeah.
and it's really cool artwork. I mean, look at that.
Mm.
But it's just like, and it's on the back. It's a lightning comic. The Now Comics Group makes the scene. Cool boss makes the scene with Captain Shazam. So I guess he was trying to still use the Shazam name. A turned on super swinger at your newsstand. This never came out. Watch for this happening. Milson Publishing Company. They were in Madison Avenue in New York for the big first that never came out. So, okay. So it's a lightning comic. Let's see who's coming in here. Oh, it's Gotham City coming back. Excellent. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going? I'm back.
Yeah.
So
So did you buy a mask or did you sell a mask?
No, I bought a mask at Monster Palooza, Son of Monster Palooza in Burbank, right across
Oh,
from the Bob Hope Airport.
you bought one from them?
I just flew out there and flew back real quick.
What did you actually really do?
No, that's what I did, but I didn't have to fly anywhere. I just picked up the phone.
Okay. So you bought it, but you don't have it yet, obviously.
No, he's gonna send it tomorrow morning.
Okay. On a Sunday morning?
Oh,
Is
I guess Monday. I guess they'll ship it on Monday.
will you be able, can you show us a picture of what that mask looks like, or should we just wait till you get it?
I have it on my phone, a picture, but I can't
Oh,
show it to you at the same time.
look at the centerfold. It would make Hugh Hefner jealous.
It's from a movie that nobody in the store today has seen, which was surprising.
Oh yeah, boy, this comic has that old comic smell big time. Look at this ad: 8 superheroes. That I've never. Some of these obscure comic lines have some of the neatest ads in them. What are these
Yeah.
supposed to be? Decals?
What book is that?
Oh, it's Fat Man, the Human Flying Saucer. If you
Oh,
ever find
okay.
an issue number 1, remember me. This is issue number 2. It's actually drawn by C.C. Beck, the original. It's and created by the original creator of Captain Marvel.
You know, Pedal and Pete probably has those.
It maybe. When is his next auction? My wife loves Pedal and Pete. She doesn't like many comic book shows. She gets mad when I put them on, but Pedal and Pete, she's thoroughly entertained by that guy, man. Uh, that's they should have Kamala Harris should have hired that guy to be the representation of the American male, but he wouldn't be voting for Kamala Harris, that's for sure. Anyway,
No,
yeah.
you wouldn't.
So this is I'm trying to get through this
Yeah.
box so I can put it back upstairs.
I guess we're going. We just don't know what time.
This is the Mighty Mouse.
That toy convention's next Saturday, right up the
Okay.
street.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I just paid next Friday.
So these guys at the convention center this week are all dressed up as furries. There's a furry convention.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's pretty. I was just explaining. I had to explain to some people what that actually meant. It's not really something we should talk about.
Yeah, no. Did you okay, what is the movie that these guys no one knew what the movie was?
Oh, came out in 1991. It stars Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, John Candy, Demi Moore, Tupac Shakur.
What?
Yeah, nobody knows what I'm talking about when I say that.
I know the premise of the movie, but I don't.
Oh, you
don't
know what
know.
movie I'm talking about?
Yeah, I saw it in the theater. I paid like $1.99 to see it. But
And I don't know. He kind of lost me after Dr. Detroit.
Or a year before.
So what is the name of the movie?
Chevy
It's
Chase.
called Nothing But Trouble.
Yeah, the people in front of you. Anyway.
Oh boy. I don't think I even ever
Awesome.
even
Movie's horrible.
thought.
John Candy is a cop in it. It's all town,
Background.
Almost everybody in that movie plays like 2 or 3 parts. Like John Candy, he's a cop. He's
Yeah.
a woman, and he's that. Did he also play the fat baby that's in the fat baby that's in the junkyard?
Yeah,
Or
probably.
is that,
Dan Aykroyd's the mayor or the judge or something. I don't
yeah,
know.
he's the judge. He's the judge of this made up basically like compound state. It's called like what was the name of it? Almost like Transylvania,
Yeah,
like
it was
Vulcanvania or something.
Okay,
it was
I've never seen
built-
that, never heard of it. I think I've heard of it, but
the town was built like over a coal mine or something. The whole thing ends up blowing up in the end of it or something.
Oh yeah, maybe that would explain. Oh, that explains the 2 babies that are out in the junkyard. They're like deformed probably from the coal mine.
So you either don't or you have too much.
well,
And I think
sounds like too much cocaine in the writing process. You were asking about the Dark Ride Dracula people talking to James Warren at a convention, and he said, actually, my favorite monster is a character Peter Lorre played. And I bet you youngsters don't know what that
Uh-huh.
movie is. And you were asking me about whether I would know. And when he said that, I immediately knew he was talking about the movie M, but that's just because I'm old. But they didn't know, and I don't think they'd even heard of it. Had you ever heard of it, Kevin?
I never heard of it. No.
1,000 followers now.
Well,
Compared to last year
you know the premise of it?
No, I don't know the premise, or I didn't even know the title. I didn't even know it was M.
It's a really old movie, but he plays he plays a child killer, and probably I don't think I've ever seen the movie. I've just heard about it, and an M as well, a CM. So that's why it's such a horrible thing, and that's,
Oh,
I
and that's
think,
the
how
mon.
Peter
That's the
Lorre became
monster.
famous as
Okay.
this horrible creep in that
Yeah.
movie. And of course, Peter Lorre looks and sounds like someone that would be one of those people. So he's just a creepy guy. And so I think that's what it is. But I've never seen it. I've always heard it. Knew the movie existed, but I won't pretend that I've seen it. And I don't think it's a movie that Sven Gulli's going to play or anything. So, but I don't know if any of the 16 people watching have seen it, but
They did
that's
a
what.
they did an interview not an interview. Well, kind of like an interview. Did you watch it last night?
No, with who?
They had Dark Ride and Amy, and then they had the guy from Toy Ventures,
Really?
and then they had the guy from what's his name, Durant, Is it Durant or something. What's his name? He
Duran
does,
Duran, the band?
no, not Durant, like Durant, I think his name is. You've known him if you saw him. He does those really in depth things on YouTube. Like he did one on Jaws, where he talked for about 2 hours just on Jaws and the merchandise.
I don't know offhand, but maybe I would recognize him if I saw him. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd like his videos. It was him too, and then it was Raymond Castillo from the Basement of Horror. Off.
Yeah.
So,
I think I kind of knew of him, but I think you kind of introduced me to that guy.
Hey, Grat,
Okay. So they were all meeting together, huh?
so it was like four of them, just how we are now on our screens right here.
Oh man. See,
And it
that's
was, and they were talking. Each one would take turns talking about their origin of them being monster kids.
oh, see, that's what I want to do. I want to get monster people on the show. I wish yeah. Oh well. That's what I just don't know if I would be accepted in that group any more than in the comic book community. Would I be hated by them because I like Trump? I mean, maybe they're all lefties, or something. So,
I don't
so I
think they
just
really talk about it because they don't want to alienate one side of their audience.
Well, I want to alienate. I want everyone that would even consider voting for Kamala Harris to unsubscribe. That's why I keep mentioning it, and my numbers stay exactly the same.
I
And
think they
meanwhile,
would have
Meyer
left
doesn't
by
talk
now.
about it on his channel, and his has gone up 40 more than me. But I add
Yeah.
someone, and then someone leaves. I add one good person, and one bad person leaves, and then eventually I'll have just good people. I figure if I keep offending enough people maybe, but I'm never going to get to 1,000 subscribers. So,
now,
I don't know.
Paulo, do they vote? You guys vote
But
for
That was the one thing Danae
I don't
What?
know. So that sounds great. So it was a live stream, and I missed it. It was on Dark Ride's channel.
I think it was Raymond's channel. He was hosting it.
Oh, okay.
I
All
saw
right.
it this morning and I've watched maybe about an hour of it. I need to go back and watch the rest of it.
See, I would like to get the Dark Ride people on this channel, and I don't know.
I
Some of
do.
those people may be big time. Oh, they're busy with a customer.
I don't know if they're. I don't think they're big time where they went.
It'll be fun.
Well, I think Raymond Castillo's got a world class collection. There were,
It's a
but
good area. It's a good part of town.
I think they're still considered small channels. All those guys that were on there.
yeah.
I hope
Well,
so.
I would like to just have a show where we could talk about monster stuff, and comics would be part of it, but
Yeah, I
just
know.
an only comics channel. I've never really wanted to be that. I can't do it about music because YouTube won't let you play music. So describing music without being able to play a little bit of it is not much
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, that's why
All right.
that's why you've never hear of music review channels. They if they try to get they get taken down.
Yeah,
platform?
it's just ridiculous. I mean, you're promoting music to people that don't know it. Yeah. Oh shit! This Village People music's gonna get me.
Fire, your sound's not coming through.
Try to avoid that Thursday morning traffic.
I'm having internet problem.
Oh, I didn't notice you were talking. I wasn't even looking at the screen. Uh-oh, someone disappeared. Oh, it was him.
It was Fire, yeah.
He accidentally kicked himself off.
Open.
He said
Probably
he was about to go anyway, but
Mhm.
yeah. So
She does the
man.
GPS stuff. Or not GPS. She
So,
does that AGT or whatever that.
ADOT.
Yeah, that's what she checks.
I'd like to find more people to talk to about cars. The thing is, most nerds don't like cars because it's mechanical stuff. Unless they're the type of nerd who likes to build model rockets that actually work.
Yeah.
Depends on what
It's weird. Yeah, I love cars. It's just I don't know how to work on them. But
yeah, I don't either. But I have some basic theoretical understanding of what they're supposed to do based on their characteristics. So
yeah,
and that's how I became a car journalist. But people really don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I just talking only about comics. It's so limiting, man. I just now, have you seen the guy that comes on this show sometimes that goes by the name Imsh, EMSH?
Mhm.
That guy's a mechanic, and he's got cool cars in his garage, and
Oh, cool.
he's into he's not into superhero comics. He's into monster comics and magazines, and he's an interesting guy. It's like I kind of want to hang out more with guys like that than guys that are in that Kamala Harris ad, which seems to be a lot of the people that dislike me seem to be kind of more like that. That's like, I don't know. Grotto's Pop Culture Grotto. Oh my gosh. Combining Grotto and Grotto, that'll confuse everyone horribly. Okay, let's see what's going on over there. Solo layup. Oh my gosh. Um, could you show that Adam West Batman figure again, since last night's, just briefly for Myers' benefit, because last night's stream is no more. Imp says tally ho. Yeah,
That was
we'd
one
like
of
to
the
have
lost
more people with
the lost episodes.
testosterone on the show that know how to build cars and stuff. I wish I had an old car, and I had a next door neighbor that likes to work on cars that could just help me keep it operating, because that would be a dream. Back in Texas, I had my friend Gerald that could help with just about anything mechanical. Oh, you've got him next to the bat from. Yeah, that's hilarious to see. Adam West looks so dramatic when he's put next to something like that. Um, yeah, the cool thing about the cape is that it's I got a wire in it, so you can pose it different ways. Oh, that's so amazing, man. Man, if his cape looked that good in the TV series with that material, um,
Uh-oh.
oh, what happened? Everyone
And we
went
lost
away.
Kevin.
Oh, oh, you're still there.
I'm still there. It's just Kevin who went away.
Why didn't it go to both of us when he went away?
I think it goes to the owner when you have someone selected.
Oh, okay. It's because he goes, uh-oh, and I just expect Mesa went up in a mushroom cloud. I don't know, man. Um, so wow.
Yeah. The thing about cars is most people only know how to say if they think the cars are beautiful or not, and that's kind of boring because there are some interesting cars which are not beautiful. They're interesting on a technical basis, or they they did something that nobody else had done before that. Like when Lancia invented the monocoque the monocoque single body, which was not where all the parts of the chassis and body are welded together to make one structure, and that was in 1922. But then it took forever for the rest of the auto industry to follow suit. They just kept doing ladder frame chassis for regular cars.
Yeah. Is there an example of a beautiful, amazing looking car that was really just a piece of shit? It didn't run well. What would be one like that?
Let's see.
What do you think, the Edsel was an attractive car or ugly?
The Edsel.
Why was that such a classically such a hated car?
I think it was designed mostly, but and it was Ford didn't at Ford they always had to experiment whenever they with different with cars that were built on the same platform but were made for a higher paying audience, and they didn't know they always failed in the marketing. They couldn't do it like GM did.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why there are no Edsels, and now there are no Mercuries, and they're probably going to get rid of Lincoln any day now.
Yeah. Well, the name Edsel was such an unattractive name. It's like calling a car the Melvin, you know. Just
well, when the Koreans started arriving, they had some of the worst names.
Yeah. Oh, that looks kind of cool. I'm just experimenting with backgrounds here. So, yeah. Well, have you thought about doing a car show on YouTube?
Requires a lot of writing.
Why not just read your articles? You pretty much could just you wouldn't have to read them. I mean, you could just recite one of your articles, just pretty much, because you have this stuff in your head. You could just talk extemporaneous.
Since I write them for the Portuguese magazine, I have to translate them to English first.
but that's right. I didn't think
not
about
a problem.
that.
The other thing is, I write about European cars that are sold in the European market, and they are not available in the US. So for an American audience, they're useless, and for a European audience, most of them are not interested in a show in English. They want to listen in their own language.
Right. I didn't think about the language angle there. I forgot. I keep forgetting you're not in the United States. You need to move over here. Everyone else is. We need some people to immigrate that don't eat cats and dogs, man.
No, but we do eat barnacles.
Boar knuckles? What?
No, barnacles.
Barnacles. I thought you were talking about a boar and their knuckles.
No, although we do eat pig's feet.
Oh shit! What's wrong with you guys, man?
And some people in the countryside, they eat pig's balls.
Yeah, the restaurant I'm about to go to get food for myself and my wife, sometimes they'll have something called, I think they're called mountain oysters, and they're it turns out they're the balls of a bull, I think. I don't know what the fuck they are. There's something horrible. They're the balls of some animal. Yeah. Who eats balls, man? I don't know.
No, I haven't tried. But here, since I live in a harbor town, we do have a lot of seafood that you guys would probably find disgusting.
Now, there, where you live, you're not subject to typhoons or hurricanes. Is that right?
No, that's why the hurricane that we had in the country this week was really surprising. It formed over the Azores, and then it traveled east through the North Atlantic, over northern Portugal. Nobody died, but it completely it destroyed 40% of our apple production for this year.
Oh man.
Also, and the chestnuts are gone too.
Shit.
Luckily, no problem with the wine because the grapes were the grapes were harvested a month ago, but yeah, no
Yeah.
apples.
Oh
It's not
shit.
good.
Well, that's that really is pretty cool. that pose there.
Mhm.
Well, so yeah, there's not a lot of intersection between car fans and funny book fans, I
Yeah,
guess.
definitely not. No.
Um, unless they're into the George Barris vehicles or something. I don't know.
No, Jim Steranko. I'm pretty sure that Jim Steranko was a car guy because when he was drawing the Fury, he gave Fury two very specific flying cars. One was a Porsche 904, which was only available it was created as a road car with the express purpose of homologating it as a GT racing car. And it was a laboratory for a lot of ideas that they ended up using in the 911. But it's not very famous among normal people. Car guys know about the car, but normal people don't.
I like that. Normal people. I like that's a good phrase to use
Yeah,
for comic book.
and the other car that Fury drove was a Ferrari 33P3-4, which is a very specific racing car. Where only one example was built, and you had to be into Le Mans type racing to know about it.
Let's see.
So
Justin
Steranko.
Yeah, go ahead.
Steranko was definitely a car guy.
Yeah, Justin says, did you ever watch that Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, Paulo? I enjoyed when Seinfeld would talk about his reasons for picking cars.
Yeah, I think I saw one once. I'm not really sure if the guests were able to talk to Seinfeld about the things that he wanted to talk about.
Yeah. Last Frontier says, Jaguar, you needed to buy two, one to drive while the other was being repaired. Why do
Depends
they
on the
say it
year.
Jaguar? Why don't they just call it Jaguar? Why do they have to say Jaguar?
Because it's British.
Because they're insane.
Yeah.
Paranoid says, did he okay, very good. Imp says, I enjoy goose livers. No bother. Paranoid Android, liver, ew. Paranoid Android, pork chops and applesauce. Imp says, Robert Williams is an infamous car guy and great painter, comic book artist. Yeah, I mean, he's most of the people in the comic book community wouldn't even know who Robert Williams is because I think that the people that buy these superhero comics and stuff, they don't dip their feet into underground comics much. That's a certain breed of person like us that know about underground comics. I think most of them just would not know what that is. Paranoid Android says, Imsh, he did the Guns and Roses cover. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Imp says yes. Um. Yeah. You know what comic book artists were the best at drawing cars? I know, like, uh, John Buscema hated drawing modern technology, so
Yeah.
he was happy drawing barbarians and horses. He didn't like drawing, and it's hard for me. I can't draw cars and guns worth of shit.
Sean
So
Gordon Murphy is good at drawing cars. He once did a graphic novel about a group of friends who just bought just bought a Jeep Renegade, and they go off roading with it, but they have no idea what they're doing, and the car is very well drawn.
You know, the underground artist Spain Rodriguez did that
Mhm.
comic Trash Man, and he drew
Yeah.
really amazing futuristic cars that I think might have been the inspiration for the 1989 Batmobile. Because I remember when I saw that, I thought
Mhm.
that Batmobile looks a lot like those cars Trash Man in the Trash Man comic. Do you know much about that comic?
I never tried it. I've heard of Spain Rodriguez, of course, but I've never actually read any of his stuff. Among the underground comics that's from that era, uh, I would be inclined to trying out Spain Rodriguez. I think I'd prefer Gilbert Shelton over him, but
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't mind reading some
Well,
Spain.
Spain Rodriguez loves designing cars, and it's like their whole streets filled with these weird cars that he creates. And Gilbert Shelton drew some pretty good cars, says Imps. Yeah, um, yeah, um, yeah. It's kind of hard when you're interested in a lot of things. It's hard to. It's like I want to talk about everything, and then there's other people. Their focus is very narrow on one thing, and then they're able to amass comic collections of every issue from the Silver Age and every Bronze Age Marvel, and that's amazing. But it's like, well, do you know anything about music? And it's like, music. Well, they don't know much about it, and it's like.
Hmm.
I don't know. I want to talk about all different things, and then that makes the show kind of like, how do you define it? You know, it's
Yeah,
well,
yeah. That's if you try to do if you have a YouTube channel about everything, you'll never succeed. It's just
yeah.
you. I remember sometimes catching being recommended a video, and I like that video, and I subscribe to the guy, and the next 10 videos are all crap, and then I unsubscribe.
Well,
It's
well,
not even crap. It's just that I thought it would be a channel about something, and turns out to be about something completely different that doesn't hold my interest. It's not necessarily that it's crap.
well, I find I can watch a channel or a show about something I'm not interested in, and because of the sheer enthusiasm of the presenter, I'm interested in it. Like my wife can watch a show about vintage makeup, and this makeup from the 1920s and 30s, and how they collect there are women that collect this stuff. I guess some men, and the lipstick may not be good anymore, but it's the wonderful design of the lipstick tube and everything. And it's like, that's interesting to me. I can, it holds my interest. It's not something I would normally think I would be interested in, but just when someone's enthusiastic enough, I could listen to someone talk about, well, maybe not sports, but um, let's see what humans are saying here. Um, Crumb drew good cars too. His cars were insane. He thought it was so funny the way
Oh,
that cars were
and
so
I just
gigantic in the 50s. He made a what was it? He made a on the back of one of the comics where you could cut out and build a 1950s insane car. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Him says Neil Adams handled car drawings very nicely, maybe a bit too perfect.
yeah, was good at drawing cars, and he made them look very realistic. Was Jack Keller, who did the Charlton Hot Rod comics.
Oh yeah, I think I was guessing. I didn't know the name, but I was guessing you were talking about that because I've heard you talk positively about Charlton Hot
Yeah,
Rod and car
yeah.
books before.
I've seen a cover of Grand Prix, which was what hot rods and racing cars became, and it was a Can-Am race, and I could recognize the models.
Ah, that's good. I learned to do my own repairs so it would not cut into my comic dollars. I wonder if those guys were working with model kits so they could put them in different positions and draw them. As Paranoid Android, Gratu, do you have any cherry comic books? Yeah, but I can't show them on this channel. Yes, well, we know what you're talking about. Yes, one of the Archie imitations that we can't show here. But yeah, that was big in the early '80s. That stuff. Yeah. Um, did whatever happened to the guy that did those comics? Is he still around?
Jack Keller. No. He was actually.
No. I'm sorry. I'm talking about this Larry Wells that
Oh,
did the
Larry Wells.
Cherry comics. But that other guy, I'm sure, is not around. I mean, that was
Mhm.
60 years ago, and
Yeah.
if he was 30, that would make Cartoons was a great magazine. Yeah, Cartoons was a great magazine. It was. It was just it didn't quite excite me as much as Mad did. It was very, I liked it, especially when they would have monsters in it with the cars. Which they often did, and the Big Daddy Roth issues were great.
Okay, looks like Larry Wells is still alive. And he turned 76 in November.
Okay, I just don't know when he last what he worked on after that, because as far as that comic goes, I don't know of any that came out after the mid 1980s. So that's a lot of decades to like wonder was he. So it looks like Trump's about to do an outdoor rally in California at 7 o'clock Central, which would be in my time. Let's see, 4, 5, about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. So this is important. Well, it's interesting because California, you wouldn't think would be a state that, and there's a huge crowd there. There's a lot of people, conservatives in California. It's just that a few major cities filled with people that definitely aren't conservatives kind of outweighs the other people that live in places like where Meyer is living now. That's
Mhm.
a lot of the manga artists draw get cars, good cars, probably. That's what he means. But yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
much about manga.
Yeah. Well, there's one which is about street racing called Initial D. The cars are realistic as well. They're very detailed. The art is. Uh, I think the guy who did, I think Katsuhiro Otomo, who did Akira, is good at drawing futuristic vehicles.
Yeah.
Of course, in Europe we have the Michel Vaillant series created by Jean Gaton. So he died a couple of years ago. He was 97 or 98. And he used to have an assistant. That guy was great at drawing details in cars. And he became a commercial artist. He did drawings for the promotional items for manufacturers. The guy was called Clovis, which was his cartoonist name.
How does the U.S. election, affect your world, your car world, as far as if Trump gets in and is not for all exclusively all electric cars? Does the United States being that way affect other countries and their adoption of electric cars being such a big market? I mean, is there a domino effect, or how?
If Trump wins and you guys start producing more oil, it will be easier for car manufacturers to lobby the European Union in order to prevent electric cars from becoming the norm in 2035, because Porsche has been working on and they've been working together. Mazda have been working with them, and Iveco, the truck makers, on synthetic fuels, which would work on modern combustion engines, and would work as well as gasoline. But at present, it works. Doesn't they don't know about long-term effects yet because they've only been testing it in cars for a couple of years, so they don't know what happens to an engine in 10 years time. But that thing is very expensive to produce. Because some of the legislators are obsessed with CO2 emissions, it still burns, so it's still CO2, but it doesn't produce some of the more dangerous gases that actually affect human health, like hydrocarbonates or nitrogen oxide.
Trump keeps talking in his rallies about these people that are trying to suggest hydrogen cars and laughing about that. Is that really something that people are? Maybe I've asked you this question before. I
Yeah.
feel like I'm feeling a deja vu on this.
Hydrogen has been on the agenda for car manufacturers for at least 3 decades when I started getting into cars.
Haven't they seen the footage of the Hindenburg in New Jersey coming
No,
down?
that's not that.
Oh
No,
my God!
that's
It's
not
one
the
of the
problem.
worst.
No. Safety. There's no problem. There are no safety issues with hydrogen tanks so far. The thing is, they've been working. Yeah, well, no. The thing is, they know how to do it. It's like the refrigeration is the main problem. So that eats up a lot of energy. The thing is, they've been concentrating all this time on hydrogen for fuel cells, which the process to produce energy is to separate the oxygen from the hydrogen in the water. And no, the other way around. It's to that's the production. That's the production aspect, because you have to use water, and and the energy necessary to separate the hydrogen from the oxygen. That's expensive. It actually wastes more energy than you have to move the cars. Then the fuel cell in itself, it merges the hydrogen with the oxygen and produces water, so it's non-pollutant. But what they're trying to do is see if they can, Toyota in particular, they're trying to see if they can use hydrogen in normal combustion engines. And they've been working on that. But it probably won't be ready before for any road testing before 2027 or maybe up to 2029.
Last Frontier says electric cars might be a good idea, but the tech and infrastructure is just not there yet.
It will never be there. You Americans will never be able to recharge your cars at home because you have 110 volt electric current at home. We have 220.
Is that AC versus DC?
No, it's how fast it's that. Not quite. So the for EC you get for DC you have a lot more energy coming in at once than with AC, but your AC is slower than ours.
Okay.
So
I've only seen one. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, so to us at home you need 8 hours to recharge a car battery for an electric car. In the US it will take 16.
Well, that's not practical at all. What if your wife's about to have the baby and you need to get to the hospital? Yeah. Well, let's wait a couple days to charge our car. That's the insanity. And also, all the bridges have to be rebuilt. I just went over a 1-lane bridge on a farm road.
That's not true. The bridges don't have to be rebuilt.
I thought that these giant trucks with the giant electric batteries would.
Yeah, the batteries are expensive, but you still have federal limits on how big a truck can be.
Okay. So you don't have to brace the bridges for these heavier vehicles?
No.
Okay, I thought I heard that.
It's just going to, because the batteries will take up a lot of weight. It will force shipping companies to carry less cargo in order to keep it under minimum weights.
So that would bring prices up on products in stores.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, makes then yeah.
Or you
I've
can
only
build more railways.
I've only seen one recharging station in my life for electric vehicles at a mall in Texas. I've never seen another one ever. So, and I don't know what purpose it would be. What do you go in and shop and it recharges for a little bit? Does
Yeah.
the charge not all have to be put in at once? It could just be put in small, like you could put in a
No, it
little
has to
bit of
be.
gas.
It's electricity. It has to come in pulses. Well, in
No.
in the public chargers are direct current, so they can function up. They can function 50, 100, 150 kilowatts.
Yeah.
In practical terms, you should be able to recharge up to 80% of the battery. Most cars in about half an hour, maybe
Okay,
30.
but what I'm asking is like I know on some batteries for like electronics, if you don't recharge it all the way, then it'll develop a memory and then it won't take as much charge. I mean,
Yeah,
well, do you
if you
have to
use
recharge the vehicle all the way to 100%, or could you just fill it up with enough electricity, a little bit of electricity, and then get a little more electricity later?
you
Or is
can
it
it's better. They've already run the numbers on this. It's better to recharge between from 20 to 80%, not up to 100, because the battery life actually lasts longer.
okay?
If you recharge on a public charger, on a the you're going to eat up about 2 or 3 years of useful life in the battery, and then it won't go over 70%, even if you want.
Why? What is the deal with the public charger that causes that
because
problem?
because they use DC. They recharge faster. The faster you
Oh,
recharge, the worse it is. The worse it is for a battery itself.
are they working on fixing that? They have to be.
You can't fix it. It's well, you can replace you can replace battery components. They're working on solid state batteries which don't use acid, and those are supposed to last longer. They can use sodium. They are not as far along as the manufacturers wanted. Panasonic and Toyota were working on it with the University of Texas, and they're not when they ran the numbers on the lab, it worked, but they have not been working. They have been creating working models for it to be used on cars yet. So we're still waiting.
Last Frontier says that's the point. They don't want it to be practical. They want 15-minute cities. Yeah, I know that
Yeah,
that's what
the
they
concept
want.
of the concept of 15-minute cities does not exist in Europe. You couldn't, because our city centers are built around the historical areas of the city, where you can't
Right.
even drive the car. And
You know the solution to that, right? You don't want to think about it.
yeah, but
Is we
that's not going
wipe
to.
the cities clean and then start over. Well,
But
maybe we
that
should
will.
just have a war with Russia, and then some nuclear exchanges, then we've got flat area to build our 15-minute cities. Why not
Uh,
just get rid of all the old? Because like Kamala Harris says, the old, we don't want to be burdened by the past. Let's just wipe out all those cities that have been there for 1,000 years and build our nice, fresh 15-minute little towns. I don't
it,
know, man, where we can
it just
surveil
it
you
just
and
it just doesn't work. Even if you try to, it's not possible to create urban sprawl in most European countries because of our terrain. You guys are completely flat between the Appalachians and the Rockies, so you have a lot of area where you can just expand the city. Here, a place with a population of 5,000, 90% of the people already live in apartment buildings.
mm,
So but you can't sprawl, because then you're going to crash against the other village both of us have been there for 2,000 years, and we hate each other. So we, as can be seen in our local soccer games.
Well,
that's how we handle our hating each other is with soccer.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, like we have one large town that's like 5 minute drive from us. You can't expand to it. We already have two villages in the middle, and they already bump into each other. So
well,
we
they did
can't
a good
expand there.
job clearing the land in Maui. Can't they do that with get rid of those two villages a little bit? You know, maybe they don't have blue roofs, so we can just get rid of them all. I
They would
don't
have
know.
no idea to produce an economics model to even justify getting rid of cities that have been here for thousands of years.
Yeah. What do you think of Elon Musk? What's your opinion of him?
Look, Elon Musk is nuts. And I will never forgive Elon Musk for convincing the libs that electric cars were the future.
Okay. But
It's
now
all
he's
Elon
not
Musk.
on the lib side. He's on
Yeah, but
Trump's side.
just because of that, when it was the Twitter thing, the buying Twitter, that made the libs all decide that Elon Musk man bad.
Yeah, I
But
thought that was
before that,
brilliant. He
when they created legislation in Europe, it was all because electric cars became fashionable with high class people, and the politicians were friends with the high class people. All of the high class people had electric cars and decided, everyone I know is driving electric cars, so the poor people will have to drive electric cars too. But the poor people can't afford electric cars.
Yeah, and they never will be able to. Justin says, you don't think the libs were convinced before Elon?
No, it was impossible. Nobody had any success selling electric cars before Elon.
Yeah.
And there were several attempts. Even the guys that Elon bought Tesla from, they had no idea what they were doing.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
Elon's thing. He's a good car salesman.
now you say Elon Musk is nuts, but I mean, what do you think he's brilliant? I mean, he could be brilliant and nuts.
He doesn't think through
I gotta bring.
the necessary steps to make his ideas profitable.
Okay.
The people think that he's completely replaced NASA in space exploration. It did not. He did not.
Well, NASA's
And
not doing shit and has
no,
so
NASA works with Lockheed Martin.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a Lockheed Martin factory near this comic store I used to go to back in Texas. I'd drive to the store, I'd see these tanks, these tanks going around their track. They were going fast. Like it was I think of tanks like in the movie Patton, plodding along. This tank was going like 70 miles an hour. It's like, holy shit. I didn't know they could do that. Um, let's see. Oh my gosh. We're this we My goodness gracious me.
Somebody wanted to see the bat.
Yeah. So has this been a busy day, or is all the road construction finished?
Yeah, the construction's done.
Okay, what's been selling today?
I sold out of Batman finally.
The absolute Batman sold out.
Yeah, finally.
Do you still have copies of Cryptology?
Think I have a few.
If you guys should call about that magazine Cryptology if you're into monsters. And Jambo, I don't know if you were watching earlier. I think he wants that. I know he wants that. What was it, Alter Ego with the jungle stuff? I think
Yeah,
he said he'd call you tomorrow. Isn't that what he said?
yeah. He said today, or I think he said today or
Yeah,
tomorrow.
that really is a beautiful figure. I mean, it's little the round elbow sockets are a little weird, but if you pose him just right, he looks amazing. Uh, that is so neat. So, you finished unpacking all the boxes you got last night? Was there any surprises in the stuff for next week?
Nothing that I read that EC book.
Oh, okay. How was that?
I put a review up in the EC forum.
Oh, I haven't looked. I've been streaming all day. I haven't read
Well, it
Facebook.
was like I put it up this morning, and it's funny because that lunatic that always comments on my post,
Yeah.
he read my review and then said, "Well, that's a glowing review from you. I take that this is an 8 out of 10." And I said, "Wait, I didn't say that."
Oh, he just thinks you're negative. Yeah, and he also doesn't understand why you have access to the comics before the sale day.
Well, I told him, I go, I didn't know, I didn't say that it was a 8 out of 10. I said I don't recommend this book. I clearly he either didn't read it or he wants to hear what he wants to hear and doesn't want to listen to what I said.
Yeah, because you didn't say it was total shit. It must be an 8 out of 10.
I said the art was good. Every story had good art. It has a good
Yeah.
cover. It has a good intro page. And the first story was okay. And he said, "Oh, that's an 8 out of 10." And I said, "No, just because even if it has good art, it also has to have a good story all the way
Yeah.
through, not just one of them."
Because that's the whole point. EC was always great art and great writing, and if you're gonna put the EC name on something, let's see. Last Frontier says England is already trying to do it. 15-minute cities is about contraction, not expansion, forcing people into urban centers and creating more open space. There won't be any villages and towns.
Well, then it
This is
won't
coming
work
from the
because
World Economic Forum. Friar Tuck says, you checked out the Universal Monster channel on Roku yet? No, I haven't. Last Frontier says, hopefully people didn't follow willingly. And he says Universal. Okay, sorry, what is it, Paulo?
okay, no, there's no 15-minute city in a place with 10 million people when they want to go to the hospital. It will take 1 hour to go to the hospital inside the city.
Yeah, well, there is. It's like he's one of he's there as a guest. Um, that's actually pretty funny.
Because London already exists. We know how complicated it is to move around in London. You can't turn it into a 15-minute city. You can't do
Yeah,
that to Paris. You can't do that to Munich. You can't do that to Berlin
a
or
15-minute
Amsterdam.
city. I live in a 15-minute city. I mean, just because that's the way it is. And there's about 1,600 people here. That's the only way you could have a 15-minute city. I can get to the hospital in about 5 minutes. I can get to the school in about a minute. I can get to the restaurant in about a minute and a half. And
Yeah.
I could walk to all of these places if I
Mhm.
wanted to. The post office is a minute drive. The supermarket is about a minute. Also, it's right by the post. Everything is close.
Mhm.
So, I
Yeah,
don't really even need a car, but
yeah. But
sometimes you
here
need to get
I
out of
can't.
town.
Where I live, I can't walk 15 minutes and get halfway across the city, and we're not that big.
What is the population of your town? Do you know?
70,000. Plus the municipality is about 120,000.
Okay. That's a lot different from 1,500.
I can see the condition of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're planning to do, except maybe hide underground and completely depopulate the earth and then repopulate it with all their children, like Epstein wanted to do. Is and then have make
Mhm.
I don't know. There's no way you can really do it without completely obliterating what's there now. It's just like we need an ideal population of 500 million people. Oh yeah, well there's what 8 billion people. What are you going to do with those other people? Well, we just some of them might be useless eaters. You don't know what they're going to do. How are they going to get rid of all those people, man? That's the scary thing about these people because they don't think like human beings. They're like evil.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, exactly.
so I don't know, man. But
Mhm. And even if I drive, I can go anywhere in 15 minutes. But if we're all driving to the same place, we can't get there in 15 minutes.
That's true.
So that's
Like trying to
so
get out of the hurricane strike zone in
yeah,
Florida. I mean, if everyone leaves at the same time, you may not get out.
yeah.
Um,
And there was even a thing where they wanted people to stop owning cars, and we would all share the cars because they're stopped most of the time. They're stopped. The thing is, everybody wants to use the cars at the same time. It's not that they're stopped. Of course, they're stopped 90% of the time because people are either sleeping or working during that time. When we all want to move is all at the same time, which is when we go to work and come home from work. So the idea is preposterous in itself.
yeah.
Sharing cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell her they don't come in bags.
I don't know. Yeah, it's all a bunch of. I don't know what they're trying to do, man. Oh, that looks pretty good. Like he's standing in front of the Batmobile. I'm just playing around with backgrounds. Oh, that's pretty good. That's an actual, or is, what is, oh, that's an actual doll. That's not a picture of Adam West there. Um, but anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. So the U.S. election matters to you, but the average person in Portugal doesn't think about it much, or do
No,
they?
no.
But it really will affect them. They just don't realize it. Is
Well,
that what you're saying?
here's the thing: elections in Austria affect you.
Okay,
You just don't know about it, but they do.
that's right. Okay, right.
Elections in Bangladesh, now those don't affect you.
Yeah, yeah.
In Europe, in particular, if you sneeze in Finland, which is up north, somebody catches a cold in Sicily. That's how integrated we all are. But we always were integrated. Before we were integrated because we were fighting each other. Now we're integrated because we want to have shared economies.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, um, I don't know. It here it seems like life and death, this election. That means difference between being socialist, communist, or free, you know. Maybe the people don't see that in other parts of the world, but
Well,
it
that's what I always found attractive about American culture was the spirit of individualism,
yeah.
and they are trying to get rid of that individualism. It's actually pretty easy when you think about the way that your political system is set up. That why it didn't happen sooner. But the the fact that you only have two parties makes it easier to control the populace, not harder. The more the more political parties you have sharing power, the easier it is for people to do what they want, which is kind of funny because we have several political parties. What we also have is something that you didn't used to have, which was bureaucracy. Our bureaucracy is top down. You in America used to be able to do stuff without bureaucracy.
Oh no, no longer. Um, so what was the first electric car was like over 100 years ago, right?
Yeah, they had electric cars. Even in America, Andrew Lawrence Riker used to build electric cars in the 19th century.
Hmm.
But combustion engines evolved faster. Then they discovered oil in Texas, which meant you had access to a cheap energy source, and the electric car sort of died for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
Even the steam engine, there were a few cars who ran on steam engines, even all the way up to World War One.
Yeah.
And it was the airplane engines where they tested new technologies for combustion engines, made the combustion engine easier to use after World War One.
Yeah. Well, what are you working on now? Are you working on an article now?
No, not for the next couple of weeks. I did go to Barcelona this week to try out a new car. They invited us, so we went there, and they're also sponsoring the America's Cup Regatta, which is in Barcelona this year. So we saw a little of that, but that wasn't the main reason we were there. So we tried the new car. It's a hybrid SUV, so nothing extremely fancy, not like the one I tested a few months ago. That one was electric, and it's like they were trying to merge a Volkswagen Golf with a Lamborghini. It's actually pretty cute.
Is this for a print magazine or a website?
It's a print magazine that's currently only available for subscribers. It's not sold in newsstands.
Okay. What's this? How many do they print? Do you know the
I have
circulation?
no idea.
Yeah. You should send us autographed copies of these.
Even I don't have copies.
Why don't you? I don't understand. You're a collector. Why don't you have a collection of all your articles
Oh,
in the mag? I would
oh
want to
no no
keep
no no no
all
no 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 no.
one copy at least.
If I did that on the old sports paper, I would have 14 years of sports papers. Do you know how much paper it is? 14 years of
Oh, it's
weekly
like a
newspapers.
newspaper. Okay.
The old one I used to work for, yeah, I was there for 14 years, and it was a weekly sports paper. So that accumulates. I would never collect those.
Yeah, but it would just be. It wouldn't be that much more than a few comic book boxes, right? I mean, it's what's few more comic book boxes if it's your life's work, man. I don't know. I'd want to keep it. At least when it's in a magazine, maybe not a newspaper. Wouldn't you want to keep the magazines?
Uh, Even then, we had a companion monthly magazine for 4 years, and even that was too much to keep. The thing is, a lot of those things, they just, the way we write them, they just get repetitive. So
Yeah, I
we
guess
do have
I'm
a
just the collector in me. I was.
yeah, we have a formula, and unless we're researching something specific, you're not going to read all of those, especially not at once.
Yeah. So, what comics are you reading now?
Well, I just finished rereading Electra Assassin.
Okay.
It's still a fun read, but issue number one is probably the worst number one issue of all time. It does everything that the number one issue is not supposed to do. It doesn't show you the main character doing cool stuff. It has a different art style from the rest of the story. It does it retells the origin of the main character from its point of view as a child, uh, and in a non-linear fashion. And so I just glad that I have it as a trade paperback, because it's just a chapter in the story. But if I was buying this and every month, and I would pick up issue number one, okay, it's a Frank Miller written comic with Bill Sienkiewicz art, and nothing cool happens. I wouldn't buy issue number two, but all in one book, it's an intro. It works.
Yeah. Wow. I'm kind of watching the Trump rally here. So, Last Frontier says all elections affect everyone. The world is a small place now. The social issues that are affecting Europe are foreshadowing of what will happen in the States. Um,
Here's the thing: the reaction, the the controlling aspects of our economic policies are being made by the centrists, the moderates. people are responding either by becoming Che Guevara communists. The other ones, they want to go the traditionalist route, but the traditionalist route have always been authoritarians. So it's not going. They will use whatever the moderates create for themselves.
Yeah.
What we need is less people doing the same thing and more people doing their own thing. But we don't understand. We in general don't understand that, and the notion that people should be left alone to their own devices is now considered not caring about people.
Yeah.
When to me it's precisely the opposite. You should let people do whatever they want and not getting their way. Even the whole thing about multiple genders. The problem is that when it's being used to create hate speech laws. Now, if you want to say that you are flower gender, you can say that you're flower gender. Most people will then ignore you because you're obviously nuts. And if you're not, if you're just being silly on purpose, you will suffer the social consequences of being silly on purpose. But you can be a flower gender if you want. Nobody's saying that you can't. What we are having is that we are forced to acknowledge flower gender and treat flower gender as if it's normal. But of
If you're
course, it
being
doesn't
bullied
work.
into complying to force you to start.
So the reaction is going to the other group. I don't want to go to the other group. I don't want to be in a group. I want to be me. Me first, the group a very far away second.
Yeah.
And people are not being egotistical enough. And that's bad.
Right. When you read comics, like an American comic like Electra Assassin, do you prefer to read the English version or one in Portuguese? Or
well, it's a different experience because when you think in one language, your ideas about an object or an action are slightly different. The way you construct the narrative in that language. So there's no specific preference, although you would say that the original language in which it was written is always the purest form of the ideas that the creator conceived. But on the end product, if you are capable of understanding both languages, it's a different experience, but neither is necessarily better than the other.
So you've compared A/B comparisons of the translation and the original.
Yeah.
Was there ever a time when the translation was better than the original, that someone came along and improved it, that you recall?
The Brazilians used to do something that back in the 80s and 90s, the translators had made an effort to try to keep the characters consistent, no matter who was writing in the US. So there are certain speech patterns which are always present with the translator, which were not there in the original text. Also, when something was written by Chris Claremont, they would just cut about half of the dialogue.
Oh, really? Last Frontier, Paulo, you sound like a libertarian. The founding fathers would be proud. Would you consider yourself a libertarian?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that, man. Now that's
cool. You have to put that as a central exhibit.
You have, yes. You also need to get a photograph of that and put it on Instagram. That
Definitely
could go viral. I was thinking the Robin with the Frankenstein monster would go viral, but that's got to go viral. That's fantastic, man. It would be so fun to be a kid today, except kids don't play with toys anymore. But they have all these great toys for kids now, and they don't want toys. It's 60, 70-year-old guys buying this shit. Man, that's something else. Uh, any customers in the store right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
That model of a bat, it's probably larger than whatever real bat it's inspired on. Because
yeah.
the ugly insect eating bats, they're actually pretty small. They fit in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, the bats I've seen have been cute. The ones that fly around this house.
Yeah, the big ones are actually the ones with a 2-foot wingspan. They actually have more normal mammal noses, and they're vegetarians. Yeah,
Man, your store.
vampire bats are like 3 inches long. 3 inches long.
I hope you appreciate that he gets to work in this store every day. I don't know. How can you imagine? How could anyone ever get bored? Uh, well, yeah, yeah. A friend of mine had a stroke and had to learn to speak again, and he said that his friend of his kind of taught him how to speak again. Then he got completely. You never would have been able to have told that he had a stroke, but he remembered a time when he had in his mind like a universal language before he relearned English. He could think thoughts and concepts, but didn't have words for them. But he was able to think. And it's almost like, is that the way that, well, I don't know that, Paulo, that you believe in this, but like a spirit or a soul thinks, beyond language. Anyway, it's one of those
Well,
things.
a spoken language is not reality. It's a representation of reality.
Uh,
That's why you have the thing about the Arabs having 20 words for camel and the Eskimos having 50 words for snow. That's where
yeah,
it comes from, because it's useful. That type of way of thinking about camels and snow is useful for them.
yeah,
But when our idea of chair, the word chair is not a chair. The word chair is not our idea of a chair, and our idea of a chair is not a chair.
yeah,
So
right.
yeah,
Well,
you have a concept for something, you may not have a word for it, but on a personal level, you know what it is, because if you know what it does, and you have a purpose for it, you know what it is, even if you don't have a word for it.
am I the only person that when you hear Michael Jackson sing Billie Jean, it sounds like he's saying, "But the chair is not my son." Does it sound
No.
like that? It does not sound like, but the child is not my son at all. He's saying, but the chair is not my son. it's just listen to it when next time you hear it. It sounds like he's talking about that he gave birth to a chair, which I guess is possible. You could identify as a chair, I guess.
Yeah, your chair gender.
Didn't
Well,
they do
doesn't his
that in
kid?
Soylent Green? Didn't there people were furniture in Soylent Green? This is my new chair, and it's a purse, or
Well,
they
isn't
were
his? Didn't he have a son named Couch or something?
Blanket.
a couch. Yeah, but the blanket's not my son. Yeah,
It's not. I've heard that it.
couch. It's what's that, Paula?
I heard that his kids are the real the biological father was a British child actor from the 70s.
Is that the guy that always just comes in on Saturdays?
No.
Oh man, I miss him. There's a guy on Saturdays that comes in that laughs like the Joker. I think he's great, but he hasn't been in a while. Um,
You might be watching
Glinzer's.
right now. He's
Oh,
subscribed to the channel.
oh, cool. Glinzer says in the lyric, I'm a big fan of his. Glinzer says in the lyrics, "So blinded by the light will always be heard wrong." Revved up like a douche. Yeah, I know it's a deuce. Yeah, but yeah, people don't know that. Yeah, I think people think he's saying douche. I prefer the Manfred Mann version because I've never liked Bruce Springsteen. That's a good song as done by Manfred Mann, but Bruce Springsteen is not my cup of tea. I also don't like U2. Not you, Glenzer. I mean the band U2. Before I offend more people. Uh, yeah, I just don't like that singer, Bono, whatever his name is.
Everybody was into U2 when I was in high school. It was U2, Pearl Jam, and Nirvana. And
Nirvana, I
I,
liked. Pearl Jam, I don't even remember what's their big hit. I can't remember.
yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, their music was so weird. I don't really understand what the thing was
I,
about.
I just don't
And I
remember
was
what is that? There's some song about a shooter or something? Jeremy spoke in school. Is that Pearl Jam? I think so.
I can't remember.
All I know, I like Nirvana. There's a cool photograph if you look on the internet. You might have seen it of Kurt Cobain as like an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid, and he's got a cop. It's a color photo, and he's got a copy of Werewolf by Night, and he's on a drawing table trying to recreate the cover of Werewolf by Night in like
Hmm.
1974. It's pretty neat. So he was into comics. Yeah, this is it kind of paid off to build that bat, I guess. It's uh, you know what would be cool is why don't you try that Robin figure on top of that bat?
I thought about that.
Because then it's like
Batman and
Batman's
Robin.
yeah, Batman, yeah, it's he's turned into a real bat. Of course you thought of that. I'm just
Yeah.
imagining someone tuning into this show and watching Batman on top of a bat while we're talking about all this philosophical shit. It's gotta come.
Yeah, what the hell is this show about?
I don't know. It's what was it? Seinfeld said a show about nothing.
A show about nothing.
I don't really want it to be a comic book show. I mean, I love comic books, but I want to talk about other stuff, man. I
So what's the deal with bats?
oh, here comes the dog, man.
Oh yeah, my dogs got so they're so hooked on that Robin dog food
Really?
that they because I've been mixing it to get them used to it, and
Okay, that's probably yeah.
now they won't even. So I was mixing. I got up to like about 50-50,
Uh-huh.
50% of the old and 50% of the new, and now they just pick out the new stuff and leave the old stuff behind.
So you do they just eat dry food?
Yeah, they just eat dry food and they won't even eat their old food anymore.
Yeah, see, that's my problem is I give her wet food and dry food, and I think I need to because she's such. I've never heard of a beagle that's a picky eater, and now we're having a doctor. Once Cleo doctors the robin food just right, then she devours the whole bowl. But we got to get it just right for her, and it's like I. But I'm glad that I don't know if you even know what we're talking about, Paulo, but
Mm,
Burt Ward has a company with his wife that makes dog food
mm,
that's supposed to make the dogs really healthy and live into their 20s. And so my wife stocked up in case something happens to the economy and we can't get anything. She's stocked up on dog food, cat food, and she's trying to stock up on human food because you just don't, things are very questionable about what could happen and or at least there's a lot of conspiracy theories about what might happen. And so we got some of this gentle. It's called Gentle Giants dog food, and Kevin saw Drew zooming around in circles after and eating, so he ordered a whole bag for himself. And these bags are gigantic; they weigh like as much as a dog. Um, and that Robin riding the bat looks like an SNL skit. It's that is great. um, what if you had? Could you could you make him holding on underneath the bat, or would that look too perverse?
You mean like he's underneath?
Like he's, oh yeah, that would probably look too. Yeah, that's probably
Like
too
up like
juvenile.
this?
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I was thinking maybe that's too juvenile. Yeah.
Looks like he's getting attacked finally.
um, that's the kind of stuff I would do if I was in a store. You get the, oh well. Imp says, watching y'all and listening to some distant shortwave radio. Well, really, from where? Robin seems like he loves this. Um, yeah, shortwave radio. Nobody listens to that anymore. That's cool. I'm just wondering what
We don't even
country
have
you're in.
short. We don't even have any short. We don't even have any medium wave in Portugal anymore, let alone short wave.
Huh. The dog is returned here. So I wonder what time is it? I gotta turn my phone sideways. Oop. If you're not gonna buy, oh wait, my wife just sent a text message. Yeah, I need to order food. Uh, um, yeah, I probably need to order the food, which means I need to use the phone. So yeah, yeah, we need to eat. So that means this live stream's probably gonna have to come to an end. But anyway, it's been fun talking to you guys, and I'll try to emerge. Oh, Friday, you offered me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Friday I'll do the show, so it's at 6 Eastern. I'll put the link on the chat, and you can come in.
Okay. So that would be
And
5 my time. I wouldn't be able to be on right at 5 because that's about the time I get home from work. So I'd have to eat
right.
and everything and then come
Okay,
on.
yeah.
But
The show usually goes on for 3 hours, but
okay.
since it'll be on my channel, I can just go on a little longer. I'll just probably go to bed at 4 in the morning.
Oh shit. Well, I'll yeah, maybe send me a reminder or whatever on
Yeah.
Instagram,
Mhm.
and cool. So yeah, that sounds like that would be fun. And anyway, I'm gonna sign off and go get this food. Take care, everybody.
Okay.
Nice to see
See
you
ya.
guys. And see you, Kevin.
You're out of here?
Yeah, I get my wife's just sending me messages. If you're not going to the restaurant, let me know. And it's because I should have ordered probably half an hour ago.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
take care, everybody.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Uh,